The story of the kingdom of Sion. From ancient times in the continent of Muo, there existed a kingdom called Sion. There, a princess with hair and eyes that shimmered with golden light. Her name was Soria. When she reached adulthood, the entire kingdom held a party for her. The party was very joyful and successful. In the middle of the party, an uninvited sorcerer suddenly appeared. Out of fear that the princess's power would overshadow his, the sorcerer cast a curse that the entire kingdom would be covered in tall, thorny bushes, making it impossible to support the lives of the people, so everyone was forced to leave. Thus, no one remained in Sion except for the cursed nobles who had to accept their fate of protecting their white castle. And what happened to that princess? Beneath the castle, a girl is sitting, picking something. She puts each handful of grass she pulls into a basket. Introducing the girl who is pulling grass, her name is Soria, and she is also the princess of the kingdom of Sion. Soria, while pulling grass, says with frustration, "There are so many." Suddenly, Soria hears a strange sound and thinks this sound. Then Soria looks up at the source of the sound, thinking, could it be? Crack, crack, the barrier shatters. Soria hurriedly runs into the castle. The barrier has collapsed, oh my god. While running, she says, finally. Then she says loudly, the savior is here. Soria thinks, 147 years and 3 days have passed since this miserable life began. She excitedly shouts, finally I can break the curse. Soria hurriedly sits on a cushion and waits. Footsteps sound outside the room. Soria expects he is here. The young man grabs the doorknob and slowly opens it. The image of a handsome young man appears. This guy's name is Lennox. Lennox's expression is astonished. In front of Lennox is the image of Soria after she has turned into a chicken. He thinks a chicken. Soria is not happy, her eyes light up. With a gloomy look, she looks at Lennox and thinks to herself, based on the clothes on his body, there is no way he is not my hero, but he is not carrying any weapons. She wonders, is he a sorcerer? Suddenly, Soria notices the badge on Lennox's shoulder, thinking, wait, what is that symbol? Lennox, after searching around and finding nothing, angrily yanks the blanket on the bed, saying, we have all been tricked. Lennox's actions stun Soria. Lennox covers his face and says, damn it, so all the night's efforts were in vain. Then he says with a disappointed tone, the only thing here is that chicken. Hearing him say that, Soria can't help but shout how rude. In the midst of his disappointment, Lennox suddenly freezes when he sees a talking chicken, and it even yells at him. Lennox angrily says, that chicken just... Suddenly someone runs in from outside saying, Your Majesty, how could you leave alone like this? Lennox immediately says to the person who just ran in, Paul, give me your shield now. There is an annoying chicken here. Hearing this, Soria angrily spews fire and rushes to attack Lennox. Paul does not listen carefully and replies, I beg your pardon. But, what are you talking about? Soria, with a dark face, angrily says, You are indeed rude to the only heir of the kingdom of Sion. Then she rushes towards Lennox with a surge of murderous intent, saying, Receive the appropriate consequences. Seeing this, Lennox hurriedly runs away, leaving Paul as a shield, saying, This chicken is crazy. A moment later, Soria says with a proud expression, That is right, I am Soria Brienne v. Sion. While in the eyes of the other two, they see a chicken puffing out its chest and posing. Lennox asks with suspicion, Our mission is to find the sleeping princess. Dural bows and replies, Yes, that is what we were assigned to do. Lennox scratches his head awkwardly, saying, I am going crazy. Alright, that is good, no matter what the rumors are, the important thing is that the princess is here. Then he says with an unwilling tone, even if she is a chicken. Those words make Soria angry and she looks at him. Then Soria says with a sarcastic tone, You are the king of Croatia, are not you? Even so, who gives you the right to be rude to the royalty of a kingdom that is not a vassal state of yours? Hearing this, Lennox retorts, And you can call a country that has nothing but thorny bushes a real kingdom? Seeing the two of them glaring at each other as if they wanted to devour each other, interjects, Your Majesty. Allow me to say this, but you should not joke around anymore. It is not funny anymore. Lennox turns around with anger still on his face, saying, What are you talking about? When did I joke? Dural replies calmly, A few minutes ago. You were talking to that chicken. Please remember that the knights are watching you. Lennox points at Soria saying, But you did not hear anything. She said she is the only surviving royalty of the kingdom of Sion, but Lennox does not know that everyone only sees him talking to a chicken and the chicken just says cluck. Cluck. The knights look at him worriedly. What is wrong with his majesty? The knights look at Lennox with a sad and strange expression, thinking, how could this happen? Did the long journey drive him to this state? Lennox realizes this, thinking, wait. Then his face darkens. No one heard what she said. Lennox reaches out to touch Soria, saying, Look, this chicken. Lennox's action causes Soria to instinctively dodge. Suddenly, countless magic circles appear right above Soria's head. The light from the magic circles radiates out, causing Lennox to cover his eyes, saying, What is that? Boom, Soria's room suddenly explodes from the inside. Immediately after the explosion, Diril moves in front of Lennox, creating a magic defense layer, saying, "Please forgive me, your majesty." "I should not have doubted your majesty," Diril shouts to the knights. "What are you waiting for? Quickly withdraw the shields, this is a magical assault." A knight realizes the situation, saying, "His majesty was right. That chicken is Princess Soria, we need to capture her." Soria has run out of the room, crying as she runs. "Damn it, I should not have hoped for so much. How could those rude people be the heroes who could break my curse? Why did I believe that stupid sorcerer's words?" Lennox is unintentionally covered by Direwell's cloak. He angrily takes off the cloak. Just then the knights outside run in, saying, "Your majesty, are you all right?" Lennox says with an angry tone, "Where's that chicken?" Diril replies, "Gone, but we will soon capture her." Lennox casually hands the cloak back to Dir. Direwell continues, "It is just, how did you know? That chicken is Princess Soria." Lennox replies calmly, "She told me." Diril says with a doubtful tone, "Really?" Lennox turns and walks away, saying, "Never mind, why are you asking if you do not believe me?" Diril lowers his head, still a little doubtful, saying, "Of course I believe you, it is just." Then he looks at the knights, everyone with an unbelievable expression, saying, It is really hard to believe." Diril sees Lennox going somewhere and asks, "Where are you going?" Lennox says to everyone, "Do not follow me. It is not that I do not trust you. But we can't waste any more time." On Soria's side, she is still running with her head down, ignoring her tears. Lennox says with a serious tone, "I will negotiate with the princess." Outside the corridor of the palace, Lennox is looking for Soria, saying she escaped through the side window, so she must be in the back garden or in the main palace. Suddenly Lennox sees a family portrait hanging in the corridor, saying, "Unbelievable." Then he remembers the image of Soria in the form of a chicken rushing to attack him, continuing, "How can this woman and that chicken be the same person?" Suddenly Lennox sees a leftover chicken feather stuck on the edge of the painting. He picks it up and wonders how it got there. Lennox discovers that there is also a similar chicken feather nearby. Aha. He follows the chicken feathers while saying, "Was not she just trying to be captured?" Then Lennox looks down and says, "I want to talk to you." Princess, in front of Lennox is Soria with her head buried in the ground. Lennox does not care and still says to Soria, "You should understand this better than anyone. Running away does not solve anything." Then he takes Soria out of the ground. Bringing her up to his face, he says, "Let us pretend like what just happened never happened. I swear both of us looked unusual just now." Hearing this, Soria replies, "What?" Lennox continues, "I will ignore the things you did out there." Soria says, "Are you serious?" Then she looks at Lennox and thinks to herself, "Is it because he sees my magic as not threatening at all that he easily lets it go like this? I was once a magical genius. Maybe if I was not in this form, he would respect me a little more." Soria turns her face away and says, "Leave me alone." Seeing that Lennox still has not released her, Soria shouts, "I am very embarrassed to be stuck in that hole. Do not mention it again and go somewhere else." Lennox replies, "What?" Then he looks at the hole where Soria was stuck just now, thinking it is clearly too small for a chicken to fit through. Lennox turns to Soria and says, "At least you were not completely stuck." Hearing this, Soria angrily yells, "Shut up, why are you bringing that up again?" Lennox lowers his face and says, "Really sorry, honestly, princess." Soria with a frustrated expression says, "I still have to live, and I keep gaining weight, even though all I can eat is a handful of weeds." Lennox says with a surprised tone, "Wait, have you only been eating grass all this time?" Soria, as if understood, replies, Lennox with a sympathetic expression says, "That is tough for you anyway, princess." Before he could finish his sentence, Soria interjects, "Of course I am suffering." Soria, while crying, says, "Have you never seen a magician you do not know run up and confess their feelings to you?" Lennox stammers, "Actually, there are no female magicians in the palace." Soria angrily says, "Then what about being rejected?" Lennox replies, "I just think that magician must be jealous of your talent." Soria is shocked, saying, "What are you talking about?" Then she flies up to a nearby branch, saying, "Wait, so everyone thinks that this is real, that I became a chicken because I could not get him?" Lennox replies, "Actually everyone sees it as a fact." Then he asks, "So what about this?" Soria looks down at Lennox, saying, "If you really get rid of the thorny bushes surrounding the kingdom of Sion, I will pay attention to that rumor. You are the king of Croatia, right?" Then she jumps off the branch, saying, "To me, you are just trying to take over my country." Soria flies over Lennox's head and continues, "How shameful." While flying, she thinks, "I won't let this happen. I will try my best to escape." While thinking, suddenly a hand grabs her. Lennox grabs Soria and walks away, saying, "You are a hen, not a hawk." Soria thinks no. A moment later, Soria is locked in a cage with a bored expression. Lennox says, "Look, I do not have any intention of taking over the kingdom of Sion, okay? Why can you come up with such a silly idea?" Soria replies, "How can I believe that after getting rid of those thorny bushes, your army won't occupy our country immediately?" Lennox helplessly scratches his head. "Maybe this will make you sad, But I am telling you, we do not need to do this. Then Lenek explains, over time, the kingdom of Sion will naturally become a part of the Croatian Empire. Let me ask you this. How do you plan to protect and maintain this kingdom when there is no one left here? You are all alone. Soria replies seriously. The descendants of the people of Sion will soon return here. Lenek asks, are you sure? Soria looks up at the sky saying, sure, this land and the one who governs it are still here. So I believe that once my curse disappears, the children who grew up with stories that Sion was passed down to their ancestors will soon find their way back to their roots. Lenek indifferently replies, okay, let us see if your dream comes true. Soria confidently replies, as long as the curse blocking the middle source of the river is lifted. Lenek changes the subject saying, do you want to try to escape those thorny bushes? Soria angrily yells, how many times have I said it? If I could, I would have done it a long time ago. Then Soria sighs saying, if I did not have this curse I totally could, but considering the current situation, I can't even control my mana. Lenek raises his hand to show he is thinking saying, so, you can only do it once the curse is gone. Soria replies, and I need a hero to help me. In the distance the knights are looking at Lenek talking to Soria in the form of a chicken strangely. Lenek continues, only a hero can break the curse. Soria replies, a hero, warrior, knight, whatever. Lenek says pensively, a hero. Two knights glance at him. Seeing this they run away in fear. Lenek continues, we already have knights, but we do not live in an era where heroes and warriors exist. While thinking, Dirwell is carrying a pile of books to him saying, your majesty, please pack your things, we are about to set off. Lenek sees Dul and remembers saying Dul feels uneasy replies yes. Lenek continues, remembering you used to practice swordsmanship, right? Dul hearing this avoids eye contact. Lenek continues, if so then you can also be a knight. Dul replies, I do not think becoming a knight would be that easy. Lenek replies, if you need something more official I can knight you right now. Dul hearing this thinks, what the heck? Lenek with a serious expression continues, I think it is reasonable, I will bestow this title on you, the first prestigious mage knight of the king. Dul thinks to himself seriously. Then he replies, yes, okay, but his head is full of question marks. Lenek puts his hand on Direwell's shoulder saying, great, I knew you were the right person. Asks blankly, the right person for what? Lenek seriously replies, as a hero, warrior, and knight, the one who will break the curse. Then he picks up Soria's cage saying, now I give you the opportunity to break the princess's curse. Dul quickly give the princess a vows kiss. Dul hearing that he has to kiss a chicken is so shocked that he drops the pile of books he is carrying saying, are you okay? Your majesty, are you sure this chicken is Princess Soria? Lenek calmly says, I told you already. She told me herself. Dul looks at the chicken puffing out its chest in the cage thinking, all I heard was chicken noises. Dul suspiciously picks up the fallen books and asks, then please ask her this, which potion is the most difficult to make? Soria looks at Lenek saying, love potion. Then Lenek says calmly to Dul, she said it was a love potion. Dul looking at the way Lenek is talking to Soria thinks, I can feel the confusion in the king's voice already. He does not even believe that this kind of potion exists. Then Direwell's expression is serious. If he can really communicate with the princess. Then he turns to Lenek and says, forgive me, your majesty, but I can't communicate with Princess Soria, nor do I intend to try to understand her purpose. Based on my observation, then he says a truth that makes the two freeze. It seems that you are the one chosen for this mission, your majesty. If not, why is it only you who can communicate with the princess? Then why do not you too? Before Direwell can finish speaking, Lenek and Soria say in unison, no. That is not going to happen. Then Lenek shouts, there is no way I am going to kiss a chicken. Hearing this, Soria rushes out of the cage causing Lenek to exclaim, hey princess, what are you doing? Direwell with a stiff expression looks at this scene thinking, so the deep talk just now was him convincing me to kiss his pet instead. Direwell decides to write a resignation letter as soon as he returns to the Empire. After an exchange of moves between Lenek and Soria, the two lie flat on the ground with gloomy faces. Lenek says, why do not we save the kiss for another day, princess? Soria replies, I thought you would never do it. Direwell announces, your majesty, it is time to leave. Lenek slowly gets up saying, let us go together, princess. Direwell continues, your majesty, there is something I want to mention to you related to escorting the princess. A moment later, Soria has an uncomfortable expression. Lenek is holding Soria in his arms. Soria looks up at Lenek with an uncomfortable expression saying, is this how you treat the princess of a kingdom? Lenek replies, I do not have a better solution. He strokes Soria's head saying, you are not a prisoner of war, and we can't use a birdcage to transport a noble. Can't put a chicken on a horse or palanquin either. Soria angrily pulls her head in so he can't stroke her anymore, not knowing how to refute. Lenek sees this and says, hey, being angry won't help you. Then he reaches out to stroke Soria's head again. Soria immediately pecks Lenek's hand causing him to scream. Lenek angrily raises his swollen hand saying, What are you doing? Soria, without looking at him, replies, do not stroke my feathers anymore and hold the reins tight, your majesty. Then Soria looks at him with murderous intent, saying, I will only tolerate you until I leave here because of that hateful curse, understand? Lennox also replies with an angry tone, maybe you do not know if you injure a king, you will usually be charged with treason. Soria calmly replies, just punish me, causing Lennox to be surprised and ask what. Soria continues, just be comfortable, if you do not mind being remembered as the first ruler in history to punish a chicken for treason. Lennox frowns when he imagines his name being recorded in the dark history of Croatia. Then he says resentfully, how annoying. Soria discovers something strange. She looks at the knight saying, why is the army arranged like this? Lennox also looks following saying, huh. Then Lennox explains, because we need to find the way as quickly as possible, so unnecessary equipment is discarded. Soria frantically looks up and asks, find the way, is the situation that serious? Lennox reassures, you are thinking too much. Don't worry, because I brought Dearwell with me. Whatever role he plays, he is still a great mage, but it is best to let Dearwell complete his original task, which is to carry the bags of royal jewelry and this treasure. They are all mana stones, worth half the kingdom's annual budget. Soria, hearing this, is so shocked that her mouth drops open, thinking, is it really necessary? A knight announces, your majesty, we are almost at those thorny bushes. Lennox turns to ordered, replies, as you command, my lord. We will have to use the final solution. Then Dearwell creates a magic circle in front of his hand. Lennox raises his sword high and orders, everyone prepare. The knights reply, clear, your majesty. Soria, with a contemptuous expression, says, your majesty, I really appreciate your determination. But the story has only been about those thorny bushes so far. While talking, the knights have rushed to the barren thorny fences. Lennox pats his chest saying, really, I am telling the truth. They are extremely brutal and each bush is 2 meters apart in length. They wrap around my guards like rag dolls. And they hurt them too. Standing on the side sees him like this and helplessly shakes his head. Soria asks, are there many casualties? Lennox replies, no, no one was killed. Soria says distrustfully, and I have admired this castle for a while. Is not that the Croatian royal palace? Lennox replies, that is right. Then Soria puts on a contemptuous expression saying, really close. The image of the map between the Croatian Empire and the Kingdom of Sion appears. Lennox, hearing this, says angrily, close, do you know how long it takes to get from there to your palace? Soria replies, probably less than a day. Hearing her reply so ignorantly, Lennox says, as I said before, those thorny bushes, listen, you do not know how they meander. Soria replies with an indifferent tone, right. Soria sighs saying, but what did you say surrounds it? Are not you guys criminals invading my country? From the way you describe it, the thorny bushes sound like dignified knights guarding Sion. Lennox looks at her with a knowing expression saying, Princess, do you know that only this river belongs to the territory of the Kingdom of Sion? Soria sees him suddenly saying this and asks, what do you mean? Lennox continues, I want to confirm that the current situation is serious enough that our country does not need to do anything to invade your country, if it was not for that. Soria, she looks towards Lennox solemnly as if to soothe his majesty's anger, thinking, I guess he has some problems he is not comfortable with saying. Immediately Soria runs tick-tock when they arrive at the Croatian royal palace. Soria thinks to herself, not my business. On Lennox's side, he yells loudly when he discovers that Soria is nowhere to be seen. Soria at the Croatian palace. Lennox holds his head with a helpless expression saying, am I wrong, Dul? Then he puts his face in his hand saying, chickens can fly. Dul bows saying, your majesty, do not worry too much. We can send people to look for her, we will probably find her soon. Lennox replies, you do not know how many chickens there are in the world, Dul. Dul looks out the window, replies, even if we do not find her, surely the princess will soon realize how cruel life is out there. And then naturally come back on her own. Then Dul looks towards Lennox saying, actually now is the perfect time for you to pay attention to this matter. Lennox asks, what do I need to pay attention to? Dul continues, are you sure that chicken is Princess Soria? Lennox raises his hand and thinks. Dior continues, the thorny bushes retracted themselves when they saw her, but they did not budge even when the mages cast spells, the ones who cursed the Kingdom of Sion. If the curse was not strong enough, the Mage Guild would have to order those thorny bushes to keep the princess in the castle. But why did the thorny bushes open the way for her like that? Lennox stands up, replies, you mean that princess could be a real magician? And that person is pretending to be Princess Soria? Durrell replies, I just think we should not completely rule out that possibility. Lennox replies, you think that magician could be trapped by her own curse, in over 100 years? Durrell explains, sometimes spells can give a different result than what they intended. Moreover, the only basis we have is her claim that she is the princess. Lennox says with a troubled expression, this is a real headache. Then he walks away saying, never mind, let us focus on the meeting now. They'll go find any white chicken. Looks at Lennox, replies, you intend. Then Durrell follows saying, Why do not we send it to the mansions of the nobles today and postpone the meeting until we find the princess? Lennox seriously replies, a ruler who is not married, also does not have a formal throne, firmly starts the conquest with half of the annual budget of the kingdom. I know you understand how important this is, so how can I tell them to go home? Duel with apologetic expression says, Your Majesty, forgive my recklessness. Lennox sighs looking at Duel. Lennox puts his hand on Direwell's shoulder with a trusting expression looking at him. Lennox points behind saying, if you understand then go find that chicken. Late afternoon at the Croatian palace. These people are butlers. These are knights, and those people over there are nobles. Soria hiding in the bushes looks out saying, because there are no heroes or warriors in sight, I will find a knight then. Soria thinks, I am looking for a guard wearing a golden badge in the shape of a hawk. To find him I need to go where they guard. Thinking this, Soria starts walking. In front of Soria is a large building, she says. That is why I came to the knight's quarters, Hawk. It has been 3 days since Soria ran away from Lennox. Every night there are terrible screams from the knights. Inside the knight's quarters screams are heard. Oh my god, Mom, it hurts, and then a chilling rumor starts to spread everywhere. A scary rumor has started spreading about the knights, the closest protectors of His Majesty. In a corner of the castle, 2 maids are talking. Have you heard that rumor? So many knights have become victims. Someone pulled their lips in the middle of the night and ran away. What kind of pervert would do something like that? The 2 maids do not know that someone behind them has heard the conversation. Lennox comes out, that is Princess Soria. Direwell behind him also says, I think so too. All the knights who were harmed participated in the Cyan expedition. Maybe she thinks one of them can help her. Lennox says with a helpless tone, that is right. But why did she pull their lips and run away? Does she think that is a kiss? There is no such thing in beautiful fairy tales. Duro replies, she is a hen, so maybe she can't control it. The image of Lennox holding a real chicken and declaring it to be Soria at the meeting, causing the nobles to gape, appears. That is right, that has been giving me a headache for the past few days. Then Lennox says to Deal, this is not good, Dul. He leans against the wall saying, if we can't catch her the usual way, we will have to set a trap. In a kitchen, Soria lies down bored thinking. She accidentally makes a sound, cluck. Soria hurriedly covers her mouth. She looks around thinking, luckily there is no one else here. Then Soria jumps down saying, what a waste of time. Oh my god, do not tell me His Majesty is the hero who will break my curse. Soria makes a sad face thinking that would be a big problem. She sighs saying, how can I sneak into his bedroom? Soria immediately rejects that idea saying, no, that is only the last resort. Soria opens the ventilation window above the kitchen standing and saying, I have to try with all the knights first. Then she thinks, and if I am still a chicken, then I will consider other ways. She walks while thinking, come on Soria, you can do it. Scene changes to evening. Soria is lurking in front of a bedroom door. She peeks and thinks, maybe because security has been tightened. Soria tiptoes to a bed thinking, but the atmosphere feels colder. Chen, I do not know how many people you have kissed, but sorry. I will be quick. Then she flies up thinking, I am coming, Chen. The person lying down suddenly smiles. Lennox turns to reach out to grab Soria saying, long time no see, Princess Soria. Soria seeing him freezes, sweating in shock. She thinks, no. In the quiet bedroom suddenly there is a loud collision and a piercing chicken scream. Soria angrily says, let me go. Soria is being held upside down saying, how dare you grab a girl's legs? Lennox replies, it is just chicken legs now, so it is okay. Anyway, I think we need to talk privately. Seeing Soria constantly wriggling, Lennox angrily says, can't you be quiet for a second? Soria retorts, who can be quiet in this situation? Me go now. As soon as she finishes speaking, she is put in a sack. Soria angrily yells, if you do not pull me out now, I will burn all of this. Lennox dusts his hands, leisurely replies, before doing that, you should think about where you are. Soria calms down. She says out loud, do you crave my small kingdom that much? Lennox sitting on the bed calmly replies, actually, your kingdom is no different to me than a small territory. Believe what I say, Croatia occupies 1/3 of the continent. I have no intention of occupying this small piece of land of yours. What I want is something else. That is the Cyan River, the river that flows through the center of your kingdom. Soria replies, are you kidding me? Lennox, while opening the bag that is trapping Soria, listens to her saying, as you just said, that river flows through the center of Cyan. Soria pokes her head out saying, is that any different from you wanting my whole kingdom? Lennox asks, I am just curious. Do you know what that river is like now? Soria replies with a nonchalant expression, I am sure it is still flowing as always. Lennox replies, I wish that were true. Then he explains the current situation to her. However, the Cyan River stopped flowing more than 50 years ago due to a blockage in the middle of the river. Soria says in fear, what are the thorny bushes the cause? Lennox calmly replies, I do not know the exact cause, but that is our best guess. Anyway, this problem has only been serious for the past 6 months. Then he raises his hand to point to the sky. Continuing, water does not come from the ground, but also falls from the sky. Soria asks, are you experiencing a drought? Lennox replies, that is right. Would you believe me if I said that in the past 6 months, the south has not had a single drop of rain? Soria exclaims, oh my god. Then she says, I understand now. So that is why the king of a great empire personally came to a small kingdom that has been abandoned for more than 100 years. It is for the benefit of the people. Soria looks at him sympathetically saying, now are not you a kind-hearted emperor? Hearing Soria say that, Lennox coughs, cough. He asks back what Soria says, I said you are kinder than I thought. Lennox replies, are you serious? Soria looks at him calmly saying, of course, why not? Lennox turns his face to the side, blushing shyly saying, I am just doing what an emperor should do. Then he thinks to himself, no one has ever praised me like this before. Soria puts her wing on Lennox's hand saying, why of course, you must have been carrying a pretty big burden all this time. Lennox suddenly realizes he is being encouraged by a chicken, then thinks, this feeling is so strange. Then he stands up straight, walks mechanically out of the room, causing Soria to look confused. Lennox opens the door. Dole, seeing him, says, Your Majesty. Lennox grabs Direwell's clothes and drags him into the room. Direwell, not understanding what is going on, says, what is wrong, Your Majesty? Lennox replies, I think you are right, Direwell. Lennox looks ahead and continues, that princess, no. That chicken is the magician. Soria looks at the two talking about something with her head full of question marks. Direwell, with a panicked expression, says, what, can you say that again? Lennox leans closer to Direwell and explains what happened. Dole looks at Lennox with an expression as if seeing through him, looks at Soria, while Soria has a blank expression, not understanding anything. He pats his forehead helplessly, saying to Lennox, from now on, I will praise you more often, so please stop, Your Majesty. Lennox points at Soria angrily saying, do not distort my words. That chicken has the ability to manipulate other people's emotions. That proves your theory is correct. Direwell thinks helplessly, she just praised you. Then he says, Your Majesty, is it because you said that? Lennox pats his chest explaining, you really think I am kind, Dole, without realizing he is belittling himself. After hearing their nonsensical conversation, Soria has thought, maybe the Croatian Empire will soon perish. This man does not even know how to accept compliments. Scene changes, a handsome young man is introducing, hello, I am Chen, a proud member of the Knights Squad, protecting the Croatian Emperor. Recently, I have been put on more emphasis on rigorous training and daytime work. I also got somewhat injured while working those night shifts, which I am not even paid for. Chen, standing in front of Lennox's office, says wearily, I know I have given all my loyalty to Your Majesty to serve you as a knight, but is not this already abusing an individual? Chen sighs, continues, he even took my room. He pushes the door in and bows, saying, Your Majesty, Chen here. I heard you wanted to see me at your office. While speaking, Chen suddenly notices something. He looks at Soria lying on a chair, exclaiming, a hen. Lennox says, Chen, I will give you the opportunity to not only gain fame in the history of the dynasty, but also in the history of the entire continent. Chen, hearing him say that, feels uneasy, thinking, does being recorded in history have anything to do with the princess? Seeing him not reply, Lennox calls, Chen. Chen snaps back to reality, replies, yes, Your Majesty. Lennox puts on the royal cloak, saying, I am sure you have guessed it. Then he explains to Chen, this is an extremely serious security issue that the stability of the dynasty relies on. Do you understand? Chen, hearing Lennox say that, thinks, so this is a top secret mission. Chen's eyes light up excitedly, replying, yes, Your Majesty. I will not tell anyone about this. Lennox says, very good. Do you still remember how we rescued Princess Soria in the kingdom of Sion? Chen replies, of course I remember. Lennox walks up to Chen, says, well, I have recently been told that this may not be the princess, but the magician who cursed her. Princess Soria is here, of course, has opposed this, and therefore, Chen, I want you to hold the fate of the dynasty in your hands. Chen, hearing that he is holding the dynasty, thinks excitedly, the fate of the dynasty. Then Lennox puts his hands on Chen, saying seriously, you will become our hero and kiss the princess. A series of actions and words causes Chen to petrify on the spot. He asks again, what, Your Majesty? Lennox, still putting his hands on Chen's shoulder, says, what is wrong? Chen continues, when you ask me to kiss, do you mean I should put my lips between the beak or on the nose? All three of them, Lennox, Direwell, and Soria, are shocked when they hear Chen say a concern that no one has ever mentioned. Soria immediately associates the image of a person's lips, a person's nose, and compares it with a chicken. Oh, the nose, no wait, is not that the entire mouth? Direwell sighs, saying, it does not matter how, so why do not we just try to do it for the sake of it? It is already late. Chen sits down nervously, saying, then I will do it. Chen puts his hand on Soria's head, saying, if you allow me, princess. Soria is also nervously thinking whether my curse will finally be lifted. Chen puckers his lips and kisses Soria's beak. Seeing that nothing happens after a long time, Lennox says, I do not think it is you, causing Soria's excited heart to break. Lennox continues, but it was worth a try, now you can go. Chen also replies dejectedly, forgive me. Lennox sits on the chair and takes off his cloak saying, I am getting tired, Soria says, really? Then she puts her face on the table saying, let us end here today, I am completely drained of energy, so do not worry about me. Lennox replies, at least let me tell you this. In my whole life, I have no intention of kissing anyone other than my future queen, whether it is a chicken or a person. Soria, lying on the table, looks at him, replies, does Croatia have strict standards for royalty? Then you may never get to know anyone. That sounds difficult, Your Majesty. Lennox says loudly, you are misunderstanding the point here. Then he kneels down saying, what I am trying to say is. Lennox looks at her affectionately saying, is that I have decided to break my personal rules. He raises Soria's head saying, what if I am the hero you need? Then I have to sacrifice myself for the dynasty. Durl, standing on the side, turns his face away thinking, my eyes will be defiled if I witness that scene. Regardless of Soria's mournful cry, let me go. Don't come out, call the knights here again. Let us start from the beginning. While shouting, Soria thinks, has he learned how to hold a chicken properly? Why is he suddenly holding me so tightly? No, the scream echoes throughout the castle. What the heck are you doing? After a while of swaying, Lennox has successfully kissed Soria's beak. Soria falls back thinking despairingly, is this my punishment for stealing all the knight's kisses? Her tears fall. I am sorry, I will make it up to everyone someday. Suddenly she realizes something is wrong. She looks up. Soria meets the shocked expressions of Durl and Lennox looking at her. She says, what is wrong? Lennox with a stiff expression, while Durl is standing on the side clapping. Soria looks at the two blankly, not understanding what is going on. Durl bows saying, congratulations, Your Majesty. Now you are the hero who has solved the century-old curse. Everyone will cheer and congratulate you. Soria, hearing this, immediately checks her whole body saying, what? He broke the curse. She raises her wing to look saying, but I am still a chicken. Lennox holds his forehead pointing at Soria saying, do I look like I have solved some curse for you? Soria replies, wait, what are you two talking about? Leave some space for me to understand. Durl comes over and bows looking at her explaining, it is not completely broken yet, but because I can understand you now, we may have to proceed with doing something. Even the color of your feathers has changed. Hearing this, Soria happily says, oh my god, really? Then the rest of the curse will soon. While speaking, Soria looks at Lennox. Then the two look at each other without saying a word. Soria with a bored expression thinks, this guy is a hero. Lennox, seeing her expression like that, says, I can tell what you are thinking, princess. Then Soria asks, what is your level of swordsmanship, Your Majesty? Lennox replies, average. When I was about 5 years old, I realized that I was not a very good swordsman. The image of Lennox as a child struggling with a wooden dummy appears. Soria asks, then your title is hero or warrior then? Lennox replies calmly, who has a title like that? Then he thinks, what a silly question. Soria with a frustrated expression says, then why are you the one who can break my curse? So many other people, why you? Lennox calmly replies, heroes, warriors, knights, they all have to follow my orders because I am above them. The image of the class pyramid appears. At the top is the emperor, followed by the royal family, royal knights, nobles, commoners. Soria exclaims, what is the reason? Soria looks up, not accepting the truth, saying, is it possible that Chen's kiss had a slightly delayed effect? Durl replies perfunctorily, I can also doubt that a little more. Soria frowns saying, I do not believe it. Says, Your Majesty, this is a female voice. I think this is really Princess Soria. Lennox refutes, there is no certainty that the magician is not a woman. Soria, who is crying, suddenly hears him say this and says angrily, what? Lennox continues, maybe this is a man with a high-pitched voice. Soria says again, what? Lennox says to Dear, you should learn more. Seeing this, can only think, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Lennox continues to taunt, maybe this is a magician's trick. Who would believe in the fragility of prejudice? Saying this, Soria can't help but curse, what the cluck are you talking about? I have had enough of your ignorance. A collision sounds. Durl, standing on the side, thinks, maybe they can make each other happy. Once again, Durl has thought about writing a letter of resignation. In the hazy space as in a mist, a question has been asked to the princess. Princess, do you think this river only belongs to the kingdom of Sion? Of course, Soria does not think so. As a matter of course, the river flowing through the center of Sion is a gift from nature. The kingdom is just borrowing it. Then for the Sion family, who can't take care of the river because of the curse that has lasted for centuries, how much responsibility do they have in this disaster? Soria, who is currently in the form of a chicken, is sitting on a comfortable cushion with a luxurious space. But in her words she seems a little sorry. Forgive me. As the princess of the kingdom of Sion, I should have taken care of the river better. Soria also can't bear to leave the country in danger. If I can do anything to help reduce the drought. Lennox, sitting next to her, supports his chin with both hands, trying to reassure, oh, you do not have to worry about that. Outside the royal palace, the sky is gray, rain is pouring down. He analyzes, the agricultural situation will be greatly improved if it rains, or if the Sion River starts flowing again. Rainwater pours down on the river surface along with Lennox's explanation. However, the water gates have not run out. It will still be enough for now. After the rain, the sky becomes clear again. He gets up from the chair. Do not blame yourself too much. Lennox opens the big door to go out, not forgetting to remind, we will discuss more details tomorrow. It is late now, we should go to bed. That royal space which is both warm and luxurious echoes a sound, that is what I said, but... Lennox holds the document in his hand, studying and scratching his head, looking anxious. In that hellish atmosphere, the dark and gloomy words are still echoing. The curse of Sion has been transmitted through the Sion waves and affected us in a meeting. Lennox shows that he does not agree with this view at all. Nonsense. Why would a curse that has been silent for over 100 years happen to us at this time? Marquis Bourbon reminds, but your majesty, the drought that has lasted for 6 months has made the people extremely angry. We should sacrifice that chicken to appease the wrath of the gods. Lennox, while writing something on paper, asks back, sacrificial rituals in this day and age. He stamps the document, disdainfully spits out a sentence, that is nonsense. Lennox's powerful back sits in the dim palace space at night. An incompetent official has no place here. The crown is glittering gold, shining brightly, oh my god. The pearl necklace paired with pink tourmaline shines brightly under the light, oh my god. The maid carefully lifts the chicken, introducing, this is the noble Princess Soria Brienne v. Sion. Please show your respect, Mr. Dearwell. He tries to turn his face away, suppressing a laugh. The maid reminds, do not laugh anymore, do. In the middle of the palace, everything becomes so lively. Dearl still tries to hold back his laughter. Forgive me, the reply to him is a piercing scream. Oh my god, what did I say to you? Soria is bored in her heart. So embarrassing, the crown is taken off. She sits on the golden table. On the ground is the crown that Soria threw away. Although she is a chicken, her momentum has not decreased at all. I want to talk to you about a few things. He stands straight facing the princess. About what? Soria presents in a thorough manner. I have been thinking all night, and I believe that there is another way to solve the drought. He asks curiously, did it appear in any of the magic books that you wrote? She replies immediately without hesitation, yes. To Soria's confusion, he runs away. A moment later, a stack of books is placed straight on the table. I would be very grateful if you could explain all of these books to me. He suggests the starting point, starting from the language they are written in. Soria glances over, casually expresses her opinion, of course you would not know. She uses her beak to pick up a book. What kind of mage would write a magic book without setting some safety measures? After flipping the book open to a certain page, she orders, look closely here. The strange light emitted from the book makes Soria silent for a moment. She decisively asks, what is this? Dirl hesitates, that is what I wanted to say. A noble pair of hands in a noble outfit sits amidst the messy pile of books. The slender, fair, clean fingers gently touch the book. The princess suddenly becomes a beautiful young girl with long, golden hair. No way. 2 men on either side are controlling a man in the middle. Just a short time, someone replies, that is right, about 5 minutes. Lennox puts his hand by the corner of his mouth, pondering. 5 minutes. Lennox looks up at Soria's happy family photo. He guesses that it is a memorable photo. A question is asked, causing your majesty to turn around with a bored face. Is she pretty? Lennox sits down in the chair, trying to pretend to be calm, and laughs long. I am just kidding. Anyway, what is the problem? He questions him. I kissed her, so why was the curse only partially broken? As a royal mage, you must know the answer, right? A loving couple kissing passionately is very suitable as an illustration for Direwell's explanation, because that was not the kiss of true love. Lennox foolishly stares blankly. What love, what? He can't believe it. How ridiculous, how fitting for you. Direwell is an ideal model, because he got married for love 3 years ago, and has had 2 children. In the main hall, the real court space is extremely magnificent and luxurious, with a pair of dazzling and brilliant enthronement chairs. If we take this opportunity to bring the empire a queen, then would not it be great? The mysterious image of a royal bride appears in Direwell's words. If you can break that ancient curse and make the last heir of the kingdom of Sion your queen, your story will be passed down through many generations. Poets will sing songs about it. The pages will be preserved, and it will be recorded as the only love in history. Lennox calls the name D. He quickly obeys. D. I am curious. He bluntly wants to know, you would not secretly enjoy this, would you? He objects, of course not. Before Lennox's thoughtful face and the posture of interweaving his hands against the table full of concern, Dirl replies, I simply have not forgotten how much help and thoughtful advice you gave me. He brightly smiles deviously. When I was still dating my wife, Lennox thinks, but your expression says the opposite. He gets angry, his hand already rolled into a fist, and yells, actually thinking about it now, you still owe me. Lennox recounts the moment Direwell fell into the water with an extremely panicked expression. Right, you silly, a few people fell into the lake, but anyway it all started from there. He returns to a serious expression. Yes, I know. Daryl seems to have superpowers, causing Lennox to frown. So I will do everything in my power to repay you. Instead of saying he is a close minister, it is more like a close friend because he is willing to hit straight at the key issue. At this point you do not feel tired when trying to choose a noble to be the queen, he ponders without saying a word. Before Direwell's prodding, Lennox finally asks a question. So what is Princess Soria doing now? Direwell's eyes already show helplessness. He finally reports the situation. The princess is very distressed. He is surprised, what Direwell speculates, probably because returning to being a chicken was a big shock to her. Finally Direwell concludes with a sentence. She does not want to leave the room. He also does not mind offering a plan for him. Why do not you go see how she is, your majesty? Lennox's finger is still across his lip, looking very worried. Are you serious? He is a monarch. There are also many doubts in his heart. What made you change your mind? The situation in the south is recounted by him. Princess Soria has proposed a way to solve the drought problem in the south. Direwell affirms her ability through a sentence. Honestly, I think we should seriously consider this proposal, your majesty. Because the princess is a great mage, the last heir of Sion. And this may be the easiest way. He knows what the next sentence is, so he interrupts. Turn Sion into a Croatian country, right? Direwell agrees, yes. Lennox slams his hand on the table. You are right, but there is one thing you missed. Direwell wonders, and what is that? Lennox only says one word, I. Lennox slowly stands up. You completely disregard me. Is Croatia a country desperate enough to make me marry the princess? He replies, if you consider the pros and cons. He walks away. Yes, I should have been forced to marry her. But since it is my marriage we are talking about, did not I say it already? He raises his hand, intending to grab his shoulder. The world will never work the way it wants to. Especially when facing a problem like this. In the luxurious room, Soria is lying slumped on the table. She looks very lonely when there is a call. Princess, are you there? Lennox embarrassedly enters, trying to make a sound, a hem. He asks cautiously, so you told Du Leo about the spell that can end the drought, did not you? He is grateful to you for that. Soria indifferently replies, I know. Lennox, with his hands behind his neck, secretly feels difficult. Right now she does not listen to anything I say. He holds his forehead. What should I do now? Finally Lennox has to put his hand in his coat to take something. Not sure if she should call this a way to express sincerity anymore. He puts a piece of paper with a full seal on the table for Soria to see. But this is the treaty that I mentioned before. It states that Sion will be known as an independent nation and Croatia will have to respect all of its rights, although it will not take effect until your curse is removed. And the Sion River will start flowing again. Soria looks at him with half an eye, sighs, right, of course. She lies curled up like a lazy cat, driving to an unrelated topic. Have you ever loved anyone, your majesty? Lennox panics, did I hear wrong? With a sad look she repeats once more, I am asking if you know what true love is. He wonders, why are you asking so suddenly? A month love meter appears according to Soria's story. Is not it too obvious? Even what true love is? Is there any way to measure it? Do you know how to make your love be considered real? Soria becomes angry and fiery. That jerk of a mage, if he were still alive then I would break his neck. Lennox grasps the key point. So what is making you sad now? He does not say the next sentence. Is it finding a way for true love to come? Soria frowns and smokes. Of course, talking sounds too vague. Lennox is confused. That is not even a real person anymore. Who cares how I feel? He clenches his hand where his pants are and sighs secretly. Sorry for disappointing you, but I really did not think I would become your true love. Lennox wonders if he should tell her to find someone else. While she is angrily shouting, she can only talk to certain people. A scepter and a strange book appear, and it seems to be limited by mages, but nowadays magic is gradually withering away. Lennox feels sullen. If Direwell had not gotten married. As if someone hit his sore spot, Direwell's face is ashen. He can't even hold the book steadily. The space becomes strange between a quiet human and a noisy chicken in the back. Lennox loosens his hand right on his chin. Finally he makes a decision, okay. Lennox strokes Soria's soft fur, asking her a topic. Have you prepared to face any obstacles? If it is to break the curse. She becomes suspicious. Why so serious all of a sudden? He takes his hand away from Soria's old side. The shadows of the two are truly harmonious if viewed from the outside. Then yes, because I have no other choice. Soria's face suddenly turns as green as a leaf before Lennox's bold proposal. Then try it for a month. She flaps her wing. What? Lennox confides, right now my heart is full of love. Soria is certainly not that stupid. What does that mean? He analyzes, if you can return to human form from 5 minutes per kiss, then 100 kisses will be able to completely break the curse. Do you think so? She is shocked. What? Lennox is getting bolder. Then let us try it. 100 kisses. Soria feels confused, extremely gloomy mood. Amidst the blue sky and white clouds outside, the shady forest echoes Soria's anger. Are you crazy? Lennox tries to explain. Princess, wait, I am being very serious. An elegant noblewoman is gently talking to Lennox. Everyone is looking forward to you, Your Majesty. That is Mrs. Mabeline. She is one of the high-ranking nobles of high society and is Direwell's wife. He wonders, where did you hear that from? Lennox feels not happy even when enjoying afternoon tea with a noble lady, thinking that everyone is an arrogant person sticking their nose in other people's business in my palace. Mabeline stops. Stop. She is also an advisor to the emperor that everyone is afraid of. Mabeline still maintains a very gentle attitude. There are dozens of people who have witnessed you entering the princess's room. She says very gently but with a very ambiguous attitude, only to be chased out afterwards with a string of cluck-ta sounds. These words make Lennox want to run away. He clings to a white towel in front of Mabeline. She sees it and sighs, along with the next action. But besides that, the image of the chicken wearing a crown appears on the throne. There are some ladies who have said that Princess Soria would be a perfect queen. Mabeline tentatively asks, do you still remember what you said to Mrs. Cherian? Lennox is a little hesitant. Cherian who? He wonders further, did I say something offensive to her? Mabeline agrees, that is right. Most people would find it a little offensive to be asked if they would want to end their father's life, Your Majesty. Lennox's face changes slightly, explaining, no wait, it is just a misunderstanding. She said she would be willing to give up her whole family to be my queen, so I just wanted to see her sincerity. She quietly pours tea and reminds, rumors usually do not care about context. Mabeline thinks secretly, even if you ask me. She still watches him drink tea. The fact that you will find this conversation humorous shows how good of a ruler you are. The previous dynasty emperor used every strategy to raise Lennox to become the man he is now. He made Lennox friends with every child of the duke's family when he was young, and brought him to the battlefield once he was old enough. The only reason Lennox's mother could endure the war was because he had friends. Mabeline still calmly drinks tea. His rule is the result of complete planning, so I understand why everyone is cautious in choosing a queen for him. She continues to ask a rather tricky question, so what about the noble ladies who were helped by Princess Soria? He replies immediately, I would not do that. Mabeline presents a very thick stack of papers reminding, but everyone is worried about the drought in the south, saying that breaking the Scion curse should be a top priority. Lennox picks up the paper and thinks pensively, I do not know why the ladies think so little of me. These words are denied by her immediately. Think little of you, not at all, even more than that. Through Mabeline's heart, she understands very well one thing, that the people of this dynasty we only want very simple for our seemingly cold emperor, to finally find someone to walk with. Finally she blurts out a sentence, we can't wait for the drought in the south to end. At the other end of the space, Soria's cluck-ta sounds loudly. She frowns angrily, that perverted, disgusting emperor. She tears a pillow to vent, I hate him. The strange behaviors do not stop but are also accompanied by more unpleasant words. I hope he will be impotent, pervert. After the anger has passed, Soria finally has to make a decision even though her spirit is still very tired. I really have to apologize to the knights, they must also feel very disgusted. She raises her two wings high, crows very loudly, go soon, Soria. Two maids standing on the side look at Soria dejectedly. She can't lower herself to be on par with that scoundrel. An idea flashes in her mind, but first she must find another man. The image of Lennox is distorted to the point of ugliness with Soria's thoughts. He is shameless is one thing, but I can't accept a pervert. Soria cries profusely, I do not want to accept fate, the fact that my prince is him. She claps her hands, oh no, stomps her feet on the carpet, I have to do something. She walks around the room to the pillow that has been torn. This can't be right, my fate can't be so cruel. Soria annoyed remarks, anyway he is handsome, but being too handsome is also a problem. Like every dreamy girl, she also has standards for her companion. Can I kiss your beak, lovely lady? I need a kind man, not a hot one, a man who knows how to ask for permission. The image in Soria's head appears with a very elegant person. Before putting the hat on my face, Soria wants a man that I can marry, have 3 children, and live happily with him while rebuilding Scion. The maid also praises. Oh, how wonderful, princess. Praised, but Soria's face is stiff. The cheerful maid blushes and asks, oh, do you want to go out, princess? Her mood becomes discouraged. Oh, that is right, I forgot that I am not alone. Soria closes her eyes and cries, how embarrassing. While the maid is still dreaming with the love stories that the owner tells, then she has ordered, that is right, I will go out, open the door, I will go find my true prince. She opens the door then calls here. Soria runs away, desperately ignoring the maid carrying the skirt running after. Princess, be careful. The castle in the evening sunset is very beautiful. The sunset rays cover the whole sky. Soria feels, why is there no other mage in this vast palace? When she can't keep calm anymore, then she finally has to throw things in the air like before. I know mages are very rare nowadays, but this is absurd. How can I date if no one understands what I am saying? Soria dips her head into the wash basin. Just kill me, the close people panic. Oh, princess. That person continues to be very respectful. If you want tea, you just need to say it. The beautiful chicken has become dirty. Why am I suddenly being treated so well? She imagines the old days when she was free to fly under the sky. Regret is indescribable. Now I can't go out freely anymore. Soria also guesses. It seems that the solution she proposed for the drought has worked. This makes me feel uncomfortable. Everything around her suddenly becomes darker. Soria sadly drinks tea in a small wash basin. Please, around the water is still splashed out. I do not want to be treated like this. Time has passed. The next day Lennox continues to look for her. Mana and aura are basically similar, right? She wonders, setting out a big question mark. What is he saying? Lennox makes a judgment. Although I really want to bring a mage, but all the royal mages have been pulled down to the south, so none of them are here. Soria has an idea. Wait, in that case. She looks at him incredulously. Are you saying that there are no mages in the palace? He confirms. That is right, they are all in the south, so it can be said that there are no mages here now. Soria suddenly gets angry. You should have told me sooner. Lennox sweats a lot, but you never asked. He gets up and leaves. Anyway, I did not come here to argue with you. Lennox expresses his heart. I came here to give you a gift. When I heard that mana and aura are similar, I thought she could help. He casually asks a person in uniform next to him. So, female knight Megan, did you hear the princess's voice? She sweats. Yes, I heard it. He makes an announcement. Female knight Megan will be your personal bodyguard from now on. Why do not you introduce yourself? Soria's face is a little panicked. A knight using aura is my personal bodyguard. Lennox puts his hand across his nose, closes his eyes smugly. What do you think? This is my reward for you for your contributions to the empire. The female feels dizzy and unbelievable. Is he giving such a talented person a trivial protection job? She says with a reluctant appearance, causing Megan to startle. I really sympathize with you, female knight Megan. She waves her hand explaining, no, not at all. I am very happy to be His Majesty's knight. Lennox is so angry that he smokes, Princess Soria. He crosses his arms, adding, because it seems that you do not know what you are saying, so I will tell you. This means that, but unexpectedly Soria herself reveals her identity. I am a mage, your majesty. The two are in a fierce confrontation. She angrily expresses her opinion. You can't let a person using aura protect a mage. That is a waste of resources. Why not just simply give her to me? He also does not mind refuting. She is a knight who has sworn allegiance to the empire. Why would I give her to you? Soria also does not give up. Have not you heard of immigration? She can change nationality. Lennox mocks. Immigration. Croatia is not only the richest country but also the place with the best living conditions on the entire continent. Megan only knows helplessness during their conversation. She has national pride. Sion may be small, but it values each of its people. She only knows how to listen. But Megan's mood becomes increasingly gloomy when she hears Her Majesty rebutting. What makes you think I do not value my people? I value them very much, even welcoming them here. Her mood is increasingly hot. That is it. He does not even bother to reason. What is yours is mine. What is mine is also mine. The female knight feels worried, so if it is someone that can only be solved if those two love each other. Can this be possible? Finally, the conversation is less tense. The female asks back, a bodyguard, are you kidding me? She turns around, I am a chicken that can protect myself, okay? Suddenly, a current runs through her head. Soria pats her cheeks, embarrassedly shouts, a chicken, what am I saying? Sober up, Soria, you are a person. Soria is patting her cheeks, then discovers something. She looks around in confusion. In the vast corridor there is only herself. Where am I? There is a huge sound coming from the other side. Idiot, I told you to bring onions. What the hell is this? Soria discovers an open door. Inside are male and female servants busily working back and forth. Boiling water is boiling on the stove. The dishes are being busily brought out. The head chef discovers something. He scolds those who are working, causing her to feel panicked. A chicken ran out. Why do not you keep a closer eye on the ingredients? Soria tries to run out. No, I. He picks up the butcher knife. Of course he can't hear her stammer. I am not is a chicken. A chop makes Soria's soul fly to the sky. Her face is ashen. The head chef angrily yells, stop right now, you damn chicken. He prepares to make the decision to butcher her. Soria cries, no, Cleaver, save me. She can't keep calm, that damn chicken. He really dares to call me that. Soria turns her head around. How dare you? I am Soria Brian v. Sion. The more Soria cries, the more he shows no mercy. Listen to me, you immoral thing. The head chef grabs a handful of her feathers, saying each word again, here, quick. His face becomes evil. Caught you. Lennox suddenly appears, holding the chicken that has lost its soul. What is going on here? The head chef is a little panicked when he sees him. He stammers, yo, your majesty. Soria, lying in Lennox's palm, whispers, oh dear majesty, is my wing okay? He is still kneeling at his feet, startled when he hears him ask, "I asked you what you are working on." The chef becomes even more curled up. "Please forgive me. I was just trying to catch the chicken that escaped when no one was watching it." Lennox frowns, looking at the princess, who is sweating a lot in his hand, asks the chef, but it is like questioning himself. The chicken escaped. Is she running away because she was mistaken for a real chicken? He observes everything around. There are too many people here. Lennox turns his back. "I do not have people who support me yet. So if I get caught in this situation before defeating them to be able to get the position." And yet he suddenly laughs. Lennox laughs loudly before Princess Soria's blushing embarrassment. He pretends to encourage. "I am very happy to know that you are serious about your work, but you can't take the chicken," he wonders. "Your Majesty." Lennox can only make up a reason. "People will get sick from it. I think that even the chef does not know everything," he says, implicitly causing the chicken to startle. There are things in this world that can be eaten, and there are things that can't be eaten. Regardless of the fact that her feet are clawing at Lennox's hand, he still bravely says, "The chicken is something." Soria is mad as hell. "Does he want to eat me?" She yells happily, breaking his embrace, flying into the air. "Let us see if you can catch me first." Water droplets fall like crystal beads. The head chef remains in the same posture as before. Lennox lowers his head. His mood seems not very good. He shouts in the middle of the palace, "Soria." The two stand next to each other before an ancient building. Lennox asks, "Are you ready for this?" She nods, "Of course." He complains, "What the heck are we doing?" Soria tries to urge, "Hurry up, they are waiting for me." Lennox also kindly reminds Soria, "If you still expect there is hope, that one of the knights can break your curse." Soria interrupts, "Your Majesty, I will never lose hope with that." Soria talks non-stop. "That is right, I did have bad luck and got caught up with the wrong person, but the world is a big place." The word she says label the round man next to her as the wrong person. "To be driven away." She is saying half of the sentence when he squeezes her beak shut. "There will be a warrior somewhere who can save." Lennox smiles contentedly while she can only make a few muffled sounds in her throat. Lennox holds Soria's beak tightly with one hand, picks her up with the other, while angry but still smiling. "Let us go inside." She complains secretly, "What the heck is going on with this guy?" Standing in the middle of the hall, Soria is very sincere. "I invited everyone here today because I owe everyone an apology." The men in uniform lined up to listen to her speak, but they only hear cluck-ta, cluck-ta, cluck-ta. In their hearts they wonder, what the heck is that chicken princess saying? Lennox is helpless. She forgot that no one can understand her. That is why she needs Megan. Soria does not pay attention to this, still continues her argument. "It is embarrassing to admit that I have caused irreplaceable damage to you. Those soldiers are like stone when they hear a series of cluck-ta sounds coming from a chicken." The more she speaks, the more emotional she gets. "I am sure that one of you still remembers quite clearly that there was a scoundrel who harassed you at night about stealing a kiss from you before running away." A soldier asks his friend, "What is your highness saying?" The friend replies, "How would I know?" His friend understands one thing for sure, she must be saying something. Is it because of trouble? If the victim personally comes here with her, then is not that a very serious matter? The soldiers are constantly whispering to each other. "Ah, I said I do not understand already. I can't speak chicken." Soria still boldly proclaims, admitting her guilt. "That is right, I am that scoundrel, and I want to sincerely apologize to everyone." After she finishes speaking, applause flies up non-stop. All the soldiers stand up cheering in front of Soria. She is tearful. "Oh my God, I did not expect to be received so well." Soria is immersed in the sudden halo of light despite Lennox trying to hold back his laughter until his whole body is shaking. "Is my apology great?" He can't hide his emotions in his reply. "It is really a wonderful moment." A few days have passed, he receives a note. "The crop ratio this year may be destroyed by 50%. Soria's solution for Dear Well is a spell that can distribute water resources in the soil, thanks to which a large amount of unknown groundwater is discovered. However, that is still further than what is really needed." Lennox gives instructions, "So personally we should break the curse as soon as possible." He is also helpless when he sees the female lying weakly on the floor. Lennox waves his hand, indicating that the close ministers can step out. That person greets him 90 degrees. He supports his chin, observing Soria lying there tired. Lennox thinks heavily. The last heir of the kingdom of Sion. While now she is just a chicken and not the young girl in that portrait. Soria seems to want to become a ruler somewhere. He observes her for a long time, then smiles, a queen who is a chicken. Lennox leisurely tells a story. There is a noble woman called Mrs. Mabeline, who is extremely popular in the upper class. Soria, who is bored, suddenly pays attention to listen to what he says. Lennox tells she is often known as Countess Dahlia. Hearing this, her eyes shine brightly, as if it means dull. He confirms her thoughts, a little unhappy when remembering the story of the two of them. That is right, the two of them have been married for 3 years, and now have 2 children. Soria puts aside the indifferent look. Anyway, the Countess is one of the most influential figures in high society at this time. Before her attentive following, he embarrassedly picks up the file and turns red, changing the topic to another direction. I heard that the lady seems to be quite familiar with the topic of love. And so I understand that finding advice from the successor will not be good, so I brought it here. He points to a point on the paper. If you look here on the first page. Finally, Lennox draws a conclusion. So it should be said that the most important thing in feelings is how you call the other person. Soria wonders, what will you call? He answers mechanically, that is right, usually lovers will call by nicknames instead of real names. Soria's mood, which was a little better, falls into a state of freezing again. Nicknames, like what I heard in Sion. Soria can't help but shudder when she remembers a series of cheesy stories. Oh my sweet love, your angel wings make you too fast for me, take me away my love. He affirms, surely that is right, nicknames. Lennox acts as if he knows everything. There are many options, but I think baby is the most ideal to start with. He requests an opinion. What do you think? Soria sweats, Your Majesty. I am only asking because I want to be completely sure about this. She boldly continues, you said that you have never kissed anyone, so I guess that you have also never been in love. As if poking at the pain, Lennox angrily growls, what? Soria thinks sadly, how can I say this in the most polite way? A moment later, she can only nervously close her eyes and ask about the issue. I mean, you can certainly have dated, but... Soria hesitates to release the last sentence. Have you even had a first love? Lennox, hearing this, gets up and slams the table. How dare you? The space becomes tense for a moment when he stands up and she cranes her neck to look up at him. Lennox's face is red, explaining, first love, please, I have experienced it before puberty. Soria freezes. Oh my god, does this man really think that nicknames are everything for love? In another dimension, Diorwell is holding a cup of tea with a headache. There is a new rumor spreading in the palace. They say that Emperor Lennox has never even had a first love. He says to his wife while she helplessly rubs her forehead with her fingers, I think it is time you should intervene. Mabeline sits elegantly on the chaise lounge. I know there is instability in the palace, but I have not heard all the details. What is the exact situation? Diorwell exhales, you should hear it directly from him. She agrees, that is right, this is certainly not something that can be said lightly. Mabeline rubs her husband's shoulder. Do not worry. She affirms, I will take care of this. 2 days later, still in afternoon tea in the palace, there is a strange sound. Should I call him honey once? Female Knight Megan. Soria looks at her reflection in the teacup, closes her eyes pretending to be calm. It is not like there is any harm, their already bad relationship is even worse now. As an older person, she should behave more maturely. She nervously puts her hands together, rubbing, I can't say it. Megan hates that she can't cry. I would rather work to exhaustion in the training room than endure this. Soria asks in a testing manner, I mean, even if he is my destiny, it does not mean that I can love him right away. You agree, right? She reluctantly replies, yes, I agree. She continues to feed her words. Although I guess asking him if he has ever had a first love is a bit cruel. Knight Megan again acts like a machine, yes, I agree. She drinks tea while listening to Soria ramble for a long time. But I just do not know what else to say when he suddenly suggests, let us call each other honey. Come on, he is an emperor and a grown man. Why has not he ever loved anyone until now? She tightens the cup, creating a sound. Before Emperor Lennox ascended the throne, he had to go to war during the war period. Megan recounts his ups and downs in his youth, the icy things he has experienced, and before that, when he was even younger, the previous emperor was too protective of him. Because he was the only successor, this means that he almost never left the palace. Soria is surprised. The only successor, she replies, that is right, with such a heavy responsibility, it would be quite difficult for him to have feelings for anyone. She listens attentively to what she says. Anyway, the queen must first be someone who is with the emperor and is from the Cherian Empire. Soria sadly draws a conclusion. It is completely different from my country. Perhaps it is because the kingdom of Sion is now only on paper. A magical ancient book with information about a castle. She shrinks back. You are right, Megan panics. But your highness. The shadow in the teacup now becomes the princess when in human form, like that, projecting her endless sadness. Maybe you have loved before, so maybe you can solve everything if you are more proactive. Megan replies, that is right. Soria remembers the stories when she was in her kingdom. First love, of course I had it. Although it ended before Soria could tell him her feelings. Then Soria continued to date a few other people. She quietly drinks water. Soria is right. Who says only men can be proactive? Soria is still wondering a few things. She puts her head into the teacup. Megan worries. Sorry. Soria replies perfunctorily, it is nothing. Finally she can cry and express her feelings strongly. There is nothing in that emperor that I find attractive. Megan stands up straight. Emperor Lennox is a great king. She also understands but does not really completely agree. Of course, if he was a tyrant then he would be overthrown. Obviously Cherion's ability and his appeal are two separate things. She continues to defend him, but he is also an excellent military strategist. Soria explains, no, listen to me, I am not talking about his charm as an emperor, I am talking about his charm as a man. Megan is nervously stunned. his charm as a man. She tries to find something new. What about his appearance? He is the most handsome man in the empire. The princess is indifferent. Who cares? Soria imagines her previous kiss and him, shudders. He is still a pervert. Saying everything, then she still does not understand, causing Megan to only know how to cover her face. She thinks secretly, I can't argue with that. Lennox loses a point. A bottle of precious wine is placed on a luxurious velvet cloth. Soria goes first. The maid in the middle holds the bottle of wine and two people walk on both sides. Her steps are relatively decisive. She says to the guard, "Tell your majesty that Soria Brienne v. Sion wants to talk to him," while what he hears is only the sound of a chicken saying cluck ta cluck ta. The guard feels a little awkward. He does not understand what that chicken is doing. It is so embarrassing. But they also quickly realize the problem. Why are the female stewards following a chicken? At this time Soria's eyes become dark, while the maids try to hold back their laughter. She thinks, maybe the low-level guards have not been informed about me. Finally one of the maids reluctantly has to speak. This is Princess Soria Brienne v. Sion of the Kingdom of Sion. It seems that she came to see you, so please inform him. The guard's eyes are blank like a statue. He sweats profusely, but it is a chicken. Finally he has to open the door and go inside. Please wait a moment. Inside the room, Lennox is working hard when he hears the announcement, Your Majesty. He hesitates. There is a deer while standing on the side, gets angry. What? The guard truthfully presents. There is a person. Wait, no. He corrects, an animal. At this time Direwell's face has wrinkled, wanting to die. Unable to bear it anymore, Deer has to react. Hey, you have to speak clearly in front of your majesty. Lennox pushes him behind. Is someone coming to see me? The guard sweats, closes his eyes and says randomly, Yes, yes, your majesty, a chicken. He is slightly surprised. The princess is coming to see Lennox without notice. Lennox rubs his philtrum. I have a bad feeling about this. He drops his pen. What is she up to again? She is the only one who can cause anxiety just by appearing. Lennox orders, let her in. The guard responds immediately, Yes, yes, my lord. He still does not understand but only dares to wonder in his heart. Let her in, but that is clearly a chicken. Thinking that, but finally the guard has to announce. Your majesty said you can come in. She replies politely, but her attitude is still arrogant. Thank you. But he only hears two cluck cluck sounds. Soria walks into the room. Your majesty. He watches her attentively, waiting for what she is about to say. Taking all her courage, Soria offers, Would you like to drink some wine? Soria steps forward. Your majesty. Lennox closes his eyes, helplessly asks, Soria, do not you see? A stack of papers stacked on top of each other like a tower is a vivid illustration of what he says. All these papers. At this time she is startled. That is a huge stack of papers. To put it briefly, Lennox is not a person who likes to delay work. That is shown in the fact that he, an emperor, is willing to act personally for a drought that has only lasted for 6 months. Soria quietly speculates. Then that stack of papers must only be from a day or two ago. She speaks. Maybe the Croatian Empire is much larger than I thought. Looking at Lennox's handsome face, the princess thinks again, not yet hurt. He did not even hesitate to kiss me. Soria recalls in a daze. Let us experiment with 100 kisses, she narrates, and as soon as there is a solution for the drought, he sent all of his precious mages to the south. What he said in that day once again repeats in her head. That is right, they are all in the south. So it can be said that there are no mages here now. All of these show exactly what kind of person he is, Soria remarks. I guess he really is a good king. Lennox carefully waves his hand in front of the maids. Do not you know? She stares blankly. Know what? He explains more thoroughly for his question. How big this empire is, Soria says truthfully. No one told me, so how would I know? Lennox only feels helpless. Oh my god. At this time the other 3 people leave the room one by one. He spreads the map under the floor, carefully pointing here. Soria carefully observes. The MUO continent includes the Croatian Empire, occupying the largest area. The remaining 3 kingdoms are relatively large. She looks at the small lands on the map, and the 6 smaller kingdoms. The largest river in the empire is certainly the Sion River, but because the middle stream is blocked so it almost does not exist anymore, the most useful river at present is the King River, stretching from the east through the center of the empire. Soria exclaims, I can't believe that everything has changed so much. Soria feels a little sad, so there is only a trace of all the small kingdoms that existed from 147 years ago. Thinking is a lot, but when said out loud Soria can only sigh. You must be carrying a lot. She adds, looking at the land that you control. Lennox nods. That is why the kings of each territory have a lot of autonomy. Now Soria understands why the queen also has so much power. She does not keep the harsh attitude from before but is more reconciled. I think nothing is absolute, but I was wrong. Soria's face becomes shy. I just found something. Lennox is surprised. Found what? In the middle of the luxurious palace hall full of sunlight from the window shining in like soft warm silk strips, there is a girl in the body of a chicken and a boy sitting neatly on the carpet. She decisively declares, I often find hard-working people quite attractive. The romantic space is quickly broken by Lenik, princess. Although that is very good, but I am not sure I can understand. Soria asks with a question mark. She has to make up for the mistake. Oh, I am just talking to myself. She pats the bottle of wine that is still neatly lying. Anyway, do you want a drink or not? If we get so drunk that we can talk frankly with each other, we might find a new solution. Lenik carefully picks up the bottle of wine. Can't help but question, princess. Did you take it from my wine cellar? Soria nods without hiding. That is right. Did not you tell female knight Megan to bring me everything I need? Thank you for that. She also does not mind adding a note. The female steward said that it is the most precious wine in your collection. Lenik reluctantly nods, of course. In fact, it is so precious that there are only 10 bottles, yet she gave her one. In his head he thinks secretly. His hand does not even dare to open it and only dares to look at it. Soria is stunned. What? It is so precious. Never mind, let us drink something else. Lenik is not a very calculating person. He directly pops the cork. No need, it has to be drunk at some point anyway. Smooth red liquid slowly flows out before her prevention. But such a precious wine should be reserved for a special occasion. Lenik does not miss the opportunity to tease her. According to someone, I have not even had a first love because I am too busy, so do not you think that I deserve to enjoy these things? Soria startles. I was wrong. She pats his thigh and clears her throat. The people of Croatia are so lucky to have such a dedicated king. The thick documents are still on the table. Lenik feels ridiculous. It sounds like you are saying I was born to work all my life. Soria nods. Of course you are the emperor. Lenik raises the red wine glass, swirling. But you see. When saying these sentences, his person seems to radiate a halo. I intend to marry an excellent woman, a person who will take on a third of my current work, and please give me a son who will take on the remaining 2/3 so that I can live the rest of my life as a lazy person. These words of this hard-working king make Soria feel like she is being electrocuted. What the heck? He recounts the old stories. My father did that. He worked so much from a young age that I could hardly go out because I was the only son. He puts his hand on his chest and told me to work with him, while at that time I thought being an only child would be loved by my father. I suspect that no one knows that I have been doing that since I was very young. And when I grew up, my father said that the future emperor should know how to use a sword and sent me to the battlefield. Lenik has not escaped the stream of memories, but not yet. As soon as I was lucky enough to survive and return, he said I was ready and gave me gold. Now he is enjoying retirement by traveling around the world. After hearing the story, she nods. Truly deep sympathy. I understand your feeling. The last king of Sion often gave me all the magic orbits that he had to manage. He clenches his fist, angrily recounting. People only say that accumulating experience is the key because they do not know how difficult it is. They do not know how much an emperor has to do. Not to mention that those magic orbits are also frequently broken. The south is facing a drought. The north is complaining about the south taking their water from the water conduit. At this time, Soria can't hide her dissatisfaction either. She spits out a series of unhappy words. He made me do all the work of the mages, and he even called me a genius just to flatter me to do more work, while the West did not care because it was not their problem. Suddenly Lenik looks at Soria very focused. This unexpected action of his makes her blush. Then both turn away shyly. He is surprised when he hears her say a sentence. Okay, there is no reason why I can't do it. Soria hiccups while repeating, prepare that, let us do it between me and you. Lenik calls the name in confusion, Soria, while her face has turned several circles and the glass of wine on the side is empty. She closes her eyes and bravely shouts loudly, her face flushed, honey. Lenik is extremely startled. His face is also a little scared. Finally he realizes it seems that a nickname is not enough to love someone. Lenik carefully reminds, okay, let us calm down a bit. Now in Soria's eyes he is saying something that she completely does not understand. Soria staggers, her consciousness gradually blurs. When did I get drunk? She gently kicks her feet, trying to keep calm. I can't hear what he is saying, I need to focus. Finally Soria can only blurt out a sentence, it is too hot. He asks back what? Soria, while flapping her wings, cries out, it is too hot, it is too hot. Her strange actions scare him too. He grabs her, trying to pull her consciousness back. Hey, sober up, princess. Soria completely does not realize that she is being rude. Sober up, you dare to say that to me, how impolite. She scratches the carpet. I am the princess of the kingdom of Sion. You are so arrogant, dare to order me any more. Soria continues to kick her feet lightly. Lenik, seeing this scene, puts his hand in front as if to protect, stepping back step by step before her shining. Water pours down on his body, each drop tick-tick. In the rain Lenik calls the name Soria, Princess Soria. He warns, if you do not stop right now, I will lock you in the dungeon. Before he can finish the sentence he is shouted by her. Shut up, Lenik is impatient. What? Soria flaps her wings continuously. I am Soria Brian v Sion. I will not tolerate such a threat from you. Tomato eyes. Lenik is helpless. Soria, wait. A rustling sound is heard. only to see chicken feathers flying all over the place. Immediately Lennox's eyes widen. Soria has become human. She is still holding her head because she is drunk, while he calls the name Princess Soria. Soria expresses pique. She turns her back and walks away before his rush. Princess, where are you going? Soria is by the window grumbling. Why is this window door closed? It is so hot. Lennox secretly assesses. Compared to a drunken person, she is still quite awake. She starts jumping out of the window, causing him to also jump up in shock. Soria. Looking from the window, he is surprised she jumped down from the 3rd floor. Lennox is silent for a moment, then questions himself. Is she running away? In the middle of the night with bright moonlight and gentle breeze, Soria laughs ignorantly while other people run after her. Your Highness, please do not run anymore. Her footsteps spread on the green carpet. Those present are horrified when they see the princess turn back into a chicken. She is using magic. Soria is still drunk and does not know anything, laughs loudly ignorantly. In the middle of the castle, her voice echoes, cluck-ta. Soria folds her wings and sleeps on the velvet carpet. She remembers everything that happened last night. She feels ashamed. If I remember everything, then at least do not be crazy when drunk like that. And if I have to be crazy, then at least faint before. Why does this body keep functioning the wrong way? In the mess of thoughts, Lennox has appeared with a white shirt, gently reminding, you will definitely be happy to hear about your new reputation, realizing when he has been there for how long. In her heart she panics, Lennox. Soria tries to put out the fire. Oh gosh, I do not remember anything, but what happened last night? He reminds, you are very happy. This makes Soria as if someone has locked her up with a key. Soria wonders, what is it? Lennox reaches out his hand. I can't understand the secrets of chickens. He moves closer to her small gold beak. But I can understand you. Soria is confused. What the heck are you saying? Lennox smiles lightly. I am saying that I can see through your human. You clearly remember everything, so do not even think about lying. He retracts his hand, announcing more. By the way, Mrs. Mabeline will be coming here in the afternoon. Soria hears as if she knew. Oh. In her heart, a speculation arises with a mood full of murderous intent. The woman who gave him that strange book. She asks him back, you mean Direwell's wife? He nods, that is right. Soria becomes frightened. Why is that? Because I was drunk and flew everywhere. Lennox is silent to the point of eye contact. He has clearly met many types of princesses. From those who approached him because they wanted to become his queen, using sweet words such as, I have fallen into your love net, your majesty, to those who were only indifferent to Lennox, and therefore he was convinced that no princess could surprise him anymore. But Lennox sits down trying to hold back his laughter. You really are. I mean, at this time the chicken princess has struggled and cried loudly. You keep saying that she is the most influential person in high society. Then Soria shouts straight at his face. I just thought that she came to scold me. These words of hers make Lennox laugh non-stop. He looks very happy. The maids worry standing outside when they hear the laughter. Is that His Majesty laughing? What happened in there? Outside, the scenery is still very beautiful. Soria angrily smokes. People often do something silly when they are drunk, okay? If there is anyone who does not do that, then I challenge that person to show up for me to see. Soria has started a mode of overthinking. Surely everyone has spread the rumors everywhere. I can't believe that I was drunk and flew around for a few hours. A woman's footsteps step forward politely. Greetings, Your Highness. Mabeline appears, puts her hand on her chest, introducing herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mabeline Leon. Please call me Mabeline. Naturally, the princess turns on a lustful mode right away. She blushes and thinks secretly, so beautiful, while maintaining etiquette on the outside, so I finally meet Direwell's wife. Thank you very much, the pleasure is mine. Megan continues to translate. That is what you said. She claps her hands. Oh. Mabeline sits comfortably on the chair. Please allow me, I should thank you for your warm welcome. I came here today to ask you a question, Your Highness. Soria secretly guesses. Is it about what happened yesterday? Soria sweats cold. Could it be that what I feared has become true? Megan does her role as an interpreter very well. I will answer with all my ability what you just said. She smiles. I am very honored, Your Highness. So how do you feel about Emperor Lennox? Hearing this name, Soria says cluck-ta. Before her confusion, Megan has replied, what did you say? Mabeline takes a sip of tea, assesses. Is that an evasive answer, Your Majesty? You still have a long way to go. She jumps, puts the teacup down, starts a presentation. It is not bragging to say that the Croatian emperor is currently the most powerful person in MUO at this time. Mabeline laughs very happily. I am sure that compared to Croatia, it will be more happy to contribute to the prosperity of your kingdom if he can't appear with you as a male figure. Then listening to what he will bestow can make you interested. As long as the drought problem is resolved and the Sian River starts flowing again, then His Majesty will certainly give you talents and many resources to help you regain the lost years. After explaining for a long time, she excitedly waits for Soria, and her answer is translated by Megan as follows. The Emperor is certainly a great person, that is what you said. Mabeline exclaims, "Oh, I am very happy that you pay attention to his good qualities." These sentences make Soria confused. According to the conversation so far, I guess that. I do not know if the two of them can see it with their own eyes. Megan has given up with the job of being a translator. Some time later, in a conversation, Lennox has said his opinion. Recently I have always been thinking about this. Before she can say anything, Soria has already strained her neck. Is it that I am doing it on purpose? He also shouts straight at her face, "What is wrong with you?" Darryl helplessly witnesses this quarrel countless times. Secretly feels sad. Why is the relationship between the two of them getting more and more tense? Lennox is so angry that he can't bear it anymore. "You have accepted the invitation to attend the tea party. Are you planning to make your debut in high society as a chicken?" She also argues, "Debut in high society, what? That conclusion is too disgusting." He looks at these fiery exchanges and can't say another sentence. Why do not they just love each other? Soria seems resentful. "She simply invited me to a small party with her close friends." He blames, "You still do not understand. Even if Mabeline has naturally become the center of high society." Soria bites her teeth, "I know." She thinks secretly, "I accidentally nodded. Spare me a little." Soria also affirms surely with Lennox, "Do not worry, I won't run away." Soria also does not forget to vindicate herself. "I have no intention of leaving before this curse is removed." Lennox feels that he can't say it again. The problem is not there. Darryl tries to hold her back, or the anger of him. "You can't come to the tea party in the form of a chicken. Are you planning to drink tea with a chicken beak?" He has to be impolite. "I apologize for interrupting. But the two of you should not at least argue about this in front of the husband of the organizer." While saying, he puts her down on the ground. Darryl also adds a sentence. "And if you still find today's papers not enough." Before he can finish speaking, he looks at the thick file on the table, sighs heavily. "Okay, I'm sure I should worry about that first then. So Princess Soria, when does the tea party start?" Soria smiles brightly, announcing with the two men, "It is today." In the middle of the blue sky, we can only hear a loud voice of a man. "What?" A luxurious carriage made of glittering gold has been prepared outside the palace grounds. Megan and Soria sit facing each other. She vaguely feels that the atmosphere is not good today. "What the heck is this?" Not understanding, she has to ask, "What is wrong, Your Highness? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Soria reassures her, "No, I am fine, just wondering why this carriage is so big." She taps on the glass, remarks, "It seems like it is because His Majesty is worried." She does not understand. Worried for who? While the man outside is busy running to the carriage, Megan is also frank. "For anyone beside you." Soria denies. "You, Megan, I think you misunderstood." She has a duty to explain clearly with the princess. "This is a royal carriage, Your Highness. The fact that His Majesty cares about you this much can't be taken lightly." Megan tries her best to suggest, "Do you understand what that means?" But then she is responded to by the princess with a cold sentence. "Is it that he wants to show off his wealth and power?" She remembers his words before. "The curse will be resolved anyway, right?" The man who seems to be the carriage driver announces, "Everyone is here." When Soria is happily lying in Mabeline's arms letting her caress, then Megan has exhaled a very long breath. "Your Majesty, it seems that you have a difficult road ahead." Suddenly she discovers something from Mabeline and Soria. Mabeline is confused, not daring to say anything, and stomps her feet on the spot. They exchange glances in a flash. Looking at their eyes, it seems that both ladies understand each other implicitly. Megan's eyes become emotional, and in her heart it twinkles like some truth through her heart, that external intervention is necessary for this hopeless situation. Mabeline is an elegant girl but does not mind expressing herself. "I beg to speak bluntly with you, Princess. If the only thing that can break your curse is true love, then I do not think it will happen soon." Soria is confused. "Why do you say that?" The scenes of Megan translating Soria's words have been luakbo for convenience, so now there is only a dialogue between the princess and Mabeline. She gently clarifies the problem. "I am concerned that with the current state of the princess you will not have any charm as a woman." Can that emperor really love a chicken? Lennox has never said this, but Megan tries her best to express. His Majesty is not the type of person who only loves someone because of their appearance. Soria specifically expands the problem, but the problem is not only appearance. "I am a chicken." She also frantically follows. "Please do not think like that, Princess, His Majesty." Finally Megan bravely says something unbelievable. It does not even seem real. "He is a great man. He even loves all the chickens of the empire." She hears and angrily smokes, refuting. "That is not romantic love, unless he is willing to kiss a chicken." These words of the princess make her only know how to agree in confusion. Soria also knows where her weaknesses are. She understands that if I want to discuss appearance here, then I need to be a normal human first. Mabeline tries to dissuade. Come, let us have some tea and talk more." She brings Soria into the main hall and introduces, "Princess, these are my good friends, those who will do everything in their power to help you from now on." First is a green-haired lady, round face, closing her eyes slightly following Mabeline's reminder of her name. "This is Mrs. Delia." Then she introduces the girl with bangs next to her, and this is Mrs. The girls chat very happily at the tea party. They do not discriminate against her but also help us research quickly after Mabeline contacted us. Do you like cakes? I advise you to try this. Dahlia raises her hand to hold her troubled face, saying to Soria, before, Emperor Lenik has never been in love with anyone. She looks at that girl then calmly replies. That is right, I already knew that. Dahlia seems to have been enlightened. Oh, you already knew? Then it will save a lot more time. Soria also does not hesitate to agree and share. That is right. If he already has a lover, then everything will only be more complicated. Sitting in the middle of a teacup much larger than her body, she seems very determined. Okay then, I have to try it anyway. Let us make the emperor fall in love with me. The girls feel so magical. Okay, let us do it. We will try to give as many ideas as possible. Outside the hall where the tea party is being held, the sunlight is dancing very shimmering, like the mood is ready to open up and remove all the shackles and prejudices between Lenik and Soria. The sunlight and canopy are still as brilliant as before. Her mood has also been much easier. It is so fun. I will go to the bathroom quickly and come back. Suddenly she feels confused when standing in the middle of the road filled with leaves and flowers, turning around to observe everything around. Where am I? Soria tries to move forward. I have a bad feeling about this. Behind her a black animal figure is appearing. The sound of it calling makes her startle. It turns out to be a black cat with bright eyes. Soria feels worried. Sweat does not stop pouring out. Unexpectedly in such a large manner there is a cat screaming, scaring even the birds outside to fly away. 2 pieces of paper are lying on a wooden surface and are lying staggered. Lenik slightly bends over, looks annoyed. Hey, is it that this territory is too large or the nobles are too useless? The advisors with different submissive postures are trying to pick up the documents that he dropped. Lenik remarks, I think it is both, your majesty. Lenik holds the fountain pen, writes a few lines on paper and replies, I know we have a system of inheriting the position. It is not surprising that incompetent people become the head of the family. But they manage their territories too poorly. He tiredly calls the name. I have too much work to do. He hears that and closes his eyes, reminding, that is why you need a queen. Lenik raises his head, but there is no suitable woman. He hears that and frowns. Have you ever thought that your standards may be too high? He puts his pen on his chin, carefully affirms, they should be like that. We are talking about my queen. If I bring an unsuitable woman to that position, it will only create more problems. Lenik also takes the opportunity to add, but conveniently mentioning this, does Mrs. Mabeline have any opinions about this story? She is your wife. He tries to remember. I am also not clear. Her thoughts always go beyond what I think. Dole very naturally tells about what his wife has done. She said that she has invited Mrs. Dahlia and Mrs. Jenny to the tea party today. I guess they are discussing how to make you love someone. He feels speechless. Why do they have to intervene in this? He pleads in a poker face, instead of saying that it is like giving an order that he must accept the result. Please accept it, your majesty. When it comes to love, it is hard for anyone to understand. Like them, Lenik glares sideways, complaining secretly. Look at him trying to protect his wife. Lenik also wavers a bit. I do not know if I can believe that. After all, you are the one who conquered Mrs. Mabeline and not the other way around. He shakes his head and exhales. It is not like that. My wife told me one thing on the wedding day. Our first meeting was not at the debut dance, and the fact that she dropped the fan in front of me, and the fact that I made it spill on her were all done intentionally by her. At that time the conversation between the two took place quite naturally, while he panicked. I apologize for my rudeness, miss, while she showed composure. If you really want me to forgive you. Lenik ponders. You are saying that Mrs. Mabeline tricked you into marrying her. Daryl corrects. Trick is a bit of a heavy way to say it, your majesty. Actually, he is not stupid but feels unbelievable with the speculations he blurted out. So she lit the fire in the heart of a naive young man, a person who knows nothing about love. Dole puts his hand on his mouth, coughs lightly. Ahem, please do not tell my wife about this. Stringing together this story, it is really quite interesting. What a sly couple when one drops the fan and the other jumps into the lake. At that time he was very panicked. Lenik ponders, so I also have to do something. He stands up and orders, prepare a horse for me. Daryl does not believe it. What? He replies casually, I need to pick up Princess Soria. At this time on Mabeline's side in the palace, everyone does not understand what is going on. What? The princess is not here. Mabeline puts her hand on her chest, gently explains, she just went to the back garden a bit. She will be back soon. While saying halfway, the sound of a chicken calling has come from behind the bushes. Lenik immediately turns to assess the situation before her worried eyes. He hurriedly runs to see the situation when he hears the yelling, calls loudly, Princess, Princess Sor. In his heart he suddenly feels extremely confused. What the heck is that chicken doing? A truly chaotic scene takes place. That is when the princess's face is as black as coal chasing after a black cat. Stop right now, while she has cried to the point of tears. A spark of electricity flashes across his head. So a chicken can also scare a cat. At this time Soria also discovers Lennox, Your Majesty. She sweats, ignoring the confused cat running away and falling into contemplation. Ah, what did he see? I always embarrass myself in front of him. Lennox suddenly cherishes Soria in the palm of his hand, ignoring her goosebumps. Your spirit does not seem too good. He picks her up, gently soothes her very unusually, causing Soria to also freeze. Come on, everything has ended. Soria reacts quite surprisingly. What is going on in that pink atmosphere? Both Dahlia and Jenny feel romantic. Dahlia asks Jenny, is this love? She confirms immediately, certainly. In the middle of the sunset sky, a red color spreads, gradually scattered on the entire city. There is a sound of Soria crying and explaining, you are all wrong. Very quickly a day has passed. When dawn breaks it is the next day. At this time Soria has returned to her tense state, so she gently flaps her wings, causing the papers to fly randomly. Speak, why do I have to do all these things? Daryl presents briefly. His Majesty values you very much. Please think carefully. She does not yield. What does that have to do with this? He adds, if you do not do anything then you are just a waste of food in the palace. This makes Soria startle but has to obey. Dearwell takes the opportunity to draw out a series of good prospects when her kingdom and Lennox Empire can join hands. But if you prove that your magic brings benefits to the empire, then it will be useful in future negotiations between your country and ours. Soria immediately grasps the key point. You are saying future negotiations. He smiles very brightly. Then I will take it as you agreeing to the establishment of the magic department. She raises her head and does not object anymore. Okay then, by the way, did not you say that there are only 3 royal mages, including? When he sees the princess change the subject he is surprised. Yes, what is the problem? She looks at the papers, reflecting to herself. There are only 3 mages in this vast empire. Soria sadly understands that magic is really dying. Therefore the magic department has been established and has become the most important part in the final magic era. But that part of the story will not happen until later. Soria sits on the large table, holds the paper reading attentively. Suddenly there is something that makes her pay attention. Wait. Soria turns her eyes to the king sitting on the left side of her. Calls politely, Your Majesty, he replies, She does not go around or avoid anything, directly asks her confusion. Is it true that someone wants to sacrifice my blood to the gods? Lennox suddenly realizes something. Oh, that thing. Looking at his attitude, Soria also speculates herself. It seems that is right. She flaps her wings, flying into the air. That is why you want to create the magic department. Lennox is indifferent. I do not know what you are talking about. Soria gently rests her head on his arm and exhales. Like it is a strategy to act coquettishly, but her mouth is still talking about politics. If I use my magic to make great contributions in the era where magic is gradually disappearing, then would not it be easy to put out all the nonsense rumors that they are saying? Isn't that the plan? Lennox tries to untangle the tangle in her heart. Do not think too much about it. Since knowing your skills as a mage, I just did not want that talent to be wasted. That is all. He gently strokes her head. The more people who can work for us the better. Soria also quietly enjoys and feels. He can always nag, but cares in ways that no one expects. Lennox also does not forget his original plan, suggests, now let us talk about something else, such as a date for example. His face becomes tense. Finally only one voice is heard. What? Lennox glances at Soria. Her expression is full of suspicion. Why, what do you mean? His attitude makes her angrily smoke. What do you mean? Aren't you planning to break my curse? He honestly replies. Of course I will, but I do not understand what a date has to do with becoming your destined lover. These words just uttered from the beloved monarch make Soria full of murderous intent, pointing her beak at him. Finally unable to withstand the pressure of women, he thinks that she has won. Lennox has to compromise. Okay, why not? We should start with something simple like drinking tea together, right? Soria's mood is also really easy to coax. Before long everything becomes sweeter. She raises her head high, closes her eyes, shyly instructing him. No, you do not need to worry about anything. Just follow me, Your Majesty, I have planned everything. She very quickly decides herself. Then decide on this date. If you run away then I will drag you back. Lennox has to respond immediately. Okay, certainly. Derwell standing outside thinks to himself. She is so bold when talking about pulling Emperor Lennox back. It is truly, he proposes. What about tomorrow? I have some free time. She quickly agrees. That is fine too. Now I will go prepare everything here. Soria looks at him confusedly. What is wrong, dear? He has to evade with a sigh. It is nothing. I will escort you back to your room right now. On the way he and she talk with intermittent sentences. Daryl wonders, by the way, about the magic orbit that you mentioned before. Did you do it yourself? Soria understands what he is referring to. You mean the magic for finding underground water sources? I did it as a group assignment when I was at the academy. Hearing these words, Daryl is stunned. What? She startles. Oh, there is no academy here. Soria finds it a little difficult to find a suitable word. How should I explain? He hurriedly corrects. No, that is not it. We also have academies. It is just that they do not have any classes that teach law at all. She understands. Oh, that is right. Magic is gradually fading these days. Half of the classes at the Academy of the Kingdom of Sion focus on magic, magic studies, basic magic theory, magic potions, practical applications of magic. Most of the professors are also mages. Of course there are also many explosions that happen at school. Dowell sighs, I am so envious. Soria turns to face her with a gentle expression. No need to be envious. You still have me, the greatest mage of that era. She does not mind offering, if you have any questions then please ask, I will use all my ability to answer. He laughs falsely, thank you. Soria also cares about the drought problem. By the way, you did not find many underground water sources in the south. Diro replies immediately. No, we actually did find quite a lot, however. All the water sources are far from the villages, so they are a bit difficult to use. She remembers something, did not you have aqueducts to get water already? Then surely the rice farms must have an irrigation system. Soria also very quickly has an initiative. You can use magic to connect it to the underground water surface. While talking excitedly she sees Dirl has a strange expression. Well, what is wrong? With a gloomy voice, he also speculates, I just realized something scary is that maybe I will return to the south, and that fear sadly becomes a reality in the near future. Very quickly another day has passed. At the dating location on the balcony of the building, Lennox opens his mouth first. Okay, this is a serious question. He is very restrained so as not to show disappointment. Who told you about this place? Soria sits before the dining table with a delicious meal wonders. Why is that? Is the food not to your taste? In her stomach she also worries. Is he angry because I brought him out of the palace? She carefully probes. Do you want me to order something else for you? Lennox quickly cuts the meat into thin slices. No need, the food is okay. Only one thing makes Lennox frown, but look around us. Soria does not understand much. What is wrong? Everything looks normal. He slams his hand on the table. These walls are made of glass. Lennox reminds, everyone inside is staring at us. Do not you feel annoyed? She asks back, is that really the case? Soria exhales a very long breath. I have not done anything embarrassing, so why do I need to hide? Everyone knows I am a chicken because of a curse. Lennox feels strange. Do you really feel okay? Even though rumors will definitely spread, Soria is a little curious. What kind of rumors? He glances around, for example the Emperor and the Cyan Princess are dating. Soria does not show mercy and replies bluntly. Have you forgotten that that is exactly what we are doing right now? The Emperor also suspects, if we are public like this it will cause trouble later. She asks herself, trouble, for me, then receives confirmation from Lennox, that is right, have not you forgotten who I am? Soria does not mind spitting out a long series. You are the Emperor of Croatia, a mediocre warrior and a kissing maniac. Lennox uncomfortably asks more, what else? He stands up and slams the table. It is really funny to hear that from a person who got drunk and then made a fuss. She also gets angry very quickly. You were the one who asked. Soria looks a little touched. I'm just answering. You do not need to mention my embarrassing past. What for? Soria exhales a very long breath. The past, it has not even happened that long ago. She angrily lectures him on the spot, but it still belongs to the past, right? Lennox sighs, so that is also considered the past now. He rubs his hand on his forehead. Anyway, that is not the main problem. By some miracle Lennox smoothly shifts the topic very smoothly. I just want to say that I am not only the Emperor and I am also single and am at the age of marriage. His attitude surprises her, huh? He continues with the direct thoughts in his heart. In other words, if we become an official couple, then we may have to face marriage pressure, you know that right? At this time Soria remembers marriage. Soria flaps her wings, Your Majesty. First of all, we can never be called unofficial. Only true love can break the curse. And once the curse is broken, the Cyan River will run again. How can the restoration of such a huge river be kept secret? Just if I date you, Your Majesty, all eyes will be on us, I understand that. But what about me, your queen? I think that love and marriage are two completely different things. Finally Soria gives a truth. Not everyone chooses to marry the person they love. And you are not the type of person that I would like. I am very sorry to say that. Lennox laughs helplessly. To be clear, you are also not the type of person I like. At this time Soria interrupts, Your Majesty. She suddenly becomes unusually happy. I am very happy that we can finally agree on something. He puts his hand by the corner of his mouth when hearing Soria say, when talking about serious things like marriage, it is important that both sides have the same views. Do not you think so? Let us make sure that we will never change our minds. Lennox ponders for a long time, finally can only agree, certainly. She moves lightly but still enough to have a collision sound in the air. Secretly feeling confident, if I understand Mabeline's words correctly. Then this can be considered a normal conversation, right? Everything is going smoothly. Saying what to say, Soria also feels a little confused, but why am I feeling embarrassed like this? This silence is about to make me throw up. She coughs softly while he is still cutting the meat. What are your hobbies, Your Majesty? Lennox puts the eating utensils down on the table making a sound. She is really not okay, she pants. What? He quietly stands up before Soria's bewildered eyes. I think we have eaten enough. Ignoring her sweating, he reaches out his hand intending to pick her up. Let us go. Soria is suspicious of herself. Did I do something wrong? Lennox pushes the door and steps out before the bowing of the service staff with her flustered explanation. Do not worry, you can always start a new hobby. With a busy person like you, not having a hobby is also normal. At this time Lennox unexpectedly spits out a word. Horse riding, she is surprised. What? He coldly explains lightly, you just asked what my hobbies are, that is horse riding. Soria feels guilty. Sorry you Mabeline, I think I did wrong. At this time Lennox jumps to another matter. So what have you planned after lunch? She offers a few suggestions. I think we can row a boat on the lake. And if we need time then we will go drink tea at a cafe. He gently remarks, it sounds very traditional. Soria replies shortly, that is right. Lennox glares at her, look, is that the best idea that you can think of? She evades, hey, traditions have their reasons. Lennox exhales, cafe, ask about his hobbies. He looks at the distant scenery, where the river water is rising high. Are not those the things that people usually say in blind dates for marriage rather than people who are dating? She remembers something, sweat pours like a stream. Where are we going now, your majesty? He replies quietly and mysteriously, where you want to go the most. Soria does not believe, really. In the middle of the bright and sweet scene, on the bridge across, the young man has said to the chicken, that is right, the boat trip to the cafe can be later. He explains, I just remembered that you once said you wanted to go to that place before, but if you do not want it today, then just let me know. In Soria's heart it feels sweet, the place that I want to go the most. Finally she agrees, no, let us go. I am very curious to know what place you are talking about. A brilliant flower garden with tulips of all colors is showing off its beauty. A radiant flower garden is showing off under the sun. While he admires and asks the price, how is the price? She is sad, flower shop, why is it usually not like what I propose? The salesperson takes the opportunity to praise him a few sentences. You really have an eye for it, sir. These types are commonly called queen roses. He wonders, no, I do not need queen roses. She has discovered Soria. While the emperor finally opens his mouth, sorry. He presents what he wants to buy. I only need a basket to put it in. Do not you sell it separately? The salesperson frantically sweats. Yes, yes, we do. Finally Soria, with a difficult face, has laid neatly in the basket with a red bow tied. He throws the red bow away with his own hands. That is good. The salesperson smiles brightly. Thank you. Soria feels wronged. He really intends to put me in the basket. Then it is better to buy flowers. A brilliantly shimmering red rose appears very dazzling. She waves her short wings, playing with the petals. At this time Lennox holds another rose, clearing his throat. You always look at them so. That flower has laid neatly in the basket. She looks until her eyes are shimmering. He really knows how to surprise others. The kind flower sellers remind, my dear sir, maybe you do not know what the meaning of giving 3 roses to someone is. He is surprised, what? The girls confusedly laugh behind. Why do I feel like everyone knows except me? Soria affirms for him, I think so too. Lennox pleads, then please explain to me, Soria says to him calmly. You should find it out yourself later. Soria happily enjoys herself on the bright red rose petals. If I say it now, you may be so embarrassed that you die. Both were walking and talking. The scenery now is a forest of dazzling yellow leaves. He confirms her question, my favorite food. Soria also does not hesitate to confirm right away. Yes, we have been together for quite a long time, so I believe that our relationship currently should allow each other to share and learn more from each other. He is also not certain, so what kind of relationship is that? Lennox jokes, if I say it will you make me eat it? She quietly says, Your Majesty. She naturally talks about some risks, if you do not mind me accidentally adding sugar instead of salt to the food. Okay, I will cook for you, at least I can be confident that I will cook it really. Delicious. Soria's words make him choke, the way she said it. While there are many people trying to seduce Lennox, she is the first to invite me to a meal like this. She is now humming next to the crimson roses. In the heart of the monarch roses have filled from when. It is okay, no need, I do not want to hurt your precious hands. Soria's eyes widen, sparkling, looking at him. She seems red-faced and light. He also knows how to flirt this way. He is truly born in Casanova. His stammering makes Soria annoyed. So are you going to tell me what your favorite food is or not? Finally Lennox can ask, stewed potatoes. Soria happily replies. Oh, that is good. Lennox hesitantly asks, you are not disgusted? She does not understand. Why should I be? He awkwardly replies. No, because I am the king at the top of everything, so. He continues, just a little curious. A question mark appears in her head. The shimmering potatoes appear in their imagination. More precious than gold, even enough to conquer the king. Is stewed potatoes a popular dish in Siam? Truly wanting to ask like that. She replies, since we are talking about a national to survive for more than 100 years. His footsteps do not stop. Speaking of which, princess, how old are you exactly? Lennox steps up the stairs and speculates. According to the curse it is 140 years old. Ah no, 150. Soria also does not hide it. 147 years old. Soria starts to show off, so I am more than 160 years old. So from now on you have to consider my age and be careful with your words to me. He is quite curious what is the exact story like, but at this time she is poked by something, so has to offer. Can you give me a pillow? There is straw poking me and it hurts a lot. Lennox laughs at her words. I have been trying to distract myself from it by looking at the beautiful flowers. Soria is still lying in the basket while he is still walking. Standing before a long wall together with the ministers and soldiers handing the pillow to her. Soria finds it very strange. Why did you bring me to this castle wall? Do you have anything you want to show me? She notices that Lennox's hands must be very tired from holding the basket, but he still does not ask the guards for help. They can't call this an official date with a guard following everywhere, standing in the middle of the sky with different colors. He smiles lightly. Let us stop here. The princess's eyes are touched to the point of tears. I have had a great time. The basket is placed on the wall, surrounded by trees, and in the distance is the dangerous building, causing Soria to be shocked. Oh my God. At the end of that sunset, the tall building has been covered by long ivy trees. The academy used to be there, and to the left of it there is a road, where the merchants excitedly started their day. That is also the old home of Princess Soria. Soria always looks at this magical sky that she has not seen for a long time, watching intently. The roses are still shining, but at the bottom there is a faint magic circle. A strip of long hair appears in the middle of that magic map. A princess with beautiful looks appears with a white dress full of halo. Lennox also feels shocked before this performance. He hurriedly grabs her hand tightly. Soria. She opens her golden eyes wide. Her cheeks also flushed red under the setting sun. Unexpected circumstances. Lennox hugs Soria like an instinct. Her eyes widen round, not knowing what is happening. Lennox hugs her shoulders tightly. What are you thinking? We are on the castle wall. Soria raises her head to look at him. Her expression is extremely embarrassed. What if the worst-case scenarios happen? What if she gets injured? She thinks secretly. I can use magic to protect myself. Soria smiles. If I fall from here. She starts mischievously poking his shoulder again. The footsteps of the two become closer. Lennox stammers. This you. Soria gently expresses her heart. My meaning is that you can continue. Soria feels a little regretful, but it is almost 5 minutes, or should I listen to the rest before returning to the form of a chicken? Lennox feels confused. What? She tiptoes up, hugging his neck tightly. Gives him a passionate kiss before Lennox's surprise. What I mean to say is I love you. 2 days before the rumor was spread widely in the capital, in that magnificent castle there were quite sincere blessings. Congratulations, Sir, Your Majesty. Dioro feels very happy. I heard that you have expressed your feelings with Princess Soria. Everyone will not stop talking about how surprised they were when they found out that you are such an emotional person. Along with his words, our arrogant princess is looking closely at the rose. Lennox angrily glares at Dee. I am busy, Dee. Leave that joke for another time. He puts his hand on his chin, assessing, but the news is spreading everywhere. He is afraid that our boy will be slow in love, so is willing to add a note about you giving Her Highness 3 roses. His mood hearing this becomes even more angry. The atmosphere around also becomes gloomy following. What does that have to do with me expressing my feelings? Durrell helplessly holds his head. You really are an idiot, Your Majesty. Do you really want to drag us into another war here? The red roses symbolize radiate a magical attraction, like the sweetness of love that can't be denied. Giving 3 roses to someone is truly becoming a more and more popular way to express feelings. With someone in the royal family. A performance stage represents a luxurious art performance, even though it has been changed a lot in operas and novels. Dearwell knits his eyebrows, then exhales a very long breath. That is why you need to communicate with people more. If you still do not know that giving someone 3 roses means I love you, then how can you advance in the relationship? Lennox mumbles. Giving 3 roses means. He hears it and cuts in, feeling a little regretful. I should have reminded you in advance in case you did not know. Dearwell presents about the mechanism of giving flowers. The number of each rose has a different meaning, so you need to be careful if giving flowers to someone as a gift. A series of electric sparks flash across the mind of the ignorant emperor. He stands up and supports his face, shouting loudly. Why is there a meaning of giving the other person how many roses? Ashamed to anger, so whatever Lennox dares to say, that meaningless practice should be banned by law immediately. Duel hearing this can only be speechless. Today's peace shines down on the whole royal family. The dancing sunlight and reflection like a giant mirror make everything more vibrant than ever. Duel gives a quite accurate judgment. I will make sure that what he just said will be recorded in the history of the royal family. Lennox has created an embarrassing story about himself left for posterity. The maids are very surprised. Some even cover their mouths when they hear the singing echoing outside. The guard's face is panicked. Sweat pours out like a bath when standing guard at the door. His body then gradually steps back as if encountering something very terrible. In the room, Soria has changed into a noble red dress, beautiful, and smiles very brightly. Indeed, the effect of the kiss that Lennox and Soria gave each other is truly unbelievable. The way to be freed from the curse is more and more each day. She feels very magical. Only 5 minutes before, but now it has been 3 hours. Soria happily hugs her face, overflowing with a lot of desserts. I also have time to do makeup for today and can also eat all the food for people that I want instead of leftover rice and bad grains. She walks along the carpet, constantly smiling and thinking about a bright future. A few more kisses and I can completely break the curse. While forever lost in her dreams, a person calling from behind makes Soria stop. Princess Soria. She sees a boy with blue clothes, in his beautiful teenage years with an innocent face, then calls out, Milburn. Milburn this year is 13 years old, the youngest mage. Soria covers her mouth giggling. Her eyes also naturally turn lustful following. So cute, the hair of the kid looks like a bundle of straw. He wonders, is it not even 5 minutes yet? She suddenly remembers, oh I know that. In the entire long palace hall, the servants are still attentively doing their work on the surface, but how to avoid the situation of eavesdropping? Everyone is listening in secret. Soria attentively looks at the boy, her face full of thought. She orders Milburn, let us go to the magic department and talk about it. Anyway, we have to discuss the plan for later. The boy obediently listens to her, yes. Soria is also helpless when she suddenly receives these warm attentions unexpectedly. I ask for a break with these kinds of attention. In the middle of the luxurious room, the boy blurts out, all 3 hours. Milburn is very admired when he hears the number that she has achieved, so claps his hands congratulating. Congratulations, your highness. He is also a person who understands the outline of everything that has just happened. He happily asks, so your curse has finally been broken? Soria nods, looking at him with half an eye. That is right, even though he have not even gotten there yet. How to avoid children from being curious, especially the stories that have been rumored everywhere in the capital, so it means that you will marry his majesty. Milburn's words make her also a little embarrassed. Soria decides to lecture him on morality. You Milburn, marriage is not something that you should try easily. He puts his hand on his chin, full of doubts, so. But I thought you would be in love when the curse is resolved. Milburn is very familiar with the lesson. Is it strange to marry the person you love? She sweats. It is difficult to find words to explain. No, it is not like that, but. Although it is not his business, the boy also worries for the emperor. If so, then you should get married once the curse is resolved. Before Milburn's confused eyes, she calmly says, I can love him enough to destroy the curse, but not enough to get married. Jill at this time comes in from the door. Can't help but choke and spit water out. He coughs, announcing his presence. Forgive me, I did not intend to interrupt. Soria gasps in shock. When did he come from? He pays attention to what she just asked while sweating cold. How much did you hear? Jill asks back, do you want to hear the truth? At this time Soria is extremely panicked. Yes, just tell me everything honestly. He hesitates for a moment, shrugs his shoulders. It seems like he is arranging the story to say it in a suitable way. Like a parrot presents everything that he heard. Marriage is not something that you should try easily. I can love him enough to destroy the curse, but... Hearing to this point, Soria's hair stands on end. Stop. She is ashamed to anger. You are not allowed to say any words to Lennox, understand, even if... Durrell seems to be too familiar with the stories surrounding the emperor and the princess. Affirms surely. I will not say it, this is a secret. What? He repeats the request. You want me to keep a secret from your majesty, right? Okay then. She sees this and is a little hesitant. That is right, but Soria feels strange. Thinking secretly, why does not he object at all? Durrell standing before Soria's difficult questions shows that he is an extremely skillful person. Why, there is no benefit in saying it to him. If you do not want, then I won't do it. He adds, but that then his majesty wants to meet you. Soria is also very smart when understanding his motives. So he does not want to create an inappropriate conflict, I understand. She gently stands up. Okay, let us go. Both were about to leave the palace when an unexpected event takes place. After a cloud of smoke, our Soria has officially transformed back into a beautiful hen. Durrell helplessly exhales. What bad timing. Soria's expression is also extremely difficult. Shut up, that is my limit. He suspects, did you do it on purpose? Soria looks up. What? Durrell does not stop speculating. I thought you could maintain your human form for up to 3 hours now. Soria is surprised. You knew everything already, speaking of 5 minutes up to 3 hours. Soria's eyes are still sparkling, waiting to be praised. Speaking of that, why do not we try 3 more rounds now? Lennox rubs his chin. What 3 rounds? Soria is still lying in Direwell's hand, casually says, what else? I am talking about kissing. He closes his eyes, trying to hide his helplessness. Oh God, Lennox also does not agree with her. Sorry princess, but right now I am not interested in lips touching lips with a chicken. Soria finds his attitude unusually tough, so wonders, why is he so difficult today? Lennox hints about his intention, to let her enjoy a delicious lunch. Then I am thinking that we can walk together and have a good dating night for each other. His words make her feel like she has been touched in a ticklish spot, but it seems that all those plans are nothing. Soria is awkward, so that is why he felt excited as soon as I came there. Soria also understands him very well, but crying is also useless. She flaps her wings, expressing, you may not know this, your majesty, but I am doing this because of you. Soria perches on his desk, both are facing each other. Lennox tentatively asks her, you think doing that has any meaning? Soria immediately refutes, of course it does. Soria successfully makes our arrogant emperor confused. I still remember very clearly how shy you were yesterday. These things make Lennox frown. What? She reminds about the sunset on the city wall, when Lennox shyly turned away and wiped his lips. You blushed so much, to the point that your ears were red too. Soria is extremely cunning. I will make you embarrassed to death. Then she touches her beak on his hand. Simply that I do not want you to see my face in human form and remember yesterday. Lennox's unexpected action is to squeeze her beak shut, causing the words that were about to pour out to be stifled. Lennox at this time seems to have gotten angry. His expression is darkly ominous, not showing mercy, squeezing Soria's talkative beak, squeezing so hard that the veins in his hand pop out. When he releases, she has already jumped down on the carpet. Lennox only reminds, Princess, and the story related to the magic department, actually you do not need to do anything. Just talk to the officials, one or two. But at this time, no matter what he says, Princess Soria does not care. Right now she is really angry. Her attitude makes Lennox also impatient. Are you planning to be this immature? Princess, I only grabbed your beak only once, sigh. When she can't bear it anymore, Soria reacts harshly. Only once, only once. At this time Lennox reaches out his hand intending to reconcile. You know that speaking without proof is a serious matter. Right. Soria can't help but refute angrily. I always tell the truth what is needed, like your talent yesterday was clearly. This time his thumb has stayed on the golden beak again. Lennox blushes, denying. If I say you are speaking without proof, then you have already done it. What is she complaining about? I have never seen an emperor as shameless as this. She frowns and sinks into contemplation. Everything has finally gone in a better direction. I think that we are gradually getting closer to true love. Soria, feeling wrong, darts out of the emperor's room, crying sadly. You are really a tyrant. Do not show your face for a while to come. She makes Megan startled, not having time to react. She hurries to follow behind. Clearly she is a human and of course has better strength but can't catch up to her. Where are you going? Soria resentfully replies very briefly, to my room. In the private room that has been arranged, the red curtain is pulled up, taking the light. Soria tells herself, I need to calm down, it won't help anything. The more I talk to him, the more I feel like I am younger. To this extent, then I will no longer be able to talk normally with him, other than true love. He really has a way to control me. Soria remembers the old stories, when she was still in the form of a beautiful princess. Now Soria thinks, my past relationships do not have any that were truly loving. They always start at a party or meeting, and it is very rare for any man to approach her with truly innocent intentions. Whenever it is like that, then that feeling does not last long. Soria lowers her head. I never knew that my love path would be so difficult. A pair of feet steps to the side, raises a voice, causing her to raise her head to look. Oh, I do not know if that is Princess Soria. She asks the guard, you Megan, who is this? She introduces, that is Lord Marquis Bourbon. An old man with tightly knit eyebrows and a stern expression appears in sight. Lord Marquis Bourbon. Surely it is not strange to force Marquis in pride. But since the Scion royal family is a difficult administration to move, then as Lennox has said, the nobles of Croatia seem to have taken a lot of power back. He stands opposite a guard and a chicken, arrogant, not only wearing clothes, perhaps that is why he seems to have no problem when blocking the path of the royalty. This land is basically too vast to be able to rule completely. An emperor can't possibly be able to watch over everything, so it has led to the division of power. Those are the things that Soria has heard when watching the empire map with Lennox. Now Soria is completely annoyed when seeing his arrogance. Even so, it can't justify this arrogant attitude. Soria asks Megan, so what does he want from me? She quickly translates back. Your Highness asks if you need anything from her. He observes carefully, mumbles a sound. That frowning appearance is extremely cautious. Megan wonders, one is a chicken, the other is a commoner. Soria feels even more confused. Lord Marquis Bourbon wonders. He crosses his arms behind his back, secretly gives two options, who should I talk to? He finally makes a decision. Surely it is the hen, because she is still a princess. Lord Marquis Bourbon respectfully bows. I have a suggestion for you, Your Highness. He politely sidesteps, finding an excuse to leave, but it seems that now is not the appropriate time. May I come on another day? Soria seems to have guessed his intentions. It seems that Gon can't hear this conversation. Finally she quietly extends the deadline. Come back in 2 days, we can discuss it during afternoon tea. She conveys back, Your Highness wants to know if you can attend afternoon tea in 2 days. He smiles slightly. Of course, then I will meet you in 2 days, Your Highness. 2 guards stand close to each other, Peak secretly following the leisurely steps of Lord Marquis Bourbon. After him there is another group of people blocking her path. Greetings, Your Highness. Soria is confused. What? Hello? These men take turns speaking. It is an honor to meet you. I am the regional manager in the West. Their attitude makes her turn back and forth to see their faces clearly. Bewildered like a lost chick. While those people continue to show themselves before Soria, we are usually from the south. Then she has done a quite foolish thing, which is trying to force herself to squeeze past the two of them. Sweat pouring. Soria looks at Night. Megan also no better, asking for help. What is wrong? Why are people suddenly trying to talk to me? In the middle of the luxurious palace there is the sound of a chicken calling. Soria whispers, pleading. Megan, help. Soria has been blocked 4 times before she can return to her room. After escaping from those people, then she can only pant and then secretly feels strange. How many nobles are there in this kingdom? While Megan closes the door, she sighs even longer. And why is everyone naturally happy when meeting me? She of course understands the problem. Well, that is because there is a rumor that you and Emperor Lennox are madly in love. Megan consoles, you do not need to meet everyone, Your Highness. She reminds her to sit on the chaise lounge. Hopefully it will be different. After all, I basically stay in this palace only as a guest. Soria lies quietly on the pillow, weakly exhales a breath. If people are disrespectful to me, then that is another matter. But I can't refuse to talk because they are extremely polite. Megan flusteredly approaches the princess, who is tiredly lying on that lazy pillow. Consoles, that is right, maybe that is the custom in Sion. She is again on the edge of the chair, adds, but in Croatia here, refusing to talk to someone with a lower status than you is not considered rude. Soria is surprised, it is not. When saying these words, Megan nods continuously. Megan continues to untangle the mess in Soria's heart, using the image of Lennox being surrounded by all the nobles as an example. No, if you interact with everyone, you will be surrounded by people all day. Her state is getting worse and worse. Oh my god, I do not know how many nobles this dynasty has. Soria looks up at the ceiling, has to think. When there is time, I should look at the family tree of the nobles. Her eyes become blurred, but right now I only want to rest. She gradually closes her eyes. In that dream there is only peaceful, sweet dream. Being surrounded when on the way back here has exhausted me. The sunlight is still radiant outside the window as before. It seems that a new day is beginning. Soria rubs her eyes, seems not fully awake. When did I fall asleep? She is not understanding what is happening when a magic circle appears under her feet. The light from this circle sometimes hides and sometimes dims, making Soria increasingly confused. Suddenly that light is getting brighter and brighter. Soria has appeared again with the appearance of a princess. When the world is full of magic, then the rich amount of mana is nothing compared to a blessing, followed by the natural element of modern earth and spread across the entire continent. The dazzling lights spread across the meadows with green grass, and special people who are to be chosen by the amount of mana creating magic inside. Soria is gray-faced. I can always feel the amount of mana flowing in the ground. The sound of her calling cluck ta non-stop makes a young girl holding a spear pay attention. What is wrong, Your Highness? She feels pain, constantly struggling, chicken feathers flying all over. She worriedly asks, Your Highness, Your Highness. Among the feathers flying on the red carpet, Soria is helpless. She has always been able to easily borrow the rich earth energy from childhood, but now she can't feel it anymore. Soria, she has walked away. The earth goddess has lost her energy. Time has passed for 147 years. That is enough for this whole world to change. Dearwell sits opposite Soria in the study. He cautiously asks, so you are saying that the flow of mana moves out according to a cycle, right, like water? But I have never heard of this before. She also does not understand. I am even more surprised that you have never heard of this. Suddenly Soria realizes one thing. Wait, so that explains why high-level mages no longer appear on this land. He feels unbelievable, really, but only gods can bestow and take away life, right? She affirms, that is right, we're talking about the flow of mana, about that circulation has now been broken. Dearwell asks, but how can you feel it? Soria drinks water because mana is always moving. She drinks and plays with water. Dearwell is helpless. Let us just accept this as a truth. Finally he becomes serious again. I can't feel it no matter how hard I try. She feels a headache when thinking, even the most talented mage in the current empire does not know what the flow of mana is, let alone feel it. Soria makes a request, listen carefully. At least until 147 years ago, mana has been a circulating energy source. When the professors passed away, their energy would return to nature, allowing the next generation to be born with newly regenerated mana. Any mage can feel its flow, so it is ridiculous that you ask me how that can happen. Dul dares to wonder. Why do you think mana has stopped circulating? Soria still flapping her wings. You are asking if it has anything to do with my curse. He tries to connect what happened. That is right, because if it does, then it will be a very serious problem. Soria continues to flap her wings. Honestly, I am not sure. I think there is a high possibility of a connection, but I need to find out more. She calls him back. By the way, Dul. Period. Soria expresses her heart. Those who do not mind. Can you help me find out around what time the number of mages started to decrease? Durwell lowers his head to the level of the princess. Confidently affirms, of course, I will do it right away. She responds, thank you. He steps out of the room. You can assign this matter to me, Your Highness. Please focus on getting used to life in the Empire. In his heart he feels worried. I am not brave enough to tell her to focus on the love affair with Emperor Lennox. Durwell steps out of the spacious hall, lost in thought, but maybe she has understood my message. She looks following the door where he just left, can only feel a sentence that Durwell is completely right. Soria exhales a long breath. I should solve the immediate problem first. She walks all over the room again to develop Sion as a kingdom. Then first I need to get familiar with how an empire operates. I think the biggest problem is in the nobility. I need to know who they are if I plan to deal with them. Although she is just a princess, Soria also has very bold intentions. I will ask Megan to get me the family trees of the nobility. so that at least I can memorize the most important people. Let us start. Because of seriously misunderstanding the meaning in Direwell's words, Soria has done something completely different from what he wants. When it is dark, she has been defeated and listlessly exhausted, falling asleep drooling. Inside the door, Soria is very surprised. Why did not anyone come in after knocking? There are no guards standing outside the door. She wants to answer, but her body only makes chicken noises. So embarrassing. Oh, normal people can't understand me. Soria feels it difficult when standing before the big door. I can't even open the door myself. She tries her best to signal with a heated mind. I do not know who you are, but just come in, okay? The sound of knocking is constantly ringing non-stop. Soria feels suspicious. Wait, why is there knocking? Appearing after the door is Lennox with a white collared shirt. She feels a little terrified when his footsteps approach, worried, thinking, he looks different from usual. Lennox does not care about her but continues to walk to another direction, causing her to be extremely surprised. He picks up the bottle of wine, then Soria has to make a decision. Maybe I should say something. Lennox quietly sits down on the chair, not using a glass but only using a plate to pour wine into, like pouring soy sauce. She asks carefully, is there any rumor about me again? Or is there a problem in the south, your majesty? He does not react to what she says but only caresses the space next to the plate of wine, causing Soria to be annoyed. Why do not you answer me? You can't just barge in here and pour me a plate of wine. Like that. The anger quickly replaces with panic until her face turns green. Oh my God, does not he know how strong that type of wine is? In the tipsy state, the dignified emperor is just a normal young man. His face flushed red from drinking wine, still with a little sadness. Sorry, Soria is surprised. What? This unexpected apology makes her even more panicked. He came here just to apologize for this morning's argument. He has not given up his old habits, Lennox taunts. You can't just get drunk by smelling it, right? Soria angrily objects. Of course not, do not worry. Lennox is the ruler of an empire that has conquered up to half of the continent. Do not look at Soria with that innocent look, not understanding what she is thinking, so he is bewildered. She blushes all over with him. Do not look at me like that anymore, as if you are the most harmless person in the world. He reacts back. He asks, how is that? Lennox says, half joking, half real, it sounds like you are turning me into a villain. She hesitates a bit. Well, then you are not my hero, are you? He is speechless. So you automatically turn into a villain. Lennox clears his throat. Okay, let us get back to the main topic. I apologize for what happened this morning. Compared to his scary appearance just now, his voice seems to have calmed down a lot, so she also agrees. Okay, I also apologize, we were both wrong, so let us just forget about this. After the first story is finished, Lennox gets to the second story. There is one more thing. Soria is surprised. There is more. Don't you have a lot of work to do? Have you finished it? He replies, yes. At this time she feels a chill. I am starting to be afraid of what you are about to say. Lennox, his face still flushed red, seriously says, not done yet, and I am still here to talk to you, so listen carefully. Her eyes become frowning, but his voice is still following behind. Do not even think about running away. While drinking wine, he says, okay, I am listening. Lennox starts presenting. I heard you met Marquis Beau. Suddenly Soria raises her face, her eyes tearful and her body covered in wine. He is surprised. What is wrong? He looks at her a little hesitantly. That did not really make her drunk, right? Although the situation just now was a little embarrassing, she still keeps her pride. The third, can you please keep your personality consistent? Her words make him extremely surprised. She angrily says, sometimes like this, sometimes like that. Keeping up with you makes my head hurt. Lennox is also very concerned. What personality of mine do you like? To take a moment to ponder, let us see. The emperor, his serious personality, I think so. He watches her intently, hand placed on his chin. Why? Soria directly says frankly, because it is easier to deal with. Lennox feels that in the middle of the night, so unexpected. Even Direwell said that he makes him feel uncomfortable when Lennox acts as an emperor. He asks again, you like me when you talk about work on paper and whose responsibility is what? Soria raises her head, proudly replies, do not forget I am still a princess. I am also the last heir of Sion. Of course I will feel more comfortable when you are an emperor. Lennox exhales. Her meaning is that she wants to keep a pure work relationship only. Then I hope you choose between being a chicken or a princess, but do not change constantly like that. Suddenly Soria is silent. He becomes confused again. Why is she not saying anything? She quietly nestles to the side. Do I really look like a chicken that much? Lennox soothes. Calm, I think in this world there is no talking chicken. Soria sadly says, that is right, a talking chicken, who can imagine that? Lennox, hearing her question, can only spin around. So in your eyes do I look like a chicken? He has a headache. She is not willing to let go of this matter. He wonders, what is wrong? Did someone tease you because you are a chicken? She does not agree. No, but after a century of living alone, I really forgot that I was a chicken. Then I came here and was reminded about that again. Lennox is helpless. But you really are a chicken, is speechless. This is supposed to be the time when he should say something to comfort me. You know. Lennox stretches out his hand, a fair hand with very long knuckles. You are a chicken. He wipes the corner of her mouth. But you are also the most beautiful chicken that I have ever seen. How can a normal chicken compare? Girls who are praised, everyone is like that. Soria's eyes shine brightly. Really, really. Lennox shyly flatters. Love. You are the most beautiful person. After praising there must be rights, he asks, you do not have anything you want to say to me? She is surprised. Say what? Lennox reminds, I just praised you. Are not you planning to praise me back? The Emperor's eyes are sparkling, really anticipating like a child. Soria also secretly sighs in her heart. Is he a child? Then she really flaps her wings and finds a compliment that sounds not natural at all. I think you are very good at your job. You are truly amazing. Lennox is not very satisfied. Only that, is that all your praise? Seriously criticizes. Do you have a problem with that? Lennox contemplates for a moment the problem. No one has ever asked him this question before. He smiles slightly. No, I do not have any problems. Not knowing if he is joking or speaking the truth, he smoothly drives straight to her matter. But I do not know that your taste is men who are good at work. Hearing this, Soria jumps up, making the bowl of wine spill. Who said you are my taste? In the never-ending sound of Lennox's harassment, she yells, my wine. He has never been this comfortable. Lennox does not know whether it is because she is royalty of another country or not. In the middle of that night, even Lennox has different thoughts, but he feels that there is no need to bother with the ceremonies when being next to her, and Lennox really likes that. Finally the light shines a day. The next day is the first day working at the magic department. She keeps the line with a red dress reminding, everyone please pay close attention. The number of cases that can form a magic orbit is very limited. This must reduce the types of magic that everyone can use. Dewell stands on the side observing. He feels very happy that he asked her to keep the form of a human. She is doing better than he expected. He pays attention to the old man who is raising his hand wanting to speak. Princess Dewell is secretly satisfied. Even Count George, who once strongly opposed the establishment of the magic department, is also completely captivated by the lecture. He has an opinion, should not magic orbits have a circular shape, but the one that you just drew on the board. The princess pays attention to this point. Oh, that is a common misconception in the current empire. Kindly explains, by drawing on the board, it is true that they often have a circular shape, but as long as you can connect to start with the end point, then everyone can use different shapes to create the magic orbit. Finally, I came to a conclusion that no rules are absolute. After all, magic should not be bound by any limitations, right? Dewell felt astonished. He could also glean something from this lecture. Then Lennox entered from behind and exclaimed, oh my, your majesty. He frowned, finding it hard to believe. Both Milburn and the cat alarm clock seemed a bit uncomfortable, which made him feel uneasy. Why were they so uncomfortable? Was it because he had interrupted their precious time with, as if they did not want him here? He smiled but felt unhappy inside. I came here to say something important, but it seems my presence is not very welcome. Actually, that is not entirely wrong. He sweated profusely and trembled continuously. And no, your majesty, of course not. Count George flusteredly explained. I truly can't believe you would come to such a humble place. Your presence is an honor to us. He quickly grasped the potential offense. Does this place seem too humble in your eyes? He was completely panicked. The boy behind him also teared up. Please forgive Lennox's rudeness. I heard Dewell put a lot of effort into decorating this room, but perhaps it does not meet your standards, Count George. Seeing this scene, felt a bit annoyed. Why was he teasing others like that? Vera, who was clinging to his side, could not hide her smile. Although she felt frustrated, she still politely plastered on a smile. Didn't you come here to see me, your majesty? Lennox stammered coldly. Yes, that is right. Tilted her head and smiled. You heard him. Could you give us some privacy? Lennox felt regretful. But I have not finished what I wanted to say. She gave him a murderous look, while he simply glanced at the group behind her. Everyone knew better and ran out of the room, leaving the scene for the two of them to get into trouble. She sat down demurely. So what did you come here for? Guest, surely you did not come here just to play around, right? Lennox tried to suppress his weariness. When you were a chicken, I did not pay much attention. Then he moved closer to her. But this tone really irritates people when you are in human form. Blurted out, I am sorry. Asked hesitantly. Are you saying that I should follow the rules of Croatia when speaking to you, your majesty? She added, should I keep a polite distance between us like Count George did? He could not take it anymore and stood up shouting no. Lennox cleared his throat. That is not what I meant. The princess was surprised. Then what do you mean? Lennox pursed his lips, and his handsome face began to flush red. He moved away a little. Ooh. Do you know what rumors are going around? Wondered. Rumors? What rumors? Since Lennox came to ask her about it in person, it must be related to her. But she had been behaving very properly lately. Finally he managed to blurt out, it is about you and me. She was surprised. Yes. Lennox clenched his fists, trying to control his trembling. Me. Waiting for him made her quite impatient. She retorted, just say it already. Lennox tried to cope silence. To be honest, the princess was completely stunned after hearing his words. He covered his face in distress, which made completely confused. Are you out of your mind, your majesty? If so, you should see a priest right away for help. Clearly, the princess was definitely the only person on the entire continent who would insult the emperor like that. The story ended rather abruptly. A few days later, two maids were sitting on the green lawn, stroking soft fur and taking turns saying, "Oh, you are so soft. Please make Tom love me, princess." "Oh, and me too, Zeno." All the maids cared for her with all their tenderness and overflowing love. Glanced up helplessly. Is this the rumor Lennox was talking about? Then lazed back down on the grass. But I like the feeling of them touching me. She squinted and slowly closed her eyes. I want a really good long sleep. In the loving arms of the maids, obediently fell into a deep sleep. And suddenly a hand lifted her up, startling her. Lennox asked her, "Do you want others to know that you were caught sleeping outside?" She was also surprised. "Lennox." She glanced around, exclaiming in surprise. "Oh my, how long have you been here?" Lennox replied, "How long?" He recounted the events of that time. "Do you know you just dozed off, or that the maids rushed straight to my office?" Both girls were standing at the door then. Was bewildered. They really came. In the end, Lennox had to end the story with a sigh. They were so panicked that they could not be calmed down. "Since you came here, not a day has gone by without something dramatic happening." Was helpless. Oh Lord. It turned out that felt very relaxed, but she did not expect to fall asleep. She worried, am I really gradually turning into a chicken? Buried her head in his chest. Your Majesty, she asked. He responded, what is it? She asked cautiously. Have I ever acted like a real chicken, even a little? He nodded. Yes, you have. Tears fell on his face once again, looking extremely pitiful. Her strange expression widened his eyes. Like a sulking bird, she flew away. The emperor had to chase after her, trying to coax her. No, I was just kidding, don't fly away, I was just joking. She pushed him away while crying. Stay away from me, Lennox panicked. I was just kidding. When she transformed back into a human, immediately collapsed. Mabeline, as elegant as ever, listened gently. Yes, princess, what is wrong? Wanted to collapse. Is it possible to love someone who is like a chicken? Dahlia and Jenny were confused. Not a chicken, but someone who is like a chicken. Her phoenix eyes drooped. I know about the rumors that are spreading, the rain in the south. Coinciding with the time I climbed the ramparts with His Majesty, the rumor that he and I are fated spread throughout the empire. Right at that time, the two of them kissed extremely passionately. Before her helpless expression, reeled off a series of other rumors. There is also the superstition that if you touch my feathers, you will find true love, but Madame Mabeline, it is all just coincidence, fated love, don't joke with me, he is just teasing me. Mabeline asked, is that so? She said in an icy voice. His Majesty and I will never truly be in love. Mabeline smiled. Don't worry about that, princess. She analyzed, if your Majesty were not fated, how could the curse be lifted so easily? Sipped her tea. Perhaps you are right. Flowers bloomed in her heart. And how should His Majesty's behavior be described? Megan on the side also listened attentively. Mabeline guessed, a little childish perhaps. A gloomy aura flowed through. Childish. She put down her teacup. Oh Lord. In her darkness, thought of many things. Is that why my relationship with Lennox is completely different from the relationships I have had with other men? Every time she talked to Lennox, became petty and childish, forgetting that she was a princess who needed to maintain her dignity and grace. At this time, she was holding her face in despair. Oh Lord, Mabeline on the side encouraged. But you do not need to worry. Both Dahlia and Jenny nodded. That is why we are usually here, princess. There is an unshakable theorem that when one is with a person they love, they want to look perfect, even for just 10 short minutes. She smiled, coming up with an idea. We will teach you all the latest trends of the empire before the former emperor and empress return to the capital. What was happening? No, wait, what did Mabeline just say? Finally spoke up. Madame Mabeline. She replied, yes, what is it? Became hesitant. No, it is just. You said someone was returning, right? Mabeline covered her mouth, realizing her indiscretion. Had Lennox forgotten to tell her? Was really wondering. Can you repeat that? Who is returning? In her imagination, the former emperor and empress were very hip. The two of them competed to comment. What? Our son has met the love of his life. I have to see this girl with my own eyes. Mabeline explained, the former emperor and empress, who have been touring the south of the continent. Covered her mouth. His Majesty's parents are coming to meet me. She stood up and slammed the table, causing the teacup to wobble. "Oh my," shouted in an uncalm voice. "Megan, I need to see His Majesty right now." The three ladies sitting at the tea party stared blankly at Megan's flustered back. Wait for me, princess." Mabeline held her face, only able to sigh wearily. In the end, she only uttered one emotional sentence: "They still have a long way to go." This time, she received the agreement of the other two girls. In the palace hall, S footsteps grew more and more hurried. Megan followed behind, constantly explaining. "His Majesty definitely did not mean to hide it from you," she replied. "I know. Hi's also human and everyone makes mistakes at times. But there are some things I can't accept. However, that does not mean I should ignore it without saying anything. If I do not say it, he will never realize his mistakes and will repeat them over and over again." At this time, Duel was walking past carrying a book. Swiftly presented her case. "It is a good thing you are here. I need to talk to His Majesty." "Do you know where he is?" Direwell's secret was signaling what is going on. She was determined to find Lennox's whereabouts. "Is His Majesty inside the office?" Megan behind her signaled that he could tell her. He had no choice but to stall for time. "His Majesty is studying with the nobles, but the meeting is about to end. If you wait in this area, you can meet His Majesty soon." Hiked up her skirt and moved. "Thank you, Direwell," she still called out after walking away. "Oh, and I think we should not use the magic I told you about last time. If something goes wrong, not only will the thorn bushes be destroyed, but the land around the river will also be affected." He brought his hand to his mouth. "Then I will find another way." The princess now waved from afar. "Thank you." Direwell still smiled patiently. But immediately, his expression became flustered. He turned his head to check everything around him. Direwell scratched the back of his head, feeling overwhelmed. Shouting like a child right in the middle of the imperial palace. "I have never done that before." At this time inside the room, the knight was whispering something into his ear, looking extremely urgent. According to the information provided, Lennox finally thought of a name. Marquis Monk suggested. "He is Mabeline's father and Direwell's father-in-law, Your Majesty. You must consider what the people will think." He presented his reasoning very persuasively. "Princess cannot continue to stay here as just a guest." Marquis Bourbon also seized the opportunity to demand benefits. "That is right, Your Majesty. The princess of another nation deserves better treatment." Others chimed in with their opinions. "This is unprecedented in the history of the empire." Lennox sat on the throne, laughing inwardly. What a sight. He recalled some things from the past. Weren't they the ones who opposed keeping her here before, saying that the empire could not accept a cursed chicken? The voices of the men continued to urge, "You must marry her and make her the empress." Lennox found it extremely ridiculous. How could they change so quickly? He touched his thigh and said vaguely, "So, you want to see Princess become the empress of the Croatia Empire?" Everyone nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lennox's expression was extremely reluctant. "But I am not some street thug. I can't marry the princess of another nation without her consent." Marquis Bourbon realized, "You mean?" He confirmed their words with a decent procedure. "I want to proceed step by step. But since you are so insistent, we need to find a way to make her willingly agree to this marriage." The people around him thought, so she does not want to marry him. Those close to him tried to resolve the connection. She wants full autonomy for the kingdom of Sion, right? He leisurely stood up, continuing to find a way out. "In the meantime, I must go see Princess, because she is waiting for me. The future of our empire depends on my love affair." He walked out the door, waving his hand to make the close aides sweat. "Anyway, I can't marry her without a proper date first." They sighed inwardly. He just wants to leave the meeting early. The door was slammed shut with a very certain instruction: "Continue to think more." His applause echoed loudly. Lennox smiled brightly. "I did not expect you to be so helpful to me." Soria looked at him with a look as if she were looking at a crazy person. What is wrong with him? Did the meeting drive him crazy? She slowly moved away under Lennox's dissatisfaction. "Why are you backing away? Did I do something?" Looked at him with an extremely uncomfortable expression. "It is because you are approaching me with that unpleasant expression." This made Lennox angry. "Unpleasant?" Soria closed her eyes, pretending to be indifferent. "I do not know what makes you so happy, but I am sure it is not something that can make me happy." At this time, Lennox felt that something was not quite right, so he stopped. "Wait." He confusedly guessed, "It seems that you are angry at me about something else." Folded her arms and affirmed, "That is right. You have caused me a great loss." Lennox wondered why, reminded, "Yes. You did not tell me something very important. Today, I almost fainted from shock when I found out. He still did not understand anything. What is she talking about? Her mood was clearly not good. Your parents are about to return to the capital, right? Lennox confirmed that is right. In fact, they are on their way back. She tightened her skirt. Why was not I informed? He was startled. I thought I told you. She felt very wronged. You never told me. At this time, the magic circle appeared again. Something made Soria panic. Lennox called her name, Sori. Soria suddenly stopped, her face changed, a strange feeling was rising in her. Lennox looked at her suspiciously, calling softly Soria. Feeling the ground beneath her feet was slightly shaky. Soria's whole body was being sucked down. Lennox hurriedly knelt down, reaching out to her, exclaiming in surprise. Soria, at this time, the nobles in the meeting room also just walked out. They saw his actions and called out in surprise, Your Majesty. Without prior agreement, all the nobles now had the same thought in their heads. His Majesty has bowed down. As subjects, we cannot stand higher than His Majesty. Then, a crowd of nobles immediately prostrated themselves on the corridor, bowing their heads, and repeatedly shouted, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Soria at this time had turned back into a plump snow-white hen, tilting her head at the bizarre scene, looking confused. Lennox also froze, looking at a crowd of courtiers lying on the ground calling out Your Majesty, not understanding what was wrong with these people, and an awkward atmosphere began to spread. After a while, he reluctantly spoke, I am fine, so please leave here. Then Lennox bent down, picked up Soria in his arms and left. She looked up at him, quietly asking, Lennox, please tell me that this is all just a dream. He did not answer her, but asked in return, Isn't it too real to just be a dream? Soria heard this and angrily cried, Can't you give me a glimmer of hope? Lennox breathed a sigh and responded, I am sorry, Soria, but reality is always cruel. Soria furiously attacked him with her beak and shouted, You want to fight? But Lennox simply raised his hand gently, using his palm to block the pecks from her tiny chicken beak. He walked away slowly, saying, That is what I should be saying, princess. This is your last chance to stop. In the distance, a nobleman saw Lennox talking to Soria and hurriedly turned his head, whispering to the people with him, I have found His Majesty. Everyone immediately pulled over, hiding themselves behind the door, poking their heads out to look, only to hear their respected Majesty saying in a threatening voice, If you want to surrender, then now is your only chance. The nobles did not understand anything, and thought to themselves, surrender. On this side, the air between Soria and Lennox was thick with gunpowder. She raised her head high, and said to him resolutely, No way, I have never backed down from a battle. Lennox angrily responded, Is that so? Then so be it, according to your wishes. Soria provoked Lennox, and that action was extremely effective, and the group who were eavesdropping in the distance thought incomprehensibly, What on earth is going on? All three frowned at the small commotion that was taking place. Noisy sounds continued to ring out. Ah, do not pluck my feathers, you cruel person, stop, do not peck me anymore. Soria, needless to say, this scene was how peculiar. They secretly felt embarrassed for Lennox, and thought to themselves, an emperor doing his utmost to defeat a chicken. Without anyone saying anything, everyone had the same thought, let us pretend we did not see anything. Changing the scene to when Soria and Lennox had finished fighting, both were sprawled out on the ground, so tired that they could not catch their breath. Soria spread her two wings wide. Eyes closed, and Lennox was covered in sweat, breathing while looking up at the clear blue sky, thinking, It has happened again. He could not hide his doubts in his heart. Why do I always forget the dignity of an emperor when I am with Soria? He glanced at her, and asked himself, Is that a type of magic? After resting, Soria opened her eyes and asked, Ah, by the way, what should I do when your parents come? Lennox slowly sat up, asking back, What do you mean? They already know about you. The rumors have spread so widely that we can't hide it anymore. She sat up abruptly, looking at him and asking, The rumors that you and I are each other's destiny. Lennox picked up Soria again, striding towards the garden. She asked worriedly again, They do not really believe that, do they? He replied slowly, They are not so easily fooled. Although I am sure they will find this very interesting. Soria dejectedly called his name, Lennox. He smiled, reassuring her, Don't worry, I know that we can't completely ignore it, but even the nobles are overly enthusiastic, just because they do not want to bear any responsibility. Soria asked in surprise, Responsibility? Lennox walked while asking, I told you before that I succeeded to the throne when I was very young, right? Soria nodded, then called out, I understand you were spoiled by your father, then started learning to collect taxes from him, and when you got used to wielding a sword. His face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. He hastily interrupted her. You do not need to remember that. Soria raised her wing to cover her beak, giggling. Lennox became angry out of embarrassment, immediately putting her down on the ground, coldly retorting, "Okay then let us talk all night about how you shouted the two words darling." Soria flapped her wings a few times, hurriedly saying, "I am sorry, I will stop talking." She became serious again, asking, "What do you mean the nobles do not want to take responsibility?" Lennox did not argue with her anymore, replying, "It is very simple. When I ascended the throne, I was still just an unmarried young man. Because there were no elders in the palace, the responsibility of giving birth to an heir was transferred to the nobles." Soria held a small purple flower in her mouth, raised her head, and secretly calculated. "He succeeded to the throne 3 years ago, right?" She lowered her head and gently shook the flower, thinking, it is indeed a bit strange when an emperor personally prepares both the wedding ceremony and banquet. Thinking of this, Soria immediately looked up at Lennox, asking, "Is it because your father is away?" Lennox sat down next to her, gently breathing a sigh, telling, "He said that if I found it troublesome, then it would be best to become the emperor myself." Soria lowered her head and sighed, in her voice full of worry. "Do you think I will get along with your father? I am starting to worry." He glanced at her. In Lennox's head, he recalled everything from the moment he first met Soria until now. He thought to himself, Soria does not care about the rules of the palace. Lennox remembered his father again. He thought a bit confusedly, "But my father also does not follow the mold at all. They will either become confidants or be sworn enemies." But when he turned his eyes to Soria next to him, who was innocently humming an unknown tune, he could not help but smile and think, but everyone likes Soria. He remembered the scene of people happily chatting with each other. One person said, "I heard that His Majesty had another argument with Princess Soria." The other person covered their mouth and laughed, replying, "Anyway, His Majesty is still young," and thought again, "The nobles complain that this reduces the dignity of the royal family, but I do not think it is a bad change. Isn't it great to have a royal palace loved by the people?" While Lennox was immersed in his thoughts, Soria, not hearing a reply, ran to his side, peered at his face, and anxiously asked, "What, don't you think I will get along with him? I wanted to if I can." Lennox smiled, reached out, and stroked her soft white feathers, gently replying, "I am sure both of them will like you very much." Switching to a scene inside Lennox's office, Durrell was reporting work to him. He looked out the window and slowly said, "I heard that recently some people regard white hens as a sacred species." Lennox was surprised to hear this, exclaiming, "What?" He frowned and asked Durrell again, "What do you mean? Are you saying this is happening because of Princess Soria?" Durrell clapped his hands together a few times in praise, replying, "Unfortunately that is right, Your Majesty." Then he slowly recounted everything to Lennox. "It is really happening in a place near the capital. According to the messenger, the people there do not even want to eat white chicken meat. Because Princess Soria has become a symbol of miracles, they seem to believe that killing a white chicken will bring bad luck." Lennox listened with a dumbfounded expression, exclaiming how in disbelief. In his heart he thought dejectedly, "This really is the end of the world. Who would worship a chicken?" Direwell's expression suddenly became serious again. He began to report another matter. "But I have slightly better news, we have finally found them." Lennox slammed his hands hard on the table, causing the items on the table to collide with each other. He raised his head to look at Durrell, coldly asking, "Where?" He hesitated a little, replying, "But they can't be approached." Lennox's expression was not good at all. He frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" Durrell continued, "They live in an isolated village and are extremely wary of outsiders. Even the locals do not know of their existence." Lennox uneasily reached out and rubbed the area between his eyebrows, saying, "Then mobilize as many people as it takes," only to hear Durrell refute, "That is not the problem, Your Majesty." He glanced at him, asking, "Then what is the problem?" Durrell replied, "They have maintained high-level magic throughout their seclusion." Hearing this, Lennox's expression subtly changed. Switching to a scene in the corridor of the palace, Soria was being held in Megan's arms. She was shedding tears and flapping her wings wildly, internally screaming, "Why did not anyone tell me? I had no idea Mabeline had been waiting for me all morning." Soria carried a sense of guilt, thinking, "Yet I was leisurely eating a late breakfast." At an intersection, they bumped into Lennox and Durrell, who were walking over. Seeing them, Soria was slightly startled. Her beak also opened. Lennox, covered in sweat, pointed to one side, asking, "Are you planning to go to the Ministry of Magic?" Durrell, standing behind him, put on a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, "She is going in the opposite direction to the Ministry of Magic, Your Majesty." Soria was a little flustered. She stammered and asked back, I am sorry, where are you going, Your Majesty?" But it seemed that Lennox was even more confused than her. He just froze, abruptly saying, "Yeah." Durrell could not stand to watch this scene anymore. He glanced at Lennox with a judgmental look, thinking to himself, perhaps he has never been in a relationship because he simply does not have the talent for it. Thinking this, Durrell cleared his throat slightly, speaking up to defuse the situation for Lennox. His Majesty is on his way to prepare a welcome party for his parents' return. Soria replied stiffly, "Oh, I understand." She thought to herself, I am meeting Mabeline secretly, so maybe I need to come up with a reasonable excuse, so she made up an answer, I was just planning to take a walk. After saying this, Soria lowered her head, politely saying, "Good luck, Your Majesty." Megan, who was holding her in her arms, also respectfully bowed her head. But then she heard Lennox call out, "Wait." He reached out to rub his chin, frowning and saying, "It sounds like you want me to suffer so much that I have to pray for good luck." Soria, seeing that he was being difficult with her, turned on her provocative mode, rattling off a string of words. "Well then, maybe you really will need it. I guess a party held in the Empire must be very grand. A party to welcome elders has many different meanings. Adding personal touches to the party means that you are turning the whole event into a gift for the person being welcomed." Soria paused slightly, her whole body exuding smugness. A smug chicken, she thought to herself in the past, I would personally prepare birthday parties for my parents every year. Carrying that smug attitude, she slightly lowered her head and said directly to Lennox, "You seem to have no talent for organizing parties, such as choosing wine or food. But I am also curious to know which flowers you will choose." Lennox's face flushed with embarrassment after being said that by Soria. Duel behind him also turned red, but it was because he was holding back his laughter. He quickly lowered his head, bringing his hand up to cover his mouth, preventing himself from laughing out loud. Despite Lennox's red face dripping with sweat, Soria continued, "Just so you know, all the famous flowers have their own meanings. I advise you to choose a species that is considered a symbol of welcome." Megan sweated cold sweat as she listened, not daring to look directly. Dirwell was still secretly laughing on the side. Both of them had the same thought without prior agreement. What should we do with these two? Changing the scene, at this time Soria was bringing her two wings up to hug her small chicken head. Her tiny eyes like two beans were now also twice as large. Glittering with joy, she called out, "Oh my God." Mabeline stood on one side, showing a kind smile, asking, "Princess, do you like my gift?" Megan on the side did not reveal any expression, only looking at Soria. The gifts that Mabeline brought to her were very beautiful clothes. Soria observed the first set with a prominent red color, decorated with silk bows, white lace trim, and small rose flowers, thinking to herself, I know the style of clothing in the Empire is different from Sion, but these dresses. She turned her eyes to the second dress with a radiant orange and gold color full of nobility, and could not help but exclaim, "It is so gorgeous." She remembered the clothes she usually wore before, thinking with some dissatisfaction, clothes alone show the difference in power between the two countries. Mabeline waited for a long time without seeing Soria reply, so she leaned over, softly calling, "Princess." She was startled and raised her head, quickly replying, "I am really impressed with the unique patterns and the way the gems are attached to the dresses of crochet, Madame Mabeline. And the way those intricate lace lines are embroidered too." As she was speaking, Soria's eyes touched another dress. She froze. It was a green dress with a unique and luxurious design, decorated with many emeralds, making Soria fall in love at first sight. She could not help but clasp her two wings together, joyfully exclaiming, "Oh my God." She anxiously asked, "Dame Megan, is it lace embroidered around the gems? I did not even know it could be done." Megan recounted everything Soria said to Mabeline, finally concluding with one sentence, "That is what she said, and she really wants to know how they are made." Mabeline smiled, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, Princess." She thought to herself, I am very happy that she likes them. I was very worried when I heard the rumors that there was a slight hiccup. Mabeline pointed to the three women standing properly on one side, saying, "The dresses I brought today are all the most beautiful, prepared by these ladies, if you choose which one you like the most." She looked at Soria, smiling and saying, "Then the person who made it will be responsible for making dresses for you from now on." After saying that, Mabeline thought to herself, Lennox felt very guilty, so he allocated a large budget for this. Switching to a scene in Lennox's office, he was sitting staring at the paper in his hand, thinking, I never thought of it before because chickens do not wear clothes. Returning to the living room, Mabeline said again, "But if you do not like any of these designs, then we can make you dresses in the style of Sion." Soria heard this and shook both her head and wings, at the same time replying, "No need, I am in the Crochet Empire, and I should dress appropriately for this place. Crochet is indeed full of surprises. It would be great to have the opportunity to interact with other ladies." Like before, Mabeline heard her say this and glanced at her. She waved her hand, signaling to the three designers. They immediately understood and brought the beautiful and elaborate dresses they had made out. Mabeline waited for them to leave before gently bending over, asking, "Then why do not you participate in the salon?" Soria was surprised and asked back, "Salon?" She slowly continued, "That is right. We organize small salon gatherings at our mansion. Even His Majesty sometimes stops by. We only invite dignified and respected nobles, with artists who are all true professionals. So if you are interested in participating in high society." Mabeline paused slightly, Soria lowered her head, thinking deeply. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said to Megan, "Dame Megan, can you go outside for a while?" She bowed her head and left. Left alone in the room with Mabeline, Soria gently closed her eyes. Her whole body in an instant emitted a soft white light. She was transforming while thinking. I had hoped that I could have dinner with Lennox in human form today, but it seems that has to be postponed. Returning to human form, Soria stepped forward, softly calling Madame Mabeline. Mabeline respectfully replied, "Yes, Princess." Soria sat down on the soft chair, gently saying, "First, I want to affirm that this is a very personal question." Mabeline heard her tone and suddenly felt nervous, quickly saying, "Don't worry, Princess, I won't reveal it to anyone." In her heart, she was worriedly thinking, what is going on? Soria still did not look at Mabeline, hesitatingly saying, "Okay then." She suddenly raised her head, asking, "What is salon?" Soria shyly reached out and wrapped a strand of hair, confessing, "I have never heard of it before." Mabeline finally woke up. She thought in confusion, she comes from a generation even before salon. We have to start from scratch, so this is the generation gap. Switching to a scene in Lennox's office, he slowly spoke, "So that means." Lennox was sitting opposite Durrell at this time. He propped his hand on his forehead, looking annoyed, asking, "There is no guarantee that they will treat Princess Soria kindly." Durrell replied, "We have not even contacted them yet, let alone talk to them." Lennox frowned, finally finding them, but having to face such a big obstacle. "We have found the descendants of the kingdom of Sion, but there is no way to know whether they have a good impression of Soria or hate her. After all, Soria was the one who brought the curse to Sion." Durrell exclaimed, "But she was also a victim of that curse," but was interrupted by Lennox. He said, "Because we do not know how they will react, we can't tell Soria about this." Durrell suddenly remembered the morning when he met Soria. Lennox's attitude was very incomprehensible, and he even asked a very stupid question. He seemed to understand, thinking to himself, so that is why he blurted out such foolish words. Lennox frowned and pointed to a spot on the large map spread out on the table, saying, "If they are hiding in such a remote area, then I do not think they have given up on Sion. Not to mention, that is also the territory of an incompetent earl." Speaking of this, he angrily added, "He can't even find people in his own territory." Phil asked, "Where do you think Earl Frost is at this time?" Lennox tapped on a spot on the map, replying, "We have sent the fastest knights, so at least he should have arrived here by now. At the latest in 2 days. He will be present in the capital." Durrell looked at him and asked again, "Do you think the Earl knows about them?" Lennox sighed. "He must know more than the two of us living in the capital, so we need to keep it a secret for 2 more days." Durrell nodded, saying, "We will try to speed things up as much as possible." Suddenly outside, the guard announced loudly, Your Majesty. Princess Soria has an urgent message for you." Hearing that it was an urgent message from Soria, Lennox was startled and looked out the door. Then he hurriedly stood up, saying, "Let her in," and Durrell frantically rolled up the map on the table, not wanting to let Soria see it. Soria spread her wings, running into the room while calling out, "Your Majesty." Lennox frowned, angrily shouting, "What is it?" Soria lowered her head and asked in a deep voice, "Why did not you tell me? Madame Mabeline and the Marquis have told me everything." Durrell suspiciously thought to himself, why did she mention Mabeline? Soria stomped her small feet on the ground for momentum, flapping her wings and flying up. She landed on Lennox's shoulder, asking, "How long did you think you could fool me?" After saying that, Soria craned her neck, taking a deep breath. After taking enough breath, she roared, her voice full of dissatisfaction, and even tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. "You almost became a couple with Miss Cherian. You yourself said that you have never been in a relationship." Finishing speaking, she folded her arms and tossed her head to one side, her expression clearly sulking. Lennox was shouted at right next to his ear. His eardrum almost burst. He glared at her, asking, "What are you talking about?" He frowned, propping his chin up and muttering, "Miss Cherian, when did I?" In Lennox's memory, a faint image gradually appeared. Cherian was holding a bouquet of bright red roses, her face beaming as she said to him, "Please date me." At that time, Lennox had asked her expressionlessly, "Can you give up your father for the Empire?" Making Cherian startle. Then she tore the bouquet of flowers to pieces in his dazed eyes, no longer wanting to date him. Remembering this, Lennox frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "I only intended to probe her a little." Soria saw that he did not say anything, so she became even more angry. She kicked towards him, flying up. She shouted in his face, "If you think you can play with me, then you are mistaken. Keeping your first kiss for the queen, ridiculous. How dare you use that clumsy lie to manipulate me?" The back of Lennox's hand was scratched by Soria's tiny chicken claws. He looked at her in amazement, his eyes wide. After shouting, Soria flapped her wings a few times, jumping out the window and disappearing, not forgetting to humph loudly. In the room, only Lennox and Durrell remained motionless, looking at the white feathers that fell. Lennox walked to the window, picking up a feather. He turned his head to look at Dul, asking with a confused expression, "What just happened? Is the princess jealous?" Dul sweated, thinking confusedly, "No, that is not it, your majesty." His heart at this time was dejectedly wailing. Why is it that every time these two take one step forward, they immediately take 2 steps back? The source of this misunderstanding is actually very simple. An hour ago, Mabeline told Soria the following story. 3 years have passed since Lennox ascended the throne as emperor. In the first year of his reign, the number of young ladies eager to become queen was far more than it is now, and the most outstanding of them was Miss Cherian. The passionate love affair between Lennox and Cherian ended tragically due to opposition from both families, according to Marquis Bourbon. After Soria heard the story, she was very angry, to the point that she did not let Meghan hold her. She ran in the palace corridor while angrily asking her, "He dares to hide his past. Don't you think that is hateful, Dame Meghan?" Soria did not give Meghan a chance to answer, but said a string of words. I did not believe what Marquis Bourbon said, but any young lady I met to confirm this had the same reaction. She remembered the reaction of a young lady. That girl shyly looked away, not daring to speak directly. The more Soria thought, the angrier she became. She continued. When asked about His Majesty, they only gave a forced smile and then evaded the topic, as if they had tacitly agreed on how to answer. But Soria did not know that. At that time, in the depths of that girl's heart, she was thinking, surely Lennox must have said something stupid without paying attention to the surrounding atmosphere. Another young lady, when asked, also did not dare to look directly at Soria, but only raised her fan to cover her face, not saying anything, but if she could read thoughts, she would see that the girl was dejectedly thinking, but it can't be said that His Majesty is incompetent in matters of love. After Soria finished her rant, she sighed, angrily muttering, "Everyone must want to say something but can't." Meghan followed her, only silently smiling awkwardly. Thinking to herself, of course they can't. How can anyone dare to say directly that both of you are terrible in love? In Meghan's head she was thinking, anyway, as a commoner, I do not know much about the love affairs of the nobility, but Madame Mabeline is an expert in this field. But on the surface she only gave a wry smile in response, and Soria angrily affirmed, I am not stupid, this must be the truth, which is why no one dares to speak out. Not hearing Meghan say anything, she glanced at her, wrinkling her brow thinking, why is she silent? Meghan gave a forced smile, looking at Soria. Her face seemed to be saying that she really did not know anything. But Soria, a princess, had completely misunderstood everything. She observed Meghan, thinking to herself, just as I thought, Dame Meghan knows everything. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Soria flapped her wings and flew away. Throughout that day, she was always in a bad mood. While writing, she would angrily throw the paper aside while thinking, even though he has hidden his past. When she was being groomed by the servants, she also frowned and trembled, thinking, but I still intend to forgive him if he apologizes. By the evening, Soria could not bear it anymore. She angrily roared, at least he should come by at night to apologize. The next morning, the servant stood next to Soria, worriedly asking, Are you all right, princess? She dejectedly hid her face in her wings, tiredly replying, No, I am so sleepy that I could faint right away. When Soria raised her head, the corners of her eyes still had tears. She sadly thought, I waited all night, but he did not come. Soria exhausted herself and buried her face in the soft feather pillow again. Her whole body had no energy at all. Her head was full of thoughts, she thought. He can't even give me an explanation. Perhaps their relationship is really very serious. When she hugged the pillow and raised her head, her entire small head was buried in the pillow. Her beak punctured the pillow, the feather stuffing from the tear overflowed, making the maid standing next to her startled. Soria disappointedly murmured, Maybe I should let this go. The servant thought I should go get some fresh worms for her, then saw the door open. Soria sat up straight again, looking at the person entering, asking, What is it? The attendant respectfully bowed his head, politely saying, Princess, His Majesty has sent me to ask if you would like to attend the party at the Dahlia Mansion salon. If so, I will leave the invitation here. Soria frowned, thinking to herself, I told Mabeline that I would come. The attendant did not see her speak, so he raised his head, softly calling Princess. He confusingly thought, What is wrong? His Majesty only told me to confirm with her again, because they had already agreed verbally. While he was thinking, the invitation letter in his hand was taken by Soria with her beak. This action of hers startled the attendant. Soria let the invitation letter fall to the ground with a thud. Then she turned her face away, exhaling a breath full of anger. The servant saw this and hurriedly bowed his head, saying, Well then, if you have taken it, then I will take my leave. After he had left, Soria transformed back into human form. Her long white hair gently flew in the air. The soft white hem of her skirt drooped with her movements. Soria glanced at the maid, softly saying, You can call the designer that Madame Mabeline introduced to me. Tomorrow I will appear with a truly perfect appearance. The servant saw her transform from a grumpy hen into a beautiful girl like that, and was very surprised. It took a while to react, quickly replying, "I will do it right away, princess." Soria bent down to pick up the invitation letter from the ground, muttering, "Two timing jerk." She crumpled the letter in her hand, her anger reaching the sky, shouting, "Your Majesty, you are brave, you want to play this game, then let us play." In his study, Lennox, who was handling work, suddenly raised his head. He seemed to sense something, and muttered with a strange expression, "Why is it so hot all of a sudden?" Unaware of the growing misunderstanding, Lennox let another night pass without visiting Soria's room. The next morning, the male attendant following Lennox asked hesitantly, "Are you so worried about Princess Soria?" He nodded, replying, "That is right." Lennox walked ahead, adjusting the gemstone-studded clasp on the scarf around his collar as he said, "I can't even imagine what she has caused when I do not keep an eye on her." He opened his eyes, remembering the situation these days. He frowned slightly and continued, "This silence makes me even more uneasy." The attendant's expression became even more worried. Thinking to himself, "I am more worried about you." The palace door suddenly opened. Bright light from the outside shone in. In that light was Soria's slender and graceful back. She slowly turned back to look at him, softly calling, "Your Majesty." Lennox was slightly stunned by Soria's beauty. His cheeks unconsciously turned red, as if he did not believe his eyes. He asked Soria. Today, she had neatly braided her long hair into a bun, leaving only a strand of hair with a hint of gold hanging down in front of her chest. Soria wore beautiful makeup. Wearing an elegant pink dress with a shell-shaped pleated bodice and white lace, gloves and shawls were also made of lace, wearing a pair of sparkling blue gemstone earrings. Of the same type as the large stone attached to the brooch, a luxurious diamond necklace, standing under the sunlight at this time. Her whole body exuded radiance and nobility. Soria turned her amber eyes towards Lennox, gently saying, "You have finally arrived." Lennox looked at her, his heart pounding, making him unconsciously put his hand on his left chest, trembling in his heart. "She must have used it on me, that difficult to prepare love potion." Both of them got on the carriage to the Delia mansion. Sitting in the carriage, Soria thought a little disappointed. I thought he would say something. She observed Lennox with an emotionless face. In her heart she was angrily shouting, "But he does not even bother to deny it." Lennox was looking outside at this time, confused and not knowing what to do. His face was flushed, and sweat was streaming down his forehead. The strange feeling of throbbing from before had not disappeared. Soria saw that the silence in the car was making her more and more uncomfortable, so she sighed helplessly, speaking, "Your Majesty." Lennox looked over shyly. Just one glance made his heart beat faster again, causing him to quickly turn away. His words unconsciously became blunt, "What is it?" This attitude of his made Soria angrily think, "So you do not intend to look me in the eye at all?" But she did not make a fuss anymore, but only gently asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Lennox hummed softly and began to instruct, "The people attending the salon party today are nobles from the Duke and Marquis families, so be careful. They may appear friendly on the outside, but inside." Seeing him stop speaking, Soria asked again, "That is all?" Lennox said awkwardly, "Yes, that is right." At this time the carriage also stopped. She only said softly, "I understand," and he, as if he did not realize Soria's unusual state, said as he got out of the car, "We are here." She coldly glanced at the arm that was extended in front of her. Lennox stood in front of the car door, holding out his left arm waiting for Soria to hold on. She frowned slightly, and her anger suddenly subsided a little. After a while, Soria finally reached out and took Lennox's arm. He supported her and led her inside. Soria called out blankly, "This is the opposite direction from the garden I went to." Lennox only gently reassured her, "Don't worry." He took her deeper into the mansion, saying as they walked, "I have been coming to the Dahlia's house for so long that I can't even remember anymore, so we won't get lost." Soria walked demurely beside him, asking, "You said that you and Dior have been friends since childhood, right?" Lennox nodded slightly, replying, "That is right. The Dahlia family has had a close relationship with the royal family." Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, and in a flash was far away from Soria. She did not understand why. She only saw the distance between the two of them getting farther and farther. Then she heard him continue, "For many generations." Even if Soria wanted to walk faster to catch up with him, today's dress was too cumbersome, and Lennox's stride was very long. She was so tired that her face flushed, and her breathing was disordered. Finally she could only watch him walk away, saying as he walked, "They are very talented." Soria panted, thinking to herself, "What is with this distance? He has always escorted me properly before." The hand holding her fan tightened. Soria angrily thought, "I can't take it anymore." At this time, Lennox seemed to realize that she was no longer walking beside him, blankly calling, "Soria." She used all her strength to walk over, almost running towards him. In the blink of an eye, Soria had pushed Lennox against the wall, one hand grabbing his collar, and the other hand against the wall behind him, blocking him. Lennox was caught off guard, opening his eyes wide to look at her, not understanding why. His handsome and fair face flushed red in a flash. Soria pressed close to him, looking up at him, her eyes flashing with anger. She coldly asked, "Your Majesty, why do you keep avoiding me?" Lennox was stunned, asking what? He did not understand at all, thinking, who, me? Lennox's brain used almost all of its cells to process the information, thinking to himself, avoid who, her. Soria was looking at him with a very aggrieved expression, a layer of mist rising in her eyes, tears ready to fall, her lips tightly pressed together. Suddenly she said loudly to him, her voice full of grievances and accusations, "You have not come to my room for several days." Madame Mabeline and Dior will accidentally saw this scene in a corner, and heard Soria exclaim, "And you lied to me about your past." Dowell closed his eyes with a look of helplessness, his head full of sweat. On this side, Soria was still angrily leaning close to Lennox's face, saying loudly, "Why do not you even bother to find an excuse?" But no matter what she said, her pitiful appearance and the close distance between the two were making Lennox very confused. His face was flushed. His mind was in a mess. Thinking to himself, I am not myself right now. In Soria's amber eyes glistening with tears under her long and curved eyelashes. His face was reflected. Her small face was slightly red from anger. Lennox just stared blankly at her. Thinking, I can't even think clearly. Not knowing how long passed, Direwell's voice suddenly rang out, waking him up, Your Majesty. He looked at Lennox with a serious face, asking, how do you intend to resolve this? He blankly looked at Direwell, saying, huh. Dowell immediately put on a helpless look. He pointed forward, saying to Lennox, aren't you going to chase after her? He foolishly looked in the direction he pointed. Then Lennox turned back to look at Direwell, asking, huh, where's Soria? Direwell was completely helpless, not knowing what to do. Mabeline, seeing this scene, could only helplessly think, what a fool. Meanwhile, at the town square, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in a deserted alley. After a while, Soria walked out from that direction, looking sulky and angry. She hitched up her skirt and strode forward, saying as she walked, in the past, as soon as he thought he had done something wrong, he would immediately apologize. Where is the man who used to bring a bottle of wine to find me in the middle of the night? Soria remembered Lennox gently scratching her soft hen's neck feathers, angrily thinking, he has been like this from the beginning. She was so angry that she puffed out her cheeks, then thought, he even personally wrote a guarantee affirming that he had no intention of invading the kingdom of Sion. Could their relationship be so serious that he could not even tell me anything? She walked straight to the bench next to the square, and sat down next to a man with fiery red hair and a beard who was resting with his eyes closed. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Soria unconsciously shouted loudly, I will curse you, you traitor. Her shout startled the person sitting next to her. Theos secretly observed her, thinking to himself, interesting hair, and her dress is made of expensive fabric too. After venting, Soria dejectedly lowered her head, her whole body looking lifeless, sitting there silently. Theos slowly moved closer to her, starting a conversation. You seem to be a proper young lady, so why are you cursing others in the middle of the road? Did your man betray you? Soria gave him a sharp look, asking, who are you to ask that? This one sentence and her fierce gaze stunned Theos. Suddenly he burst out laughing, saying as he laughed, that is really funny. Soria's face darkened, confusedly thinking, who is this strange man? It took Theos a while to stop laughing. He asked her, you really do not know who I am? Soria stared at Theos. After a while she asked back, should I know? At this time, Theos suddenly learned a lesson, which is to never talk to strangers. That is the wisdom of life. He propped his chin up, glancing at her as he thought to himself, I left the capital 3 years ago, but I come back once every year. This strange young lady must have only appeared in the past year or so. Thinking for a while, Theos suddenly exclaimed, I know. He pointed at Soria, his eyes shining, saying, so you are the one that everyone has been talking about recently. She exclaimed in surprise, what? Theos burst out another loud laugh, saying as he laughed, now everything is clear. Soria became even more uncomfortable, thinking to herself, oh God, he really is a madman. Thinking this, she quietly moved away, widening the distance between the two. This action attracted Theos's attention. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her shawl. Soria screamed in shock. She looked away with some fear, saying in a small voice, I just remembered that I have something to do, so can you let go? Theos still held Soria's lace shawl with one hand, and put his other hand on her shoulder, saying in a deep voice, if you leave now, then you will regret it, princess. Don't you want to know why I know you? Soria trembled, replying, really, there is no need. Theos's face was full of evil intentions, thinking, should I tease this little girl a little more? Soria reached out to pull back her shawl, glaring at Theos as she said, I guess you know me because you heard the rumors that everyone is spreading. He glanced at her, softly exclaiming, is that so? Soria regained her composure, saying, don't act so surprised. You have heard the rumors, that I am His Majesty's true love. She paused for a moment and continued, trying to appear threatening, I do not know who you are, but I won't let this go. Unexpectedly, Theos was not afraid, but burst out laughing. This time he laughed so hard that tears came out. He seemed to have heard something very funny, laughing loudly without stopping. Soria angrily exclaimed, I am serious, why are you laughing? At this time, the glittering golden light flashed again. Soria suddenly transformed back into a hen. She was stunned and exclaimed, unable to believe it. Theos, seeing this scene, also froze, looking in surprise at the feathers falling in the air and the hen in front of him. He held Soria in the form of a chicken in his arms, walking towards the palace while saying, I did not expect that I could personally confirm the rumors like this. I will never forget the moment you turned into a hen, princess. Soria, sitting in Theos's arms, had been silent for a long time. Hearing these words, she blankly exclaimed, princess. Thinking in her head, what just happened? Theos took her straight into the palace, waving a bright golden badge as he passed the guards, saying, keep up the good work. The gatekeeper respectfully bowed, inwardly saying, the badge I saw during the inspection in the capital. Soria stared at the bright golden royal badge in his hand, thinking to herself, exactly the same as Lennox. She suddenly burst into tears, holding her head in a panic, thinking, the only other person who can have it is the former emperor. Soria drooped her wings, turned her head to look at Theos, softly and politely asking, can you forget about my rudeness just now? He lowered his eyes to look at her, seriously saying, in that situation you can't be blamed, so you were sitting on that bench. Because my son betrayed you. Soria covered her face with her wing, inwardly screaming, oh my God. She still hid her face, whispering, please forget about it completely. Soria cried silently while thinking, why did I shout traitor? I wish I could turn back time to shut my mouth. She slumped down again, exclaiming, it is so humiliating. Her appearance made Theos try his best not to burst out laughing. He held back so hard that his whole body trembled. His face flushed red. Theos thought for a while and asked, you want me to forget it? Soria blankly looked up at him. Theos raised her to eye level, slowly continuing, although I know a very good way to verify whether that boy has really betrayed you. Pausing for a moment, he said again, but if you do not believe me, then it does not matter. Soria looked at him with suspicious eyes. Theos also understood those eyes. He thought to himself, even as a hen, I still know exactly what she is thinking. Theos gently put Soria down on the ground, saying, if you are going back to the palace, then we should say goodbye here. She panicked, internally exclaiming, no, no. Soria hurriedly hugged Theos's leg with both wings, anxiously saying, no, I believe you, how can I doubt the former emperor? The corner of Theos's lips slightly curled into a subtle smile. He bent down and patted her back, gently coaxing, right choice, princess, now wipe away your tears. Theos held her and walked towards the palace, saying, then let us go, okay? Under the bright sunlight, a cart slowly rolled on the road, making clattering sounds. Soria squinted her eyes, softly calling, Your Majesty, Theos said casually. Just call me Theos. She hesitated a little, then called Mr. Theos. He asked, what is it? Soria was perched on Theos's shoulder at this time, worriedly saying, shouldn't we be doing this secretly? He smiled and replied, yes, that is also why I told them to keep silent about my visit at this time. Soria lowered her eyes, hesitantly saying, that is true, but... Theos, who was pushing the cart, stopped, looked up and observed for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly, saying, everyone is looking in this direction in the distance. The servants were indeed curiously looking at them. He lowered his head to observe the clothes he was wearing, muttering, but I am dressed normally, Soria exclaimed. What is it? Theos smiled, asking her, do I look like I am doing anything other than delivering food? Soria glanced at him with unbelievable eyes, inwardly thinking, how can anyone in the palace forget the face of the person who was the emperor just 3 years ago? He is really too oblivious to not realize how much attention he is attracting. She turned her head to look behind, where the servants were anxiously calling out, Your Majesty, please let us pay our respects to you. Ignoring the calls of the people behind, Theos returned to the cart, pushing it diligently while happily saying, oh well, anyway, this will probably be a big surprise. Then he hummed a tune. Soria helplessly muttered, well, you are not wrong. After walking for a long time, Theos stopped, saying, let us stop here. I think this is the most perfect location. The place they stopped was right under the feet of a large golden statue, Soria thought in surprise, right under the statue of the first emperor. Theos waved his hand to the people standing on one side, observing them with worried eyes, ordering everyone move back. After saying that, he turned back, reaching out to pull the white cloth covering the outside of the cart. The cloth was pulled away, and the clamorous sound of clucking suddenly rang out. On top of the cart that Theos had been diligently pushing was a large cage full of white hens. Seeing the sunlight, they all immediately flapped their wings and cried out. The scene was extremely noisy. Soria watched blankly, thinking in panic, "Oh God, I do not think this is a good idea." She worriedly asked Theos, "Mr. Theos, are you really sure about this?" He nodded, looking smug, saying, "In the past, among the sea of beauties, I immediately recognized Liane. This is a test that my son should not have too much difficulty passing if he really loves you." Saying that, he opened the cage door, releasing the hens. Soria confusedly exclaimed, "But all of them?" She stood amidst the flock of hens, crying and jumping around in a mess, swallowing the rest of her words, only holding her head and thinking, "Are all human?" Meanwhile in the palace, Lennox slammed the table, angrily shouting, "She is not in the palace. What is Dame Megan doing?" He worriedly looked at Dior, continuing, "The curse may be gradually weakening, but she still can't maintain her human form for more than 3 hours. Where could she have gone?" Dowell calmly replied, "Dame Megan has taken a day off today." He looked at Lennox's appearance, thinking, he is really worrying too much for a talented mage from the time when magic was still thriving, as if someone would be able to defeat her. Dowell clearly enunciated each word. "You told the princess that she did not need to bring knights to escort her because you would personally go with her." Speaking of this, he suddenly frowned, asking Lennox with an uncertain look, "Don't you remember?" He paused after hearing that. Dowell reassured, "Your Majesty, do not worry too much. Princess Soria will be back soon." Lennox bit his lip slightly. He angrily pointed outside, shouting, "What if she gets lost and can't find her way back? Do you know how scary the world out there is? I will immediately deploy troops to find her." Dowell sighed and said, "Please calm down. If you do that, she will really run away. You know very well that the capital is the safest place on the continent. Whether it is day or night." Lennox heard that and frowned slightly, but then realized that he was right, so he only uttered a soft humph. Dearwell saw that he had calmed down a little, so he softly continued, "And white chickens are especially regarded as a sacred species in the capital. Even children and beggars on the street do not dare to touch white chickens." Lennox closed his eyes, trying to suppress the worry in his heart. He thought, he is right, Soria is not a child, she will come back when her anger subsides. Right at this moment, the door was pushed open. An attendant exclaimed, Your Majesty." He rushed in, saying, "The former emperor is currently present in the palace." Lennox was startled and blurted out, "What?" The attendant hurriedly reported, He entered the palace with Princess Soria, and is currently doing something under the statue of the first emperor." He saw that both Lennox and Deorwell were looking at him with suspicious eyes, so he emphasized, "That is the truth." Lennox frowned, saying with a serious face, "Report the exact situation to me immediately." The door was pushed open again. Another attendant rushed in, anxiously exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the former emperor." He turned to look at Dill, seeing that he was still calm as if nothing had happened. His expression became even more gloomy. Lennox said with accusation, "Calm down." "Ha, you said he had not passed the capital security check." Dearwell laughed dryly twice, replying, "I did not expect this to happen. He must have found another way to bypass the check." Lennox angrily exclaimed, "How can the capital's security check be so lax?" He raised his hand to support his forehead, sighing wearily as he continued, "No, actually, with my father's creativity, he must have thought of countless ways to get past." Dearwell waved his hand, signaling to the two attendants standing tensely on one side, saying, "Quick, go back to work." Both of them responded with a yes and retreated. He looked at Lennox, saying, "All right, so let us just prepare in our own way as always. Even the first sentence in the Empire's history book has affirmed it, that there will never be an emperor like this in the history of the Empire." Lennox gritted his teeth, thinking with a helpless look, meaning the Empire has never witnessed such a reckless and unpredictable emperor. He must have come back because he was interested in the rumors about Soria. He sighed and ordered Dul, who was following behind, to find out where my mother is. She must be staying at the most luxurious hotel in the capital, so find her and bring her here. And prepare a palace for them to stay in." Dul nodded, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lennox sighed again, muttering, "Hopefully there won't be any crazy things happening this time." When the two arrived at the place where the statue of the first emperor was, as the attendant had said, he was immediately attracted by the sound of chickens squawking. Lennox turned his eyes in that direction. There was a large crowd gathered there, whispering and talking. He walked closer, thinking to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this. The sound just now was not Soria's cry." Seeing Lennox approaching, the crowd of nobles recognized him and startled apart. He looked at them, dejectedly thinking, "They are the nobles who were present at the salon. That is great." Lennox walked with a sullen face among the nobles who were bowing in salute to him, thinking at this point, "I can't stop any rumors that will spread from here." He walked straight to Theos, who was standing with his arms crossed waiting, calling out, "Father." He looked at him, softly saying, "Oh, it has been a while." Lennox frowned and looked at his father, saying, "You can't just show up suddenly without warning." Again there was the sound of chickens squawking, cluck cluck. He looked down in surprise at the white hen at his feet. It was also looking up at him, mouth calling out, cluck cluck. Lennox dazedly looked at Theos, calling doubtfully, "Father," he said casually, "let us start, okay?" In a flock of pure white hens bustling and jumping around, a hen flew straight into his face while calling out, cluck cluck cluck. It stepped on Lennox's forehead in his shock, and Theos's face was blooming with a happy smile. He said to Lennox with enthusiasm, "Prove your love, son. And personally shake off the accusation that you are a traitor." Hearing Theos say this, Lennox froze again. Small whispers rang out around him. He blankly thought, "Who, a traitor, me?" Then he blurted out a question full of incomprehension, "What?" Meanwhile, Soria, who was lost in the chaotic flock of hens, pushed the hen next to her while anxiously calling out, "Save me, do not step on me, no, get out of the way." She thought in panic, "This is too wrong, I should not have agreed in the first place, I have to get out of here now. If Lennox picks me up and says he loves me or some cheesy line like that, then I will probably never dare to show my face again." She thought with a dark face, "Anyway, he will recognize me right away." At this time, another hen came to Lennox's side, looking up at him, calling out, "Cluck cluck." Soria turned her head to look back, then saw the scene of Lennox bending down to pick up that hen. He raised the white hen in his hand to eye level, calling doubtfully, "So, Soria." The hen lowered its head, its small yellow eyes looking at him, replying, "Cluck cluck." Soria stood on one side, watching this scene blankly. In the crowd of nobles gossiping, a girl said to Madame Mabeline standing next to her in confusion, "That is not Princess Soria, is it?" Mabeline glanced over, replying in a small voice, "I do not think so, the one with golden feathers is still on this side." While they were talking there was a voice, "Then who is the hen that His Majesty is holding?" Both turned their heads to look at the white hen who had just spoken, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh." Soria shouted angrily, trembling all over, "You." She splayed her legs, her golden tail feathers perked up, her wings spread out threateningly. Her neck stretched out as she shouted at Lennox, who was still holding the hen. "How could you mistake that hen for me, are you kidding?" He looked at her in fear, speechless. Soria immediately rushed up, scratching and hitting Lennox's head. He frantically dodged, calling out, "It is just a misunderstanding." "Ah, Soria, stop it," she said irritably, "who could make such a mistake?" And struck even harder. The nobles standing in the distance silently looked in this direction with gossiping eyes. Lennox confusedly tried to justify himself. "That hen looked at me." Soria did not stop, saying loudly, "Its tail is white, and mine is golden. Is it that hard to distinguish? You have been caught red-handed." At this time, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, and raindrops began to fall on the ground. Lennox was still trying to defend himself. "No, listen to me, I was like hypnotized at that time." Soria stubbornly exclaimed, "I do not want to listen anymore." The nobles and Theos retreated into a small building next to them to take shelter from the rain. He stared at Lennox and Soria while laughing heartily, saying, "The future queen is really energetic." Under the rain, Soria was still hitting Lennox. He could only cover his head to protect himself. In the future, that day was recorded in history as follows: His Majesty and Princess Soria met again. And even if it rains, it can't separate them. No one can measure how deep their love is. Theos stood watching the scene of his son kneeling on the ground, using his hands to shield his head, while Soria kept kicking him. He smiled, thinking with satisfaction, these are good days. In a peaceful kingdom, where the houses are next to each other, rumors spread quickly like the wind, and regrettably, the warm sunshine shone on the sparkling water. Not all the rumors are completely true. One person put a fabric bag on the table, saying with emotion, "Sir, we can't let this go on anymore." That was Jared, the descendant of Count Sholid of the Kingdom of Sion. "I would rather die than live in seclusion like this and let the princess's reputation be ruined," he said, clenching his fist, showing his will. At this time, the man opposite was Duke Pelier of the Kingdom of Sion, who just glanced at him coldly while Jared continued, "Don't just sit there, we have to do something." After listening to him ramble on for a while, he said gently, "The Emperor is the only one who can dissolve the princess's curse. We have already discussed this." On the contrary, Jared was sullen, sweat trickling down his cheeks. "I am not talking about the curse." After saying this, he frowned, showing his feelings. "Do you know how much Princess Soria is being despised in the Crochet Empire?" Hearing this, Duke Pelier could not help but ask in doubt. Despised? Not long ago, many rumors spread everywhere that the two were in love. In his head appeared the appearance of a prince caressing chicken. Jared took a step forward, explaining loudly, "That is why we resisted the Imperial Army when they continuously invaded this territory without killing or causing any casualties." Pausing for a moment, He continued, "Those false rumors were all fabricated by the Empire." Jared's expression was painful and tense, as if he was suffering a mental shock. His body leaned forward, his eyes tightly closed, his forehead wrinkled. It turns out that Princess Soria cried herself to sleep every night because the Emperor betrayed her, and recently, even the former Emperor insulted her. Duke Pelier's eyes widened with anger and shock. His eyebrows furrowed as he heard Jared continue. He released dozens of chickens and put the princess in the middle of the flock, then mockingly challenged everyone to find her. Unable to restrain his anger, his hand squeezed the armrest of the chair so hard that the sound of wood breaking could be heard. "What are you saying?" Jared said painfully. "It seems that the Emperor wants to isolate the princess from everyone." Continuing, "The people speculate that the Emperor likes to make the cursed princess a laughingstock to amuse himself," as he said. He imagined the scene of the Emperor laughing happily with the people at the princess's humiliation. While Theos continued to sneer, Lennox on the side could not help but be shocked. His mouth agape when the former Emperor released the chickens and threw Princess Soria into them. The current Emperor laughed scornfully. The image of Lennox raising his hands came to Duke Pelier's mind as Jared continued to describe, picking up a chicken at random and saying. Lennox raised Princess Soria in the form of a chicken, showing a contemptuous smile, examining the chicken in his hand. "I thought a princess would be different. But it seems that I can't tell the difference because these poor chickens all look the same," Lennox said arrogantly. Ending the fictional scenes, Jared clenched his fist, tearfully questioning, "If this is not humiliating her, then what is?" I heard that even the nobles standing nearby had to turn away because they found the Emperor's actions too rude, not noticing that Duke Pelier was silent, his whole body exuding a cold aura. A sharp sword was drawn from its sheath. Jared's frowning voice continued to ring out. It is rumored that soon after it rained as if the heavens were punishing the Emperor for his cruelty. As soon as he finished speaking, this story was spreading very quickly in the merchant circles. Duke Pelier suddenly swung his sword down, so fast that only flashes of green light could be seen. The unfortunate table was now split in two, with pieces of wood flying everywhere. Duke Pelier could not hold back his anger. "Our liege is being humiliated by the Emperor. As her loyal servants, we can't stand by and watch. We will bring the princess back." Seeing the reaction he wanted, Jared's eyes lit up, happily exclaiming, "Finally!" Duke Pelier coldly ordered, "Yes, choose the most elite warriors and get ready." He pursed his lips, his eyes shining with determination, thinking to himself, "I swear on the honor of the former king that I will take that emperor's head." In another place, at a magnificent castle, a gentle voice rang out. "His Majesty would never betray you." Dowell looked worriedly at the chicken in front of him, speaking to comfort her. "He is not the kind of shameless person." Contrary to his efforts, Soria lay dejectedly on the pillow. "I want to believe that too, but dear well." She squeezed Lennox's collar, saying sullenly, "His Majesty has never said anything to me." While he did not understand, his face reddened. Recalling the appearance of a young lady, Soria continued, "And when I asked the other young ladies about him." Another young lady heard her ask and covered half of her face with a hand fan. Her eyes avoiding hers, they all seemed embarrassed and avoided the topic. She shouted desperately, "How can I not be suspicious?" Hearing this, Dowell could not help but feel helpless, sighing, if she had spent a few years in high society, then things would not have turned out this way, although he understood her mood. Marquis Bourbon appeared with an arrogant appearance. He crossed his arms contemptuously, looking down from above. "Even this you do not know, and you dare to approach the Emperor." While Soria continued to be gloomy, dejectedly burying her face, Dowell also wearily raised his hand to his forehead, and Marquis Bourbon, why can't he keep his mouth shut? As if remembering something, she raised her head, saying sadly, "I thought Lennox would find me." The image of Prince Lennox appeared extremely sweet and gentle, reaching out his hand. "The curse is gradually weakening, so I thought that somehow, more or less, he loved me," she said disappointedly, but he picked up the wrong chicken. The scene of Prince Lennox panicking, sweating profusely when he picked up the wrong chicken. "Maybe I should try to lift the curse," she said sadly. Stopping in the middle of her words, she gloomily buried her head in the pillow again. Not a kiss of true love, but simply a kiss from the Emperor of an empire. Dowell heard her confide and spoke to reassure her. "I understand why you doubt him, but Princess, your suspicion has no factual basis." He pondered, interlacing his fingers and resting his chin on them. "I know you partially recognize that, but let me explain more clearly." Dowell continued. "His Majesty does not have a good reputation in high society, so apart from the young ladies who crave power or want to give birth to the next emperor, no one really wants to have a romantic relationship with him." Hearing that, Soria asked incredulously, "That bad?" Dowell could only helplessly reply, "Yes, it is." She looked at the man in front of her. "Aren't you his friend?" Soria, with her eyes half closed, forehead sweating, her face showing a complete helplessness when she just witnessed something ridiculous, could only sigh in her heart. She told herself, he is openly saying that the emperor is not popular. Is it because he works too much? Suddenly her eyes widened, when she just realized something. Soria embarrassedly covered her mouth, asking softly, wait, does he have a problem with fertility? Hearing that, Direwell's face immediately turned red, exclaiming in shock, no way. After regaining his composure, he cleared his throat, calmly affirming, His Majesty is very healthy, very, very healthy. Hearing that, Soria could only accept, oh, alright, sorry. After saying that, she inflicted another blow on Direwell by continuing, I thought a hated emperor would have a reason like that, but he is completely healthy physiologically. While Direwell could only bury his face in his palms, gloomy and unwilling to face it. Again he regained his professionalism, calmly speaking to explain for his friend, the reason he is not liked by women is very simple. The image of Lennox appeared bored and soulless as he sat on the throne, resting his chin, looking at the dance party below. He never danced in banquets, never smiled at any young lady. He continued, and if there was conversation it was only to assess the other person. Hearing this, Soria could not help but ask, what do you mean assess? He assesses whether they are qualified to become Empress. Lennox, in Direwell's words, was a meticulous person, wearing glasses and holding a paper examining. He asks the young ladies about their families, personal relationships, their views on the current situation of the empire, as well as their thoughts on the relationship between the empire and other countries, and many other issues. As soon as he finished speaking, Soria could not help but despondently exclaim, what is this, a job interview? Direwell continued, it has been 3 years since His Majesty succeeded to the throne. The noble seat for the Empress is still empty. The fact that the Empress's position is still vacant is not without reason, so please do not worry, Princess Dole continued. Finally he concluded, even if all the single men in the world betray you, His Majesty would not do that, while Soria narrowed her eyes, suspiciously thinking, so when he says he has never dated anyone, it is actually because he can't. Then she put her hand on her chin and continued to ponder, but he is a person with a warm heart, although the first time we met, he called me a cursed hen and threatened to kill me. She recalled the early days when Lennox panicked, his face pale as he shouted, there is a cursed chicken here. Thinking of this, Soria immediately found an excuse to justify Lennox's actions, but who would not be startled if they saw a talking chicken? The more she thought, the more she nodded in agreement. Remembering the scene of Lennox giving the chicken coop to his confidant Direwell, give the princess a vow of love. Remembering this, Soria could not help but be annoyed again. And he pushed that kiss to Direwell because he did not want to do it. Then she nodded in admiration, but honestly, who would want to kiss a hen? Everyone has a bad impression of Lennox, but he is subtle enough to do things like buying me flowers, or taking me to visit his hometown. Her thoughts were filled with the pink color of love. Suddenly waking up from her reverie, Soria exclaimed, Dale, yes, princess, there is one more thing. He recounted, Miss Cherian wants me to tell you that she is willing to do everything to prove her innocence. Her face appeared with an expression as if she was disgusted by something, clearly revealing an incredible shock, one hand covering her mouth, eyes wide, eyebrows wrinkled. Being dragged into such a dirty rumor is really extremely uncomfortable. Dole continued, she wants you to know that that rumor is completely false, and she has no interest in His Majesty at all. Hearing that, Soria put her hand on her chin and pondered. No one recognizes how truly amazing Lennox is. Suddenly she turned sharply, glancing at Direwell while he did not understand what was going on. Soria's face lit up, frowning with determination. I have to go see His Majesty right away. Thinking of Lennox's situation, she could not help but feel pitiful. Why does he look so depressed? It makes me feel sorry for him. Soria in an incurable state of infatuation, her eyes sparkling with dreamy visions of a handsome Lennox propping his chin and looking into the distance, her lips slightly parted, exclaiming in praise, is this the appearance of an unpopular emperor? In another place, when Lennox was lost in thought, he was awakened by the call, Your Majesty. He looked down in surprise when he saw her. He thought, when did Soria come here? Not waiting for him to respond, Soria continued with a pitiful look, I am sorry. I heard that I misunderstood you and Miss Cherian. Speaking of this, she shyly turned her face away, thinking, he has not even had the opportunity to love a woman properly, let alone love 2 people at the same time. Thinking is doing, she continued. I am sorry for mistakenly thinking you were a traitor. Hearing that apology, Lennox could not help but be stunned, then reassured, that is not your fault, but the fault of the people around you, saying that, but in his heart was a very loud huh. The chicken in front of him was looking up with eyes as bright as the Milky Way. The sparkling light around her added to her innocent and cute silliness, making him unable to hold back the thought. For some reason, I suddenly stopped at the beauty of the hen in front of me. Continuing with the incomprehensible thoughts in his head, it is so strange, I picked her up to take a closer look, her warm and soft body made my heart beat faster. While thinking, he lifted the chicken up. Lennox blushed shyly, looking at the chicken in his hand. Her clean feathers were carefully groomed by the maids, her yellow eyes sparkling. He exclaimed, "Soria." The scene was filled with dreamy pink, hearts fluttering everywhere. No, I must have lost my mind. Lennox could not help but wonder. Otherwise, how could I think a chicken is so beautiful? Then suddenly realizing something, he was struck by lightning. His eyes widened, thinking back. I have always only touched her back or under her wings, but this is not just an ordinary chicken. This is Soria. Lennox's face flushed, confusedly imagining that behind the chicken feathers was Soria's smooth, shiny white butt. The more he thought, the more panicked he became at his thoughts. His face was covered in sweat. His hand stroking the chicken stopped, trembling. I have been touching a young lady's back and under her arms all this time. Seeing that he had not responded for a long time, she asked, "Your Majesty." Coming to his senses, Lennox cleared his throat, his face still red. "I also owe you an apology for what happened today." Remembering that, he recalled Theosa's bright and excited face. "As you know, my father has many quirks," she only replied after hearing that. "Oh." With her eyes squinting, cheeks flushed, and a gentle young lady smile, Soria gently replied, "But it is all right. He is quite special and I was not hurt either, as you can see." Remembering the scene of Lennox picking up a hen, she continued to comfort, "Even though you picked up the wrong chicken at first." Hearing his mistake, Lennox turned his face away in embarrassment. "I have said it, it was just a mistake. If you see a flock of chickens right in front of you, then you can't think normally either," he said to justify himself. Imagining that scene, Soria could not help but shudder in fear. Yes, chickens are much scarier than people think they are. Under the light of the setting sun, that gentle light reflected on them, making the entire space seem to slow down in a moment full of enchantment and peace. "So, we have forgiven each other, have not we, because I misunderstood and you made a mistake?" Lennox's cheeks were still red when he heard her say, "I think we are even, what do you think?" He showed an extremely sweet smile. "Yes, consider it even," but in his heart a sweet and incomprehensible feeling arose. "I did not think I could smile like this." The image of Lennox foolishly waving his sword around and Soria the chicken flying around wildly. I was immersed in the emotions that I realized too late. Soria ran away because of a misunderstanding. And my father suddenly appeared and released a flock of chickens in front of me. The end result was that he was pecked in the head by Soria the chicken, under the pouring rain. She angrily could not restrain herself and vented everything on my head. That day was messed up from the beginning and I thought it would end terribly like that. Returning to reality, Lennox gently stroked Soria the chicken in his arms. He humorously thought, "My first love is actually a hen empress." He compared it to the past and could not help but exclaim, "This was unimaginable to me before," he said. "Should I have a crown made that is bigger, more gorgeous, and more beautiful?" Suddenly Soria looked up at him, her eyes full of brilliance. "Don't worry, Your Majesty," making Lennox extremely surprised. She continued, "It is simply that people have not seen your good qualities yet." Just as Lennox was feeling touched, she unhesitatingly continued to comfort, "If you were less picky in finding an empress, then I am sure the right girl will appear," making him freeze. Hearing this, he raised his head gloomily while Soria continued, "I am very willing to help if you allow me." His whole body stiffened, not hearing anything, he could only ask, "Huh?" Switching to the scene outside the magnificent castle. Entering the office with a more solemn color scheme. Lennox was silent, hiding half of his face behind interlaced hands. Coldly, "Just say it." Durwell did not care about his friend's condition. He only knew to close his eyes. "I do not know what is going on." Durwell calmly placed another thick stack of papers on his desk, coldly reminding, "But you still have a lot of work to do, Your Majesty." Lennox shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the desk. Glancing at the surrounding pile of papers, he could only sigh in resignation. "It is meaningless." Lennox slumped down, a gloomy cloud surrounding him. "What is the point of working if I always have more work to do?" At this time Durwell finally realized his emotions. He thought to himself, so that is what he meant. Seizing this opportunity, Durwell spoke to advise, "If you get married, the workload will be reduced, because there will be someone to share the work with you." Hearing those words, Lennox could only glance over, sarcastically saying, "Will that make me feel better?" Imagining that scene, Lennox could only sigh in resignation. "Even if I have a child right now, it would take at least 10 years before I can teach it to work." He took out a piece of paper from the thick pile of papers while Durrell spoke to advise, "Even so, in 10 years you will have hope. Think about what your father did." Suddenly remembering something, he said, "Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, earlier you said just say it. What did you mean?" Lennox faintly curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Oh, that." Suddenly he looked up gloomily at Durrell, loudly questioning, "Your defense, I want you to continue to say your reason if you have one. Then just say it." Durrell did not understand what was going on. He could only stand still. "What are you talking about?" Durwell heard this and exaggeratedly raised his hand to support his forehead, saying with a pitiful look, "Your Majesty, since I swore allegiance to you, I have never done anything that needs an excuse. May the gods witness my words." After speaking, he showed a playful smile. "How can you doubt my loyalty?" Lennox could not do anything to him, so he could only resign himself. "Enough, yes, Your Majesty," he replied, angry without a place to vent. He could only humph. Seeing his reaction, Durwell paused for a beat and said, "Your Majesty, what?" Lennox replied wearily. Suddenly he propped his hands on the table, leaning forward, putting one hand on his chest to show his seriousness. "I swear on the honor of my family that everything I said to Princess Soria yesterday was true." He did not mind exposing the painful truth. It is really like that. The matter of Lennox not being liked by the young ladies was not a secret anyway. As if having made up his mind, Durrell continued, "But Your Majesty, I said something that I was not very sure of. I understand that it will be verified before the coronation, but..." He raised his head to look directly at Lennox. "Because you always live upright, by the way, that is a compliment," he impatiently scolded. "Get straight to the point." While speaking, Durrell looked at Lennox's lower body. "This is a little embarrassing to say." Looking following his gaze, Lennox also turned his gaze towards his lower body. Then he finished his words. "How is your condition down there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into silence. Hearing this, Lennox could not bear it and slammed on the table, saying in a low voice, "Durrell." Seeing his reaction, Durrell flinched, avoiding his gaze and looking to the side, smiling faintly. "Surely there is nothing wrong." Lennox clenched his fist, glaring at his friend before him, questioning in a low voice, "What the hell did you say to Soria?" Durwell helplessly explained, "Please calm down. I was just confirming that you are completely healthy." Deciding to let this matter go for now, Lennox spoke, "We are not done with this, but I am sure you have a more important reason for coming to find me so early. What is it?" Durwell brought a paper full of words before him. "This is the most urgent document. The groundwater in the south is almost exhausted and it needs to be resolved immediately." An ancient figure appeared. Durwell continued, "There is a possibility that it will rain no." A cow bleeding streamed down lying on the throne. It seems that the feudal lords have also begun to believe in superstition. They have begun to sacrifice living animals as offerings. Lennox's hand tapped rhythmically on the desk, showing his contemplation and worry. "Blood, living animals, the next ritual. They will start killing people." Shedding his joking appearance, Durrell looked down solemnly. "Surely they are gradually following that path. I heard that some people are looking for a witch." A terrifying thought flashed in Lennox's head. If Soria becomes an object of worship a little later, then things will be very bad for her. The image of a glowing chicken appeared in his head. A woman cursed to become a hen, and possesses magic that surpasses anyone's understanding. Thinking of the strangeness of the magical forces, she would be the ideal candidate to be accused of being a witch. Lennox seriously ordered, "Send officials to investigate and summon all the feudal lords in the south to the palace. That is all the important issues, right?" he asked while giving the important documents to Durwell while he respectfully bowed to receive the order. Without raising his head, Durwell cautiously asked, "May I ask how long you intend to keep the descendants of the Kingdom of Sion a secret from Princess Soria?" Hearing that question, Lennox asked back, "Why, did something happen?" Lennox's expression became serious as he said, "Yes, our soldiers were attacked. It seems they do not like Princess Soria very much." Direwell's voice still echoed in the air. "Because the story about Princess Soria is spreading throughout the empire, it must have reached them even though they are hiding in the mountains." Receiving that information, Lennox asked back in doubt, "So the purpose of the attack is to eliminate Soria?" "I do not think we can completely rule out that possibility," Durwell calmly replied. This made Lennox unable to stop thinking, unless they say it themselves. "Otherwise I can't be sure about their thoughts or plans, but..." He ordered, "Yes, Your Majesty, strengthen security for Soria. Watch over her at all times, and Dame Megan will lead this mission." He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty," seemingly still uneasy. Lennox strengthened his order. "In addition, tell them not to be lenient just because the other party is a descendant of Sion. Anyone who attacks the princess must be killed on the spot." Outwardly Durrell listened, "Yes, Your Majesty," but in his heart he was always worried. But how can we fight against those who can use magic freely? And that is not the only problem. If the princess knows about this, can she accept it? The question, can she let them die, still lingered in his head. Then Lennox glanced at Durrell and said, "Moreover, Durrell." Suddenly he affirmed, "I am very healthy," causing both of them to freeze silent. Really not knowing how to react, he paused for a moment and said, "Oh, of course." In another place, Soria along with Milburn were examining something. She asked him, "Milburn, do you think so too?" Both were kneeling on the floor. Milburn replied, "Yes, the only royal mage that I know who can activate this magic circle is the Duke." Hearing that, Soria thought sourly, "My body is still bound by the curse. Destroying all the thorn bushes spread throughout the kingdom at the same time is almost impossible. A magic circle shining brightly with intricate geometric lines, arranged symmetrically, creating a mysterious and sacred feeling. That is why I created this magic circle. It is a magic circle that encompasses the entire kingdom of Sion. On the magic chessboard there were already 2 pieces, Soria and Diril respectively. The remaining 2 pieces were still unknown, she thought. We need a total of 4 Imperial mages to complete. In theory it is perfect. Soria stood up, continuing to think, but in reality it is not feasible. She desperately propped her hands on the wall, drooping her whole body. Then she collapsed on the chair, wearily raising her hand to support her forehead. I should have considered a more modern approach to the magic circle. Milburn will also need a few more years to be able to understand it thoroughly. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Don't worry, Your Highness," startling her. Milburn spread a map on the table as he said, "There must be a way." His appearance surprised Soria. "Oh, when did you come here?" Regaining her composure, she propped her chin up and looked at him. "I am sorry, Milburn. I was very confused because there were too many things to do, work." He asked back. She explained slowly, "That is right, I have to support His Majesty in re-establishing the Kingdom of Sion, breaking my curse." Hearing that, Milburn asked back, "What do you mean, support His Majesty?" Not waiting for her to respond, he affirmed with boundless admiration when talking about his idol. "His Majesty is the strongest in the Empire. He does not need anyone to help him." The image of Lennox appeared in his head, extremely radiant and glittering. Hearing the 2 words strongest in his mouth, Soria could not help but sigh, strongest. When she remembered Lennox being pecked in the head by her and crying out. Seeing the sparkling eyes of Milburn, she could not bear to tell the truth. "But I can't tell him this, I have to protect his innocence." Soria chose her words to explain to him, "That is right, but strength is not the only important thing in a romantic relationship." "Then what else is important?" Milburn asked innocently. She replied, "Yielding when necessary and taking care of each other is also very important." He then asked back, "Like you and His Majesty?" Thinking of him, she could not help but show a faint smile. "His Majesty and I only have a bit of affection for each other. I can't call it a romantic relationship." Thinking of the passionate love novels between princesses and princes, she affirmed, "Romance should be a bit more passionate." Milburn tilted his head, closing his eyes but still not understanding. "I do not know if the 2 of you have feelings for each other, is not it similar?" Soria looked knowledgeable. "It is not the same. Loving someone always makes you irritated and can suddenly become adorable." Suddenly she felt petals falling, making her open her eyes wide. Soria continued, "And you may feel shy when you are with them. Why is my heart beating so fast?" She felt her heart beating, her face flushed as if she felt something. The scene of Soria kissing Lennox passionately while he was still dazed. She was immersed in her mind. The room was silent without a sound. She put her hand on her chest, feeling every beat, puzzled. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" Suddenly someone knocked on the door, attracting Milburn's attention. Lennox opened the door and stepped into the room. "Soria, I need to talk to." Before him was Soria, her face flushed, staring at him. The sound of the curtains rustling. He said solemnly, "I have 2 very important things to tell you." Lennox's seriousness made Soria feel worried. Why is he being so unusually serious? What is it? Contrary to her worry, he suddenly spoke. "The first thing is related to my fertility," making Soria stunned, asking without understanding. "Sorry." Not waiting for her to understand, he continued, "It seems that Diril said something that made you misunderstand, and because I do not want any more misunderstandings, I decided to explain it clearly to you." He was about to say more clearly, "Soria, I am very," when she flushed and slammed on the table, shouting, Okay, enough." She immediately rushed over and covered his mouth. "Don't say any more." Soria's soft hand gently touched Lennox's lips, making him feel fluttery while she shouted shyly, "I know you are very healthy, so stop it right now." He was ambushed by her sudden action. His eyes widened. His horrified look and flushed face clearly expressing his surprise mixed with confusion, as if his mind was spinning. Soria was still ranting. "Why did you feel the need to explain this to me in detail from the beginning?" Lennox felt every beat of his heart, making him unable to stop being surprised. Why, what is the reason?" He tried to hide his panic and continued, "Well, it would be pitiful if I was rejected just because of something like that." Soria could not help but ask again, "This is really the reason?" She sighed, admitting, "Okay, you are very healthy and strong, I will never mention this again." He was silent for a long time, not knowing what to do. And she on the other side was covering her face that was as red as a tomato. She shouted a warning, "And I will never doubt that again, okay?" Replying, he could only nod with a red face. Confused by his reaction, she said in a long string of words, "Really, Your Majesty, do you know that sometimes you say completely absurd things? I never know how to react whenever you do that. I could say the same thing about you, so let us drop this topic." Soria's ears were flushed, her hands on her face as if to hide the uncontrollable shyness. Her eyes widened in embarrassment. Suddenly she asked again, you just mentioned being rejected. Rejected what? Startling him. He suddenly felt hesitant, many thoughts swirling in his head. Well, maybe she has not even thought about marriage. We agreed from the start that we would completely remove that from this relationship. Soria will become the queen of the kingdom of Sion. A cool stream flows around the castle, and I will make the Sion River flow again. The gurgling water irrigates the barren land to solve the drought in the south, which has been a difficult problem for the past 6 months. From the beginning, our goals have been too clear. It seemed that there was always an invisible wall that made it difficult for the two of them to be honest with each other, even when they discovered that they needed to be in love for the plan to succeed. Neither of them actively discussed how to make this relationship progress. Clenching his fist, Lennox said, I. He worriedly glanced at her. If we. Soria, hearing him hesitate, looked at Lennox confusedly. Seeing her blank reaction, he immediately stopped. That expression said it all. She does not have the same feelings as me. He made up his mind to ask Soria, what do you think about marriage right now? He thought that is why we always stop here. He realized the truth, bowing his head in disappointment. I knew that. He admitted that this relationship won't go anywhere unless someone takes the initiative. His interlaced hands tightened beneath him. I felt a fear completely different from the first time I held a sword. I was afraid of being rejected by her. The space seemed to coagulate, she replied. I do not think now is the time, because the curse has not been lifted yet. After speaking, she showed a gentle smile, but to Lennox, her gentle smile showed that she did not have the same feelings as me. Realizing that, he lowered himself against the desk. Now is not the time. I should not say my feelings at this time. Thinking, I know there is a high chance that she will reject me, but I still do not want to be rejected, he said later. The two of them had a dialogue in turn. When the curse is lifted, how will you choose your partner? This question is sudden. Well, I have probably thought about it. If I want to stabilize the kingdom of Sion, then I can't keep delaying it. She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear, describing her ideal type. First of all, I want it to be a man who always cherishes the kingdom of Sion and, she said firmly, and I do not want him to be too ambitious. The Croatia Empire is ruled by both the emperor and the empress, right? It is almost like that, so both people need to be qualified in many areas. In Sion, the king's partner does not have much power. They have no say in running the kingdom, so it is basically just a symbolic title. Concluding, she affirmed, so it is better if he is not too ambitious. Hearing that, Lennox nodded in satisfaction. That is not a problem, making her could not help but wonder what. He happily, complacently touched his chin. Oh, it is nothing, anything else. Feeling that something was strange, she thought suspiciously. She continued to say, a kind person willing to listen to my worries, and easy to talk to would be great. His face could not help but shine with joy in his heart. Lennox's face lit up, asking, that is all. Hearing that, she could not help but be suspicious. Is more needed? She thought, even the conditions I just mentioned are already too difficult for most people to meet. Seeing that she had finished speaking, Lennox suddenly said with criticism, your standards are lower than I thought. Really, I do not think so, she replied coldly. He arrogantly placed his hand on his chin. Yes, the queen of a country should expect more from her partner. Soria looked at him speechless. What is he talking about? Then the two continued to converse. Yes, I think that is possible. What is possible? Don't worry about it anymore. You do not want someone too ambitious, but you want him to be capable, right? Yes, being capable can't hurt. Lennox's complacence could not be restrained anymore, almost growing wings, seeing that Soria rolled her eyes. This feeling is a bit dangerous. She said with a smile, by the way, did not you say you had another important thing to tell me? You did not bring me here just to talk about my ideal man, right? He woke up from his emotions. I was too engrossed. So I forgot the most important thing. It is not another misunderstanding between us, is it? He became serious again. No, this is more important than that, more important. Soria asked with interest. Lennox paused for a beat. Do you remember what you said before? In his heart he thought, I was not going to tell her until I was sure she was safe. They might come here to rescue her. Remembering the army of Earl Sholid, he thought of another possibility. But it is also possible that they are coming to eliminate her. He said to her, the descendants of Sion may still be alive somewhere. He continued, I have found them, the sentence that made her unable to hide her joy. Too excited, Soria slammed on the table and stood up really. She came over, tightly grasping his hand. How did you find them? Too shy at her excessive intimacy. He immediately turned his face to one side, saying with a red face, calm down, let me finish speaking, while she continued to squeeze his hand. How can I be calm? You really found them. She could not restrain her emotions and threw her arms around his neck, exclaiming emotionally, oh God, Lennox, I love you. Soria hugged Lennox, making his face as red as blood. He pushed her away gently. Okay, Soria, I understand, let go first, I mean I have not finished speaking yet. She smiled brightly, her eyes closed full of emotion as if filled with unexpected happiness. Thank you, oh God. Because of that, his heart beat unexpectedly fast. His blood also increased rapidly. While Soria was still saying, I have forgotten how great you are, I love you very, very much. She still continued to confess, I love you very, very much. He could not help but cover his face with both hands and shout, okay, stop it. In his heart he secretly screamed, my heart can't take it anymore. Now Soria realized his reaction, oh God, Lennox, are you okay? Switching the scene to the fortress on high with a view down on the entire kingdom. Soria in the form of a chicken said, Dame Megan, yes, your highness, she replied. Soria looked into the distance, thoughtfully asking, can I call people who have never lived or experienced life in Sion, citizens of Sion? Megan also looked into the distance, replying, I am not from there, so it is hard to say, but I do not think anything is more important than blood, heritage and origin. Looking down at the citizens living normally below, she continued, even with commoners. In Croatia, there are countless commoners who are very proud to be citizens of Croatia, regardless of their class. She smiled as she spoke, remembering her loved ones, just like my father and mother. Soria heard that and said with peace of mind, I hope the descendants of Sion feel the same way. Before the magnificent scenery of nature, she could not help but feel lonely, but maybe too much time has passed, maybe from the beginning to now I have just been daydreaming. She thought in her heart, I understand why they do not welcome me 147 years, that is a painfully long time for me. Remembering the things that had happened, long enough for all those who used to remember me or reminisce about the golden age of Sion to have turned to ashes. So who would suddenly accept a hen as their princess? Soria said with emotion, maybe I am being too greedy, maybe the best thing to do is to just go with the flow of time. While she was still lost in thought, no country lasts forever. Every country will eventually become a thing of the past. Then a third person stepped forcefully towards the two of them. As soon as Soria finished speaking, maybe that has already happened to the kingdom of Sion, Theos came from somewhere. Oh, someone got here before me. The former Emperor Theos looked at her steadily and confidently. What are you doing here, Soria? Megan saw who came and immediately bent down, respectfully, Your Majesty, while she asked suspiciously, Mr. Theos, why are you here? Contrary to the serious precaution of the two girls, he just laughed loudly, Relax, I just came up here to enjoy the view from the roof, saying that he raised his hand. Ah, and I apologize for the chicken flock the other day. Remembering the images from before, I did not expect that Lennox would not recognize you among the flock of chickens. He crossed his arms and pondered, he is my son, but sometimes he is strangely foolish, while Soria only responded indifferently. Oh yes, that happened. She continued, I am fine, His Majesty can also make mistakes, making Theos could not help but think in surprise, this is not the reaction I expected. Looking at the chicken before him, he asked, Soria, what is wrong? She looked up and asked, don't you? She paused for a moment and softly continued, feel regret. He did not understand and asked back about what? For handing over the throne to your son early, she asked directly without hesitation. That question was so straightforward that Megan right next to her could not maintain her composure. Her face turned pale as she looked over. Theos said with a serious face, why do you ask that? She remembered herself expressing her feelings. Until now, the identity of the princess has been what helps me continue to live. I used to think that, because I am the only heir of the kingdom of Sion and bear the responsibility of restoring it. So no matter what, I have to lift the curse and return to my people, but if no one wants me to do that, then what is my purpose in life now? Soria said sadly, hearing her emotions like that. He asked, are you talking about the descendants of Sion? Soria asked back in surprise, you know them? Hearing the suspicious tone in her voice, Theos could not help but prove, of course, I did not just travel around this empire for entertainment. After speaking, he raised his hand to his chin, so that is what you are worried about. Suddenly he suggested, then tomorrow would you like to go on a trip with me? Soria turned over, what? He persuaded, if you go, then maybe you will find the answer. The two looked at the kingdom in the distance together. It will definitely be more helpful than just looking at a kingdom that won't give you any answers. Still not feeling reassured, Soria asked shyly, if you intend to throw me into a flock of chickens again, then I won't go, hearing the coquettishness in those words. He laughed loudly, I promise I won't do that, this time you will definitely be happy that you followed my plan. To increase his credibility, Theos blurted out something extremely horrifying, if I bet the entire empire on this, would you believe me? He pointed confidently at himself while both Soria and Megan were terrified at his extravagance. While the two were still panicking, Theos laughed again. Ah, although it belongs to my son now. Hearing that, Megan could not help but feel shocked. A former emperor is actually acting like this. Soria was afraid that he would really do that, so she said, you do not need to bring the entire empire to bet, really, please do not do that. He propped his hips up uncomfortably and said, I know, well then I will see you tomorrow. He reached out his hand and said, it is getting cold, let us go inside. Seeing his outstretched arm, Soria frowned suspiciously without saying anything. In the end, Mr. Theos carried Soria away, she said resignedly. Oh well, if he wants to save his strength by carrying me inside, then I will accept it. At this time Lennox appeared from somewhere, panting, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Father, what are you doing? As if afraid that he would harm Soria. He rushed over and questioned, as I said before, she is the princess of the kingdom of Sion, and the only heir to the throne. He snatched the chicken from his father's hand, causing Soria to stagger. No one in the history of the Crotia Empire has ever treated the heir of another country like this. You just insulted the kingdom of Sion. Holding Soria the chicken tightly in his arms, Lennox left in a fit of anger. She was confused in his arms. Why is he overreacting so much? While she was thinking, she felt a sharp gaze shooting straight at her as if implicitly hinting, the gaze of a man telling someone to stay put. Seeing his serious eyes, Soria was painfully confused. What did I do wrong? Switching the scene to another room, at this time Lennox was questioning. Do you know this could cause trouble for diplomatic issues? What is wrong with you? Soria, who was being held tightly in his arms, helplessly thought. Who would care about this from the beginning? The image of the castle appeared magnificent and majestic but besieged by chains, along with Lennox's voice. The kingdom of Sion now only has thorn bushes, barren land. And me, if no one speaks up, then what is the problem? Theos heard this and despondently blamed. Raising a son is really a thankless job. In the past you were so obedient and easy to handle. Ignoring his father's disappointment, Lennox immediately looked down at her worriedly. Soria, are you okay? His eyebrows furrowed with worry. Lennox appeared extremely beautiful and radiant. Did he do anything to hurt you? Seeing his somewhat excessive reaction, Soria could not help but feel touched and blush. He is worried about me, even though nothing happened. Thinking this, she glanced over. He is different from usual. Seeing Theos tiptoeing to sneak away, she could not help but be shocked. Thinking of that, seeing that he was running away, she shouted painfully, Mr. Theos. He heard that and turned back, showing a meaningful smile and nodding at her, making her not understand what was going on. You can't do that, we jumped into this together and now you are running away. First. Soria angrily flapped her wings to express her emotions. I did not do anything. I was just a little sad, okay, Mr. Theos, please come back here to solve this. Seeing that cold and decisive back leaving, she shouted 3 times full of resentment, traitor. Lennox confided, when I was little, I almost died because my father threw me into the air while playing, and he almost chopped off my hand during a sword practice because he said he wanted to demonstrate the practical swordsmanship. He put her down in front of him and made a request, so never talk to my father without my permission again. Hearing the control in his voice, Soria could not help but feel uncomfortable, saying wait. She spread her wings, saying arrogantly, first of all, I understand what kind of parent Mr. Theos is. Lennox immediately replied, right, so if my father tries to. She interrupted him, no, that is not the problem. Lennox still did not understand what was going on, so Soria questioned, are you ordering me now? She asked uncomfortably loudly, who are you to decide who I can and cannot talk to? My mouth is mine and my ears are mine too. Soria continued, if you force the princess of another country, it could cause trouble for diplomatic issues, Your Majesty. Realizing that, he softened his voice and apologized. Yes, I was wrong, Soria is not my subordinate. He felt guilty, so he was very worried and kept explaining, no, that is not what I meant. He was afraid, not knowing how to say it. He could only, would you accept it if I said this was a request? Soria saw that scene and could not help but be stunned, covering her mouth while her eyes widened, full of surprise mixed with emotion. I did not expect he could have this kind of expression. Thinking is doing, she could not hide her shyness and turned away, saying, okay, I do not mind complying with your requests. Then Soria decided to reveal something, but I have already promised. Promised what? Lennox frowned and asked. Darkness shrouded his mind. Lennox's ears rang, only hearing the sound of thunder and lightning when Soria continued. I promised that tomorrow, I will spend the whole day with your father. His whole body stiffened, asking mechanically, spend what with who? Despite him still being gloomy, sitting in one place, Soria continued to sprinkle salt on his heart. I promised to go on a trip with your father tomorrow. Lennox's mind was blank, no way. Ignoring his situation, she affirmed, I can't break my promise, Your Majesty, because I am royalty of Sion. If I do not keep my word, then Mr. Theos might officially complain to the kingdom of Sion. That would be troublesome, right? He wearily and incomprehensibly asked back, Soria, are you not serious? While she replied by turning away, thinking in her heart, I guess that way did not work. Contrary to Lennox's gloom and sadness, Soria just shrugged her shoulders arrogantly. Anyway, Just give me tomorrow, I have already agreed, and Mr. Theos. He only cried out an anguished Soria. He looked at her uncomfortably, frowning and asking, why do you call him Mr. Theos? The sudden question caught Soria off guard. What? Feeling at a disadvantage, he explained seriously, you always call me your majesty, the only time you do not is when I talk about the descendants, do not you think that is unfair? Soria's face paled, thinking confusedly, unfair in what way? But she explained, who calls the emperor by their first name? Lennox's eyes shone with determination. He said decisively, I allow you to do that. Seeing his determination, Soria also followed, Emperor Lennox, but that was not enough to satisfy him. He corrected, drop the emperor, it sounds too distant. Hearing him say that, Soria could not help but think, that is right, we are indeed distant, you and I do not share any genes. But feeling that the truth was not right, she thought, but I think if I say this out loud, then he will probably get angry. Soria decided to cautiously call his name Lennox. Lennox's face relaxed, his gentle smile becoming even more attractive. His eyes full of satisfaction, that is right, Soria. Soria stiffened and exclaimed, oh God, he is too handsome. She recalled that in the past she had never cared about how handsome he was. Megan had said, what about his appearance? He is the most handsome man in the empire. Soria replied indifferently, that does not help at all. When he was a pervert, she now thought back, but looking closely, he is even more handsome than I thought. Soria shyly covered her face as if blinded by Lennox's beauty. She shouted, why are you smiling like that? Lennox confusedly asked how. She continued to praise, making his face flush, your smile is so beautiful, it is unfair to smile so beautifully at such a close distance. Lennox spoke, what? Soria shouted shyly, if you are going to steal, then do it when I am not looking. Lennox got up, both shy and confused, asking, why do you say such embarrassing things? She explained in confusion, it is your fault for smiling like that, my heart can't take it anymore. He replied, why are you blaming me? Soria replied as if it was obvious, it is because you smiled, your majesty. Lennox was helpless, I told you to call me Lennox. She replied, okay, it is because you smiled, Lennox. He covered Soria's mouth to stop her from speaking. Enough, do not talk about this anymore. On the table were wine and 2 wine glasses. Lennox cautiously spoke, anyway, my father is very dangerous. I can bet the entire empire that his kindness towards you is because he has dark intentions. So stay away from him. He seriously instructed Soria along with his worry. She thought, why are these two obsessed with betting the entire empire? Soria remembered Theos also betting, if I bet the entire empire on that, would you believe me more, right? She spoke, well, it is better now because that beautiful smile has disappeared from your face. Lennox asked, I thought we finished talking about that. Soria wondered, are you shy? Lennox replied, yeah. She seriously crossed her arms and said, all right, anyway, what I am about to say might be considered insulting to the royal family, but can you promise that you won't hold me responsible for it? Lennox sat down and nodded, replying, I promise. Soria opened her mouth, then listen, I seem to often forget a fact because I often take the form of a hen. But I am a mage, I do not mean to be arrogant, but I am a talented mage. I know Mr. Theos has reached the level of an excellent swordsman. Soria flew to stand on his thigh and affirmed, but I am sure that if I fight him, then I will win. She looked up at Lennox confidently. Honestly, I did not even need those knights to protect me from the beginning. He touched his chin, falling into contemplation. Lennox looked seriously at the small chicken and resolutely, I still oppose it because I am worried about you. These were the words he did not dare to say. Lennox picked up the wine glass and drank before Soria's surprise. He spoke, Soria, my father, and she interrupted my wine. Lennox looked at her confusedly, his face darkening with anger. What? Tears began to flow from the corners of Soria's eyes. She ordered, I will take care of my own business, so please get out. He opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, how what? Soria shouted, I said get out. Looking at the wine that was not much left, she was pained. He drank all of my wine, my good wine. I had to drink it sparingly because it was the last bottle left in the entire empire. Soria looked at Lennox's dazed expression and angrily scolded. What time is it now? This is a young lady's room. You know that it is rude to come into a young lady's room at this hour, right? Lennox argued, Soria, what are you talking about? And if you forget, let me remind you, you are a hen now, not a young lady, she replied. I am still a young lady in my heart, and I am a hen, a hen. Soria emphasized, call me Lady Cluck Cluck, he asked. So you are very happy, Lady Cluck Cluck? She replied, yes, so please get out of my room. Lennox said loudly, okay, I will go, is that okay? Megan and the maid sighed as they watched the two. She thought, they always look like they want to devour each other whole. Megan smiled and hoped, but then one day love will also bloom, right? I hope this will last for a long time. An angry shout echoed throughout the castle. Soria shyly wondered, how can I face him again? At that time she had said, "Your smile is so beautiful," Soria thought, right? If you look closely, he also has a pretty good face. But why did I say that? She hugged the pillow, tearfully embarrassed by what she had said. Soria shouted in her heart, "And what is Lady Cluck Cluck? I have to leave here now." Immediately she walked towards the window. The maid saw this and turned pale with fear, calling out loudly, "Your Highness." Soria said very coolly, "Don't try to stop me, I am going to find freedom." Suddenly she squeezed her neck and pulled her back, exclaiming, "Your Highness, chickens can't fly." Soria struggled, "I can't breathe. There was a commotion outside, you can't come in, you can't come in." The two looked towards the door. Soria wondered, someone is coming. Who would make the knights so confused? She looked at the maid and pointed towards it. She understood and nodded. The door slowly opened. Soria opened her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the person standing before the door, thinking Mr. Theos. Outside he was arguing with the knight. He was also sweating with worry. Theos looked towards Soria. She startled, What is this?" He pursed his lips and looked at Soria. She was confused. "Why is he looking at me like that? No, now is not the time to care about that." Soria looked at Theos and said, "You are terrible, you should not have done that." He pretended not to understand and replied, "I do not know what you are talking about." She then flapped her wings angrily. "Yesterday you abandoned me and ran away." Theos replied, "Ran away? No one has ever accused me of that before, it feels new." Soria thought annoyedly. "This is meaningless," she sighed and said, "All right." Soria transformed into a white-haired girl and asked, "So where are we going, Mr. Theos?" He was surprised and incredulous, wondering, "Why did you transform into human form?" She replied, "You said we had to go somewhere." Theos explained, "That is right, but to do that you have to be a hen, so transform back to your original form." Soria said indignantly, "This is my original form." Suddenly a hand stopped the two. Theos was confused. "What is it?" The knight bowed and announced, "Excuse me, but His Majesty has ordered me to minimize physical contact between you and Princess Soria." He asked, looking angry, "You mean you are going to stop me?" He explained, "I really do not want to draw my sword on you, but..." Theos wondered, "A sword on me?" He said, "Looks like my son is serious." Even with the woman he was only with for one night, he did not care this much. Soria heard this like a thunderbolt. One night. Just one night. She was silent without speaking but extremely angry. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Soria showed a meaningful smile, gritting her teeth. "What did you just say?" Theos asked back, "Do you want to know?" Soria replied, "I want to know everything." He said to the knight, "I need to talk to the princess in private. Unless you want to hear what happened in the emperor's bedroom, if you want to stay, feel free." Theos said dangerously to him, "If you think knowing who your master sleeps with will help you become a better knight, then feel free, although I am not sure how the emperor will react to that." The knight finally had to give in. "Okay then. Then I will give you 5 minutes." The door was closed to give the two some private space. Immediately Soria shouted, "Mr. Theos." He replied, "I lied." Hearing that, she froze and asked in surprise, "What?" Theos exclaimed, "Sometimes children are nothing like their parents." He expressed as he walked, "I doubt he has ever held a woman's hand. I would be surprised if he got married." Soria asked confusedly, "Wait, so what you just said?" Theos threw open the window and suggested, "If we can't leave by the front door, then we should go out the back door." "But everyone is staring, how can we use the back door? And I also do not want to fight those who used to be my knights," Soria thought grimly. "We are sneaking out through the window. You are a former emperor. If Lennox knew about this, then he would not just scold us." She forced a smile, sweating anxiously and making an excuse, "Mr. Theos, I am very sorry, but I made an appointment with Lennox yesterday." Theos's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Oh, has your relationship progressed to that stage?" Soria asked confusedly, "That stage?" She said sincerely, "I suddenly realized that I have not officially met the former queen. How about I do that today? And we can postpone the tour to another time." Suddenly he called, "Princess." She startled, "Yes." Theos spoke, "My wife does not care about things like that. She has been tired of the hollow rituals in the palace for a long time. She is a free spirit. No matter when you meet her, it won't be a problem for her." Soria pursed her lips hesitantly, her eyes tense as she heard the risky suggestion, while he reassured gently, "However, if you really do not like this risky idea, then I won't force you, but you better not think that you can always hide behind my son," Theos warned. Soria asked seriously, "Me hide behind who?" He replied, "Oh, do not, you certainly have a very good reputation in high society. But do you think all the nobles will happily welcome you?" Soria's mood dropped, her eyes heavy as she admitted, "I do not think everyone will easily accept a princess from the kingdom of Sion. I know that." Theos continued, "That is where you are wrong. Although this is not the most ideal time to become queen, there are still nobles who crave that position." He had an expression that was both serious and relaxed, raising his hand to explain. Ah, but if you want to meet my wife, then I won't stop you either, you have your own priorities. Soria's hand clenched her skirt helplessly. She stood thoughtfully, with a sad and disappointed face as she recalled. I have mentioned this to Lennox many times, but he has never proactively informed me of any rumors. Everything is always that I hear something somewhere and then come to him to confirm. That means that this time, the probability that the rumor is true is also very high. Soria spoke. All right, I will take the bait. Theos repeated her words. Take the bait. Soria spoke. It is clear that you want to pull me into this. And judging by what you just said, I do not think you are planning to tease me like last time. Suddenly he reached out his hand towards her. Theos raised his hand meaningfully, his face thoughtful as if anticipating the outcome. Soria understood. His suggestion is like a sweet poison. This time I may be forced to sit on the queen's seat. For real. But then, she asked suspiciously, has something big happened related to Lennox, right? I really do not know how to thank you enough for agreeing to help. He picked Soria up, having transformed back into her chicken form, and headed to the window. Asking, so have you decided? Let us go, she said, so in the end we still have to sneak out. Soria hypnotized herself. That is right, even if it is just a window, it is still an escape route. He stepped onto the window and denied her words. Sneak out, absurd. Think of it as a step towards freedom. Finishing speaking, Theos jumped down and laughed out loud heartily. Meanwhile, Lennox slumped down on the desk beside the pile of papers, sighing wearily. He asked, why am I doing this? Dul beside him said, welcome to the world of love. Suddenly Lennox wondered, has Madame Mabeline ever told you not to smile too brightly? He asked confusedly, what? He continued, has she ever stretched her legs and flapped her wings in front of you? Dul blurted out, oh God, no young lady would ever do something like that. He slammed his hand on the desk and lamented, every time I try to do something, the atmosphere is not conducive, he suggested. I do not think that is the main problem. Although Lennox was single, he confidently told the married person, what do you know about love? He spoke, Your Majesty, can I say one sentence as an old friend of yours? He replied, what? Durwell replied, if you allow me, then I will speak. Lennox asked suspiciously, your tone does not sound like you really want to say it. He affirmed, I am sure this advice will be very helpful to you. Immediately his eyes lit up with hope. All right, I allow it, no matter what you say, you won't be punished. Durwell began to give advice, Your Majesty. If the atmosphere is not conducive, then you can create it yourself. So stop being stupid. Take a bouquet of flowers to her and say that you love her. If I have to watch you be clumsy like this again, then I will definitely slap the back of your head. Even when I was pursuing Mabeline, it was not this bad. Hearing this, Lennox was startled, both embarrassed and angry. He said sarcastically, have you forgotten? It took you a whole week to dare to muster up the courage to invite her to the opera. I can still clearly hear your stammering as if it was yesterday. He shrugged confidently, but I married her. Durwell smirked confidently. Because I succeeded and you did not, so I am better than you. Lennox slammed his hand on the desk, saying in a low voice, you want that, right? All right. Quickly bring me the most beautiful bouquet in the world. It must be huge, magnificent, and studded with gemstones. He heard this like a thunderbolt, asking incredulously, you are really going to confess to her? Really? Lennox replied with determination, yes. He ordered, quickly bring me a bouquet of roses right now. A moment later Lennox's face turned somber as he spoke, Mabeline. Everything seems all right, but... Lennox stood awkwardly in the formal attire, surrounded by servants adjusting every detail, asking, is this outfit too formal? He muttered, I must be out of my mind. Mabeline smiled and explained, this outfit was chosen by Her Majesty the Queen Mother, so you must wear it. She also said that if you do not wear it, then she will personally come here. Lennox was surprised, my Queen Mother chose this outfit. He wondered, how did the rumor spread so quickly? Lennox spoke, I only need a bouquet of flowers, and a little privacy. She put a coat on him and advised, no, Your Majesty. That would reduce the historical significance of this moment. Mabeline announced, the royal painter is ready, and will be coming here right now. Lennox was confused, what is the painter coming here for? She replied, of course it is to record the historical moment, when you proposed to Her Highness. Mabeline took the bouquet and reassured, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will help you turn this proposal into the most beautiful and romantic moment in the history of the Empire. Lennox regretted thinking, I swear I will never let dear old trick me into doing this crazy thing again. He held the bouquet and spoke, hey. Where is Soria? In her room, everyone saw the window wide open. Lennox's hand tightened on the bouquet. The royal painter was silent, not daring to speak. The bouquet fell coldly to the ground. Lennox's perfect preparation, including a professional painter, and a magnificent bouquet. Yet she disappeared. All the effort was wasted because the person he intended to propose to disappeared. The maids fearfully told each other, "Don't look, let us pretend we did not see anything." Lennox angrily ordered, "Find out where Princess Soria is right now. Bring Lady Cluck Cluck to me." The painter startled, paying attention to his gestures. And then, the talented royal painter quietly sketched the image of Lennox at that moment. Later the painting was named "The Emperor Suffering for His Lover." Meanwhile, at the place where Theos and Soria were, in front of the mansion, Theos's voice rang out. "He invited me here but did not come out to greet me himself." This marquis has gotten bolder in recent years. The steward quickly bowed to explain, "Please forgive me, but the master is currently receiving a guest who arrived before you, and hopes you can understand." Soria peeked her head out from his coat. She assessed, Theos's reputation is quite consistent. A difficult-to-predict eccentric, a person that everyone thinks is easy to deal with like an open book. But in reality it can't be read, it is scary. The two walked into the mansion. Soria wondered, is this really without any reason? I have a feeling that this whole situation may have been arranged by Mr. Theos. He quietly sat down on the chair. She poked her head out from his coat and breathed because she was suffocating. Theos looked at Soria's eyes and said, "I do not have the ability to decode chicken eyes, but that look is indeed impolite." She breathed and said, "That is because." Suddenly a loud call made Theos hurriedly hide Soria. "Your Majesty." Marquis Dalton also came, but his voice had a bit of fear. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I had urgent business, so I could not come out to greet you immediately. I do not know how to atone for my sin." He replied, "2 wheelbarrows full of gold coins should be enough." He stiffened and asked, "What did you say?" Theos said, "You asked how to atone for your sin to me." Soria peeked her head out from his coat. She thought, 2 wheelbarrows full of gold coins, and you have not even specified how big the wheelbarrows are. Marquis Dalton hurriedly said, "I will have someone prepare it right away." "May I ask what brought you here, Your Majesty?" Soria exclaimed. The price to pay for a few words is indeed not light at all. Soria looked at Theos pleadingly. "I want to go outside and take a look first." He opened the coat that was covering her. Soria looked at Marquis Dalton before her, thinking, "I do not recognize that person." Theos spoke to the person standing before him. "Recently I visited your territory, and came across something quite interesting." Hearing this, Marquis Dalton anxiously sweated. Something interesting. Theos smiled meaningfully. He spoke, "Let us just say, it was a warehouse full of ox sinew and buffalo horns." Marquis Dalton showed a secretive smile, revealing, "You also know, my family runs a trade group that specializes in providing weapons and armor to many places. We are honored to distribute goods inside and outside the empire. What you saw is the material for the next production run, Your Majesty." Theos asked, "Is that so?" He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He said in a cold voice, "I heard that the unprecedented period of peace recently has greatly reduced your production, but what I saw was quite a large amount of material. As if you are preparing for an upcoming war. I can only guess that that will bring you a huge profit." Soria paid attention to every word Theos said. Marquis Dalton gripped both hands, trembling as he replied, "Forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, but I am afraid I do not understand your meaning clearly." He said, "Oh, it is about money, the more the better, is not it?" He heard this and smiled brightly as if he understood. "So that is why you came here." Inside the carriage, Soria wondered, "What are you thinking? It is clear that the Marquis has mistaken you for being of the same mind." Theos looked outside to explain, "When you travel around the empire like me, then you can't help but pay attention to the number of private knights in each territory, or the number of weapons stored there." She confusedly asked, "Then why did you leave? Why did not you arrest him then?" He replied, "I want to uproot the weeds. Today is just to observe the situation. If I act too soon, then he will immediately cut off all connections and run away." Theos calculated, "I need to approach him carefully, and catching him is not as easy as you think, especially when the country is so vast." Suddenly he asked, "In the kingdom of Sian, if you want, it only takes a few days to visit all the territories, right?" Soria nodded in reply, "Yes, that is right. If you use magic teleportation, then I only need 2 days to visit the territories." Theos continued, "But in the Crochet Empire, a few months are not enough to go through each territory and understand the situation there. This empire is very vast, but that is not all. The people who are not satisfied with the way the current emperor runs things, those who miss the glorious days of the past of the empire, and those who try to take what does not belong to them, all will become clearer to you as you travel around." He worried, most of them are not really dangerous, but on the contrary, Marquis Dalton is becoming more and more dangerous. He not only wants to put his daughter on the queen's seat, but also does not want to give up the business that has helped him make a lot of money in the past 3 years. Theos thought of the potential risks. A battle is approaching, and the people that Marquis Dalton considers enemies. Soria asked, "Does he think the war will start from there?" She looked up worriedly. her eyes sparkling with bewilderment at the incomprehensible tense situation. The carriage was getting close to the city gate. Inside, Theos affirmed, "No, he is planning to create a war." Soria wondered, "You mean he is exchanging information about the current situation of the empire with other countries?" She shouted incredulously, "That is treason." Theos laughed and clapped his hands in praise. "Oh my, you understand quickly. You are the smartest chicken I have ever seen." Soria frowned, annoyed. Her eyes tightly closed as if trying to suppress the anger about to erupt. She said calmly in a solemn voice, "Sorry, but before continuing we need to clarify one thing. I am not a chicken, although I look like one, but I am the last surviving royalty of the Kingdom of Sion." "And a talented mage," Theos replied. "I know, so did today's trip help you at all?" Soria startled and exclaimed, "What?" She thought, "Help has nothing to do with my concerns, right?" The carriage entered the open city gate. He asked, "You once said that you do not know what to do if the descendants of Sion do not accept you, right?" Theos smiled gently and said, "Do you think all the citizens of the current empire are satisfied with the emperor?" Soria suddenly paused, her eyes dazed and embarrassed. "No king is loved by all the people, nor is anyone perfectly flawless," she said. "Is that what you want to teach me today?" Theos praised, "You understand quickly. You will do a good job as queen. My son truly has a discerning eye when choosing women, just like me." In the soft sunlight by the window, he sat opposite her and said words of comfort and encouragement. "Even if the Kingdom of Sion does not accept you, then the Crochet Empire will still welcome you. You just need to choose the people who really need you." Soria guessed, "But if I choose to abandon my people, then you will look down on me, right?" Theos laughed loudly in response, "You guessed that. I know you will become a great queen." She asked, "Does being queen bring any benefits besides work or not?" He replied, "Benefits of being queen, I am not sure either. I myself did not find it enjoyable to be emperor." Soria confusedly asked, "Didn't you pass on the throne for the peace of the Crochet Empire? Isn't that why you go everywhere?" Theos replied, "Going around is just for fun." He recounted, according to the laws of the empire, the heir can't inherit the throne before reaching adulthood, and because this country is too vast, there are countless papers to process every day. And then there is the bunch of nobles. Soria then understood, in other words, he passed on the throne just because he was too bored with the work. "I misunderstood him. From now on, I will listen to Lennox's words." But that thought did not last for 30 minutes. She trembled and spoke, "Your Majesty." He replied coldly, "Lennox." Looking at his expression, Soria wondered, what happened? The knights were lined up in rows, and the maids were glancing at her suspiciously. "What is going on? What did I do wrong?" The servant spoke. "His Majesty is waiting for you." In the room, Lennox was sitting silently. She blankly said, "His Majesty." He said, "Lennox." Soria tilted her head and asked, "What?" He repeated, "Lennox." She guessed, "I understand. He is sulking because I did not call his name." "He is sulking just because I called his father's name and did not call his name." Soria gently called, "Lennox, listen." He sulkily pouted without answering. Seeing that, she tried to hold back her laughter, thinking, "He looks like a 5-year-old child throwing a tantrum. I should not laugh, please. Oh God, help me keep a straight face." Soria explained, "I have a valid reason." Now Lennox was willing to open his mouth. "All right, then tell me, starting with why you went to Marquis Dalton's house." She was surprised. "So you know where I went?" Looking at his expression, Soria was also speechless. Look at his face. He is so proud that nothing can escape the Emperor's eyes. She began to tell, "That is right. I went there, please understand this. It was a decision for his own benefit, Lennox." Lennox called out, "Soria, if you're going to lie, then at least control those trembling feet first." Her whole body was trembling as she asked in surprise, "You noticed?" Lennox replied, "Of course." Soria calmed down and said, "But that matter is really important. When you hear it, you will definitely be shocked." Lennox turned his face away, not wanting to listen. "You mean the matter of Marquis Dalton having handed over internal information of the Empire to another country?" "I know, no need to say it again." Soria startled incredulously. He already knew. Suddenly his face turned red with embarrassment and said, "However, because your visit did not lead to any bad consequences after all, so I think we can overlook that matter." Lennox thought back, if Soria was here, I would have been swept away by emotions and proposed to her, when Durwal just conveniently made a suggestion. He regretted. "I can't trust anyone in this world anymore. I swear I will never be persuaded again." She wondered, no bad consequences. Did something happen when I was absent? He touched his chin to consider and replied, "I will tell you later. Now we have more important things to worry about." Soria guessed, the Queen. She asked, "What is it?" Lennox replied, "Marquis Dalton. Do you really understand what will happen when you interfere in his affairs, Soria?" He warned, "Until now, only I know that you went to see him. You still have time to withdraw." She lowered her head and replied, "I am sorry, Lennox, but this is also my business." Soria pondered. because the descendants of Sion are involved in this matter. Soria affirmed, you know that I can't withdraw. Lenek pondered, I knew Soria would say that. I know how much she loves her people and the kingdom of Sion. But even so, I still do not want you to rush into danger, for people who may have turned their backs on you. His hand gripped tightly, trembling as he asked, can't you trust me? She said sincerely, I trust you, but you know better than anyone that just trust is not enough to solve this problem. Her eyes were firm. Soria, who seemed weak, declared confidently, because this matter is not only related to me, but also related to my people, I can't entrust everything to others and hide behind. Lenek helplessly rubbed her head to persuade. I understand, but Soria, I need you to understand that this situation is much more complicated than you think. If this continues, the people's support for you in the role of queen will no longer be a joke. You have no idea what happened in the palace when you were absent. Soria asked curiously, what happened? He hesitated, finding it difficult to open his mouth. Lenek hugged her neck and admitted shyly, I can't say that myself. Soria's face darkened suspiciously. It is that bad. Then let us try it. He asked confusedly, try what? Soria spoke confidently, after all, you want me to become your queen, right? Lenek replied, your excessive confidence makes me want to deny that. In a pose full of arrogance, she raised her head high and confidently affirmed, Lenek, just admit it, I am a hen who is both famous and capable. You won't be surprised to know that, as the only heir to the throne and extremely good at my job, I have had many suitors. Soria, a resolute gaze and hand placed on her chest full of determination, frankly declared, but if you propose to me seriously, then I will put that above everything else. Lenek opened his mouth. What about the kingdom of Sion? She replied, if the descendants of Sion do not want the kingdom of Sion anymore, then I should also rethink, no country only has one queen. He spoke indignantly, you want to devote yourself to people who do not even need you. You intend to give up your dream of making Sion prosperous, or give up becoming queen just to resign yourself to being the queen of Croatia. That is a sacrifice without reward, Soria said softly. You have also done that, right? Didn't you go to a small kingdom full of thorn bushes by yourself, going against the wishes of the nobles, just hoping for some benefit, just because you could not bear to watch your people die of drought? Lenek pursed his lips, thinking, she is right. That is a sacrifice that any king should be willing to make. Soria understood that. He remembered when he decided to go there for his people, everyone had stopped him. Your Majesty, you should let the knights handle this. There is no reason for you to personally set out. Lenek realized, while no one else understood. Soria transformed into human form and reached out her hand to him, instructing, so try to love me a little more. She touched his face and said, who knows, then like in the fairy tale. The curse of the mage's castle is lifted. And the princess and the emperor lived happily ever after. May become our ending, right? Soria hugged Lenek before his surprise. Lenek replied happily and full of trust. Okay, Soria. The next day, Dirwell said incredulously, what is happening? Soria was looking at an important document and greeted. I have been waiting for you, dear. He pondered, if the princess, a guest, is examining an important document like this, then could it be that he finally proposed? Suddenly a book hit Direwell's face. He rubbed his head and blurted out, Your Majesty. Lenek reminded, are you talking nonsense while awake? He asked, hey, why are you late? Dirwell was confused. It is 4 a.m. Can you tell me why you called me here at this hour? Before he finished speaking, Soria said, this is related to Marquis Dalton. He was very surprised. How do you know about that, Your Highness? She reached out her hand to reply, because it is also related to me. Soria announced, from now on, the Kingdom of Sion will intervene in Marquis Dalton's rebellious plans, under the instruction of Emperor Lenek Urban v. Croatia, of course in an official way. She pointed to the pile of papers and opened her mouth. The relevant documents are in this pile. If you can look through them, I would be very grateful. Dul blurted out, what? Soria asked, hey Dul, do you have any evidence about Marquis Dalton? There is no mention of that in the documents. Speaking of this, he looked around worriedly and hesitated. He nodded at Dirwell to encourage him, keep going. He sighed helplessly, I still have not collected concrete evidence. Soria understood, so we do not know how far the information has spread. Dirwell replied, that is right, but the border is still quiet, that is a good sign. She speculated, exactly, the descendants of Sion are starting to act and we do not know what their purpose is. In the meantime, Marquis Dalton is trying to sell out the empire for personal gain. For an arms dealer, wartime is the best time to do business. If we do not have evidence, then we have to catch him red-handed. Soria spoke and called Lenek. Can you be my companion at the upcoming banquet? Lenek opened his eyes wide in surprise at her suggestion. Soria smiled, telling him that this was a formal invitation. Lenek mumbled shyly, it is too close. She asked what? He stood up and shouted, I said you are too close. Can't you step back a little? Dearwell was speechless as he witnessed. How can he ruin such a romantic moment? I know he has always been an expert at ruining the atmosphere. He spoke to interject, Your Highness, excuse me if I am being a bit presumptuous, but may I ask why you requested His Majesty to be your companion at the banquet? Soria transformed back into a chicken, explaining as she walked, because I realized there is still another way to stand by his side. He did not understand another way. She replied, people will hear Lennox companion and think that it is a candidate for the queen's position or a fiancé. But what if it is a delegation from a country that has a close relationship with the Croatia Empire? Dearwell understood. A delegation, what are you saying? But a delegation usually needs more than one person. Soria proudly puffed out her chest and said, as you know, I am an adventurous person. He agreed, that is right. She instructed, so please consider that when preparing for the banquet, when I walk into the Great Hall, it will be more appropriate if I am introduced as a delegation instead of a princess. Dearwell opened the door for Soria and replied, Yes, Your Highness, she said, and I want to meet the Earl as soon as possible. Soria entered the room, opening her eyes wide in surprise and exclaiming, Isn't that Lennox? He asked, looking elegant. Soria. Both looked at Lennox incredulously. He is having a meeting with the nobles. How did he appear here? He went behind Soria looking confused. Come on, I said that I would go with you, Soria, but you have work to do, Lennox. I can meet the Earl alone. He replied, I have worked enough, she advised Lennox. I also hate working, but what can I do? And more importantly, if the two of you appear in a meeting like this, then what about the efficiency of the work? She wondered, why is he clinging to me so much today? Soria spoke because she saw him deep in thought. In life we can't only do what we want, right, Lennox? He gripped her hand and replied, I am not talking about that. Soria turned her head to look in confusion. Then what is it? Lennox suddenly asked Soria, according to you, what is the most important thing in love? She did not understand what. He said dejectedly, yesterday you told me to try one time, but if only one side tries, then how can it progress, or have you lost interest? Soria looked at him worriedly and called, Lennox. She wondered, I think it is you who has forgotten our original goal, Soria pondered and replied, you mean the true love between me and you, to lift the curse? Lennox quickly said, exactly. She replied, I have never forgotten that, he said sadly. Then why are you only interested in work? Moreover, you are neglecting me. Lennox reminded, effort is a matter for both sides, princess. You can't just ask me to be your companion and think that is the end of your job. Soria put her hands over her ears. She asked back, you think I am neglecting you? I have been working to the point that all my tail feathers have fallen out. Soria recounted, I have actively participated in social activities. She remembered when she was preparing to jump out of the window with Theos. Now she had decided, let us go, okay? So in the end we are still sneaking out. Yes. The more Soria thought, the more indignant she became. She spread her wings and angrily said loudly, and I even tried to maintain a good relationship with my future father-in-law. What else do you want? Lennox replied confusedly, that is not the problem. She shouted, do you know that you hardly spend any time with me? Soria thought of her saying, I promise to take a walk with your father tomorrow, but Lennox replied coldly, no way. Thinking of this made Soria even more angry. Every time I want to talk to you, then you chase me away and even avoid me. Soria affirmed, that is because you have too much work to do, not me. In a fit of suppressed anger, Lennox clenched his hands and loudly blamed. His eyes full of hurt mixed with disappointment, you have no right to say that when every time I finish work and come to find you, then you are never in the room. Not only that, but you fly around wildly when you are drunk. He was talking about when she asked while drunk, please call me Lady Cluck Cluck, Lennox said sarcastically. You must be very happy, Lady Cluck Cluck. He recounted, and you even called yourself Lady Cluck Cluck. Soria's angry blood began to rush up. She said, so you want to play like this? If you need my time, then I will give you more than you want. In return, you have to show me a very pretty smile. Lennox stubbornly and angrily replied, very willing. If that is what Lady Cluck Cluck wants. In a storm-like eruption of anger, Soria the chicken raised her fist to the sky, roaring with fury with fiery eyes, making Lennox startled and backed away before the murderous question. Dare you call me that again? He also questioned back, then how dare you call the emperor beautiful? Don't you know that is treasonous? She argued, beautiful is a compliment. You are beautiful, you are the best, your majesty. Standing frozen amidst the anger of both, Dearwell with a paralyzed expression could only silently watch. Amidst the luxurious setting of the royal palace, where it should have been a solemn and quiet place, Soria and Lennox broke into a heated brawl. The servants and him could only watch helplessly. Dearwell thought, if those two get married, then the royal palace will definitely not have a single day of peace. A few hours later, Earl Frost spoke with a worried face, Your Majesty. He looked at Soria confusedly, excuse me, but what is this soaking wet chicken? She replied with a chicken voice. Cluck 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 cluck. Please relay that I am Princess Soria. He wondered, you want me to relay it? Lenik asked curiously. Then how do you plan to communicate with him? Soria replied, I plan to ask Dul to translate for me. Oh, after he told him who I was. Then please threaten him on my behalf. And request all the information he has about the descendants of Sion. Lenik sighed and asked, is there a need to threaten? He called out, Earl Frost. He immediately replied, yes, your majesty. Lenik ordered, tell the princess everything you know about the descendants of Sion. Earl Frost then understood. So this chicken is Princess Soria. A snow-white body, yellow eyes, and a beautiful tail that fascinates the entire capital. But what is beautiful about this soaking wet chicken? He wondered. Earl Frost bowed his head worriedly. Excuse me, your majesty. I do not have enough intelligence to speak the language of chickens. Immediately Lenik burst out laughing. Soria rushed to attack him, who was chuckling and cursed. Cluck 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 cluck, what is so funny? Causing him to panic beside. Oh God, your majesty. Earl Frost hurriedly held her, shouting, this chicken has become crazy. His eyes widened with surprise and fear. Amidst the gloomy and quiet backdrop that signaled an upcoming storm, Soria's dark eyes stared into the void, silent and unable to speak, as if suppressing the seething fury. She suddenly spread her wings and pecked repeatedly at him while he was trying to hold her back. Cluck 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 cluck, you better let me go right now. Causing Earl Frost to panic and shout, Knights, this chicken is trying to kill me. No, kill his majesty. Lenik beside held his stomach, laughing. A moment later Durwal clapped and praised, that is awesome. How can you laugh at a time like that? He confusedly replied, if you were there, then you would also laugh. He replied, I do not know, I did not even laugh when my wife tripped over her skirt and fell down. Lenik said, but this is on a completely different level. Durwal wondered, so how do you plan to deal with the Earl after all? He risked his life to save you. Lenik coldly replied, incompetence is a sin. He stated his opinion. Many private knights died, but they were all commoners and the Earl did not have bad intentions. He firmly said, he lost a third of his troops just in the infantry battle. Half of the remainder died because they were not supplied with weapons or food. At least Marquis Dalton had the ability to expand the territory of the empire. There is no greater sinner than an incompetent feudal lord. Lenik firmly said. His punishment will not be reduced. Retain his title and position for him, but confiscate all of his territory. Joe received the order, yes, your majesty. Oh, and he announced, we just received contact from Dame Megan. She has found the traces of the descendants of Sion. Should I order their execution? He gave the order, tell Dame Megan that there will be no executions, and she should capture as many people alive as possible. It would be even better if she could persuade them. Joel replied, yes, your majesty. He received the order and walked out, the door closing with a bang. Lenik put the papers down on the desk and sighed, I should go apologize. He was shy and regretful. Why did I laugh? I made her angry again. Late at night, the forest was silent. The flickering fire illuminated the serious faces of the group of people gathered around the campfire. Duke Pelier asked, what is the situation with the rumors? Another person replied, perhaps because we are close to the capital, most of the rumors sound quite fabricated. He was puzzled. Fabricated, the other person explained. Do you remember the nobleman who contacted us as soon as we came down the mountain? Duke Pelier recalled, when we came down the mountain and were heading towards the capital, someone approached us discreetly. He said his master was a marquis of the empire. He sighed and said to Jared, I have told you many times that he did not seem trustworthy. You have not contacted him, have you? Jared was confused. That was the only way to get information. Duke Pelier continued, how much did you tell him, and how much did he tell you? Jared recounted. He said that the emperor was fabricating and spreading romantic rumors to hide the truth from his subjects. One rumor said that when the emperor brought the princess to the walls of the capital and kissed her, the curse was broken immediately, and the sunset covered them like a blessing. Jared chewed and said in a meaningful tone, does that sound reasonable? But that is not all. He recounted, there are rumors that the princess is using the newly established magic department in the palace. Why would she dedicate her talent to the magic department of a foreign country? Duke Pelier's expression was serious. He placed his hand near his mouth as if deep in thought and slowly said, that is indeed very strange. He thought Crotia is not an ally, to be precise. He emphasized, the Marquis said that the princess was threatened to do so. Immediately, the other two reacted violently. Threatened? Who would dare threaten our princess? Another person gnashed their teeth in anger. It must be the emperor. They said to him, sir, we were wrong. We should not have trusted the Crotia Empire to treat a royal of another country with respect. The other person added, from the beginning, who would show respect to a weak country? Duke Pelier fell into silent contemplation. In a moment of tension, he raised his hand to signal a stop, causing the two men sitting together to immediately fall silent, their eyes alert and facing forward, as if they had sensed a danger lurking in the darkness of the silent forest. Duke Pelier spoke vigilantly. "Who is there?" Immediately, an arm parted the leaves from the bushes and stepped out. Megan stepped forward and said, "You do not need to draw your swords. I am just here to talk." Meanwhile at the palace, Lennox picked up the painting and said, "So this is it, the painting that the royal painter, who had been waiting for the farewell ceremony, stayed up all night to complete." Soria laughed when she saw the painting. She covered her mouth to suppress her laughter and told herself, "I should not laugh. I was not going to forgive him even if he brought me an expensive bottle of wine. But how can I not laugh when I see a painting where Lennox looks so stupid?" Soria burst out laughing. Lennox said, "You do not know how shocked I was. I had to hold a chicken in front of the nobles and explain to them that it was you. It was the first time I saw a real chicken in my life. The nobles even asked me, 'Are you kidding, your majesty?'" Soria laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. Lennox happily thought, "Is this the feeling of joy, seeing the person I love laugh?" He gently said, "Are you no longer angry with me?" Soria shyly wondered, "Is this the feeling of joy when looking at someone who looks so handsome?" She kissed him on the nose and replied, "You make it impossible for me to be angry with you." Immediately, Lennox made a suggestion, "Then will you dance with me at the banquet?" Soria was surprised and asked, "What?" He sincerely explained, "You invited me to be your partner first, but I want to ask for your first dance." She understood and gently replied, "If that is what you want, okay. I will dedicate my first dance to you," Soria said, placing her arm in Lennox's palm. Suddenly, she became curious. What dances have been popular in the Empire recently? Lily or Lavanda? He wondered, "What are those dances?" Soria said confused, "The most popular dances." Lennox guessed, "From 147 years ago." The atmosphere froze. She turned her face away and suggested, "On second thought, I do not think we necessarily have to." Before she could finish, he held her back. Lennox held Soria in his arms firmly. "You can learn right now." She immediately pushed him away and said, "Let me go first, and then we will talk." Soria's scream echoed throughout the castle. "Are you listening to me, Lennox?" The two of them started practicing when she transformed into her human form. Soria was awkward. "Why is the dance in the Empire so different?" Lennox replied, "Because this is the latest style." She exclaimed, "Even so, this change is too sudden. I do not think I can do it. I might step on your feet." He looked at Soria, who was awkward and embarrassed, and thought to himself, "Everything about her is cute. I am done for." Lennox suggested, "Is there a protection spell that you can put on the instep of my foot?" Soria jokingly replied, "That is a great idea. Do you want me to put it on you? Accept my help while I am still offering. It will be too late to regret it when you refuse." Lennox laughed at Soria's words. She suppressed her anger until she trembled. He suddenly held Soria's waist tightly. Lennox gently supported her, and his voice sounded like a vow. "I am not a warrior or a hero, but that does not mean I am weak." Soria wondered, has Lennox always been this strong? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she said, "Even warriors and heroes can't train the instep of their feet." He wondered, "You are kidding, right?" Soria commented, "I can tell that you have never been stepped on before." Lennox replied, "Of course not. I have only ever danced with my mother, and my mother is a very good dancer." She was incredulous. "You have really never been stepped on before," Soria thought. Not only is he not popular, but it sounds like he is invisible. While the two were practicing, Soria suddenly suggested, "Do you want me to make you a love potion?" Lennox paused in confusion. "What?" she enthusiastically suggested. "Just a little bit, and you will become an emperor loved by everyone." Lennox helplessly replied, "But now I need something more urgent. Is there any medicine for my feet? They have been stepped on a total of 14 times, Soria quickly said. "Let me cast a spell right away." Lennox's instructions echoed throughout the castle. 1, 2, 3, that is right. Soria was flustered because she stepped on his foot again. "Sorry." Lennox reassured, "It is okay, step freely. Thanks to your magic, I do not feel anything at all." He asked, "Let us do it one last time." Before he could finish, Soria turned into a chicken again. Lennox said again, "I do not think we can continue like this." Lennox put her down. Soria exclaimed, "Oh my God, how long have we been practicing?" He replied, "I do not know, it does not feel like long. Let us continue practicing tomorrow." Hearing that, she shouted, "More practice," Lennox persuaded. "We do not want to make mistakes at the banquet, do we?" Soria hesitated, "I guess not." As if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, Soria, I have been wondering." She replied, "Yes." Lennox wondered, "Do you also lay eggs?" She exclaimed, "What?" He opened his mouth, "I mean, you look like a hen." Soria's eyes were full of anger at Lennox's ignorant words. Do you know what you are saying? Immediately, a thunderous blow accompanied by a resounding shout. Soria, wait, I was just asking. Just then Duel stepped in and called out, Your Majesty. Seeing the two fighting, he was strangely calm. This scene no longer surprises me. Time passed, and the morning of the banquet finally arrived. On the table, jewelry and makeup were displayed, and a voice called out Mabeline. She helped Soria dress and replied, Yes, Your Highness. She hesitated. I can't help but think that the Empire's trends are really creative. Mabeline replied, Doesn't that make them more beautiful? Soria replied, That is true. She looked around the room and thought, How many maids are there? Mabeline instructed. Everyone is very excited. Today is the official debut of the upper class of the Empire, so please bear with it a little. She worriedly asked Mabeline, I heard that I can introduce myself to the former Empress at the banquet, so I keep hesitating, but what kind of person is she? She suggested, Your Majesty is coming soon. Why do not you ask him directly? Just in time, Lennox stepped in, and a voice rang out, Come in, Your Majesty. Seeing him enter so handsome, she had to exclaim at his beauty. Soria stood silently in her gorgeous blue dress, her heart pounding, and looked forward, saying, You are a little early. The banquet does not start until 7 in the evening. In her head were tangled thoughts. Can preferences change, or are my preferences gradually adjusting to him? It was strange how easily the human mind could change. Suddenly Soria was curious. Lennox, how do I look today? Hearing that, he was startled and looked at her, his face flushing. Lennox said shyly, You look very. Looking at me is also not too bad. The maid heard that and shook her head in disappointment. What did we expect? He continued, Maybe you look quite pretty. Soria asked, Why are you hesitating? Lennox solemnly said, The maids did such a good job that my heart wants to jump out. If this keeps up, I will probably die early. Soria laughed and replied, Don't say such silly things with that handsome face. He gently took her hand and said, Anyway, the party will start with my father and mother's dance. Then it will be our turn. Lennox put the corsage on her wrist. Looking at the object in her hand, Soria thought, So this is what Mabeline was talking about. He gently placed it on her wrist. The corsage that he gave to his partner. The corsage sparkled on Soria's wrist. Lennox asked, Do you like it? She smiled very happily and replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Lennox reminded, Call me Lennox. Soria agreed, Okay then, Emperor Lennox. He commented, That sounds too stiff. She laughed and said, Okay. A few hours earlier, the two factions met in the forest, but no deadly battle occurred. Because everyone went to the palace together in peace. Megan announced, Everyone can meet the princess tomorrow morning. Jared angrily shouted, You want us to wait until tomorrow? She seriously replied, Yes. He doubted, We do not even know where and how Her Highness is being mistreated right now. And that knight is telling us to sit still and wait, no way. Jared looked around, calculating now. Duke Pelier looked at him and nodded in agreement. Suddenly Jared made an innocent face and looked at Megan. He looked curious. We do not mind waiting until tomorrow morning, but why is it so noisy outside? She explained, Because a big banquet is taking place. Jared was secretly angry. A banquet. The Emperor is mistreating our princess, while he himself is indulging in pleasure. Jared was full of questions. I still do not understand why we can't meet the princess immediately. Immediately, Megan's decisive voice rang out. Let me reiterate, Her Highness is currently very busy. She is attending the banquet. He thought of it differently, as if mistreating her was not cruel enough. Now they are making her attend a party and making her a laughingstock. Has the Emperor of Croatia become this decadent? Jared was trembling with anger. Megan was confused when she saw him activate magic. Hey, what are you doing? The sound of magic lightning rang loudly in the room. Jared looked at her lying unconscious on the ground and said, No need to wait anymore. We will take the princess with us. Take a rest for now. Duke Pelier predicted, If the princess is really attending a party, then it is very likely that she is in the great hall of the largest palace in the royal palace. He ordered, You two will secure the retreat route. I will go with Jared and Raymond to rescue the princess. Raymond leaned over and looked at the corridor with no one in sight. He, Jared, and Raymond ran down the corridor. Duke Pelier said, It seems that the Marquis at least gave us an accurate map. Another person doubted, Really? Looking at the brightly lit palace in front, Jared exclaimed, That is right, that is the Rose Palace, just like the map said. He was confused, It is really magnificent. Why do not we attack first? Raymond agreed, Jared is right, a preemptive strike is always the best option. Duke Pelier held his head in frustration. These kids are always too enthusiastic. He said, Listen here. Our top priority is to bring the princess back safely. We are in enemy territory, and the opponent is not a brainless monster but the Knights of the Empire. Duke Pelier emphasized, do you understand there will be no attacks? Our goal is to ensure the princess's safety and retreat without causing a stir, so do not act rashly. Contrary to this side that was planning, Soria was happily with Lennox. Jared and Raymond bowed their heads and replied yes. Soria and Lennox walked to the door. He reminded, once we go through this door, there will be no turning back. She asked, why are you asking me that now? Even if I said no, you would not let me retreat, would you? Lennox replied, I will not force you to do anything you do not want to do. I have said many times that I am the emperor of. Soria sighed and interrupted, the empire, I understand, Emperor Lennox. The servant bowed and opened the door for the two to enter. Lennox continued the story, I still can't get used to it. Sounds really weird. Soria's voice was teasing, it is still better than the way you wanted me to call you before. Lennox was flustered and embarrassed. The announcement rang out loudly, Your Majesty and partner, the chief envoy of the Kingdom of Sion, have arrived. Soria stepped in gently and confidently. The nobles paid attention to the two and whispered discussions. She sweated nervously and shouted in her heart, why are there so many people here? Soria whispered and called him Lennox. He bowed his head and asked, what is wrong? She worried, not the dance, after I turn around I will step to the left, right? Seeing that he did not pay attention, Soria reminded, the dance. The queen smiled gently and looked at the two. Theos noticed his wife smiling with rare radiance. He looked at Lennox with envy. He looked at Theos in confusion while listening to Soria say, now in my head, the sequence is all messed up. At the moment when the queen turned her head to look at him, Theos looked at Lennox with joy. A thunderous blow from the queen for him. She stood beside him, still kept the cold expression, as if the slap was just a daily matter in the palace. Looking at the two, Soria exclaimed, oh my God, the heart of Theos is completely grasped. Lennox replied, it is that has kept the empire at peace until now. She was eager and curious. I heard that Her Highness is a skillful dancer, right? He replied, that is right, she is very graceful. The musicians began to play music. Soria exclaimed, I can't wait to see it. Below, the couples were immersed in their dancing tunes without noticing the bomb being lit above. It just burned and prepared to explode without anyone knowing. The peace in the luxurious villa was suddenly completely broken when a deafening explosion rang out, and flames and smoke billowed on the second floor, causing panic among those below. In a scream, one person shouted, it is a bomb. Lennox hurriedly ordered, where are the knights? Quickly get into formation. The knights announced, there are intruders detected. In the chaotic scene that had not yet subsided, Soria trembled in his arms, tears rolled down her cheeks as she choked, Lennox. He squeezed her tightly and worriedly asked, Soria, are you okay? Were you hit by debris? Soria looked at Lennox and suddenly froze as if hypnotized. He tightened her arm with worry. Soria could not believe. I did not expect that seeing him curse would be so seductive. Suddenly Duke Pelier's voice rang out. Everyone listen here today. I stand here to accuse the Emperor of the Croatia Empire. He has mistreated and humiliated a member of royalty of another country. He stood above, raising his sword to accuse. What the law of the mainland stipulates is a crime. Mocking foreign royalty inorganically also violates the law of the mainland. A person who commits such crimes, how can he claim to be protecting peace for the mainland? Lennox was confused. What? The nobles were in an uproar. What is he talking about? Who is that person? Did he just say His Majesty humiliated someone? Soria worriedly said, what is that about? Lennox, did you humiliate someone? Lennox immediately denied, no, I also want to know what he is talking about like you. Duke Pelier shouted, we are here to bring Princess Soria Brienne v. Sion back. Immediately everyone looked at her and asked, what? Soria also did not understand what was happening. What is going on? She shouted in disbelief, me.